Hey, day 14, Comey's announcement just came out saying we didn't see anything with Hillary's emails. So I'll get to that. But Eric Braverman, day 14, still missing. Mark Turi, still missing. I'll tell you who he is in a little bit. Why is he missing? It's the same reason that Christopher Stevens is missing, the ambassador who was murdered, tortured, and murdered. This is the same reason that Mark Turi is dead. The reason... September 2012, Ambassador Stevens was killed here. In the months before that, he was only there about 5 months. They were shipping not only Stinger missiles to these ports, but they were also shipping sarin gas. So anyway, this story broke in 2015. I'll go back and walk you through the timeline on how this happened. So that was Fox News. Only a couple months after the ambassador was killed, James Risen of the New York Times comes out and says, hey, there's this weird case going on with Mark Turi, this arms dealer, and they're saying that they're shipping these Stinger missiles that Qatar, the country of Qatar, bought them, and they're being shipped to Libya and Syria. Why is that important with Eric Braverman? Well, Eric Braverman was the CEO of the Clinton Foundation at that time, and they were making commissions, if you will, on those sales. They were getting donations from those countries for pay to play for those sales, and also they had intimate knowledge of those deals because Eric Braverman's husband was the director of KKR Global Initiative, Eric Brown. That's the firm also that has connections to David Petraeus, who's on their board now, but at that time was the CIA director, and Henry Kissinger. So what did they do? They packaged arm deals to Middle Eastern governments, and the big change was now also to Sunni and Shia tribes. Okay, let's talk about the cover-up. Darrell Issa sends a simple email when he reads it, after he reads this article on December the 5th, Darrell Issa sends a letter and says, wow, that's weird. You know, I didn't realize that our government was sending weapons to people that were not on the approved list, that we're sending weapons to Syria and Libya through Qatar. That's going around the State Department rules. So what happens? Rather than turn over the emails, they go back to their old friend, Peter Kadzik. Who's Peter Kadzik? He goes back to being the lawyer for John Podesta all the way back to the Monica Lewinsky trial. There's that famous email that said, Kadzik kept me out of jail. And then he went on into becoming involved in the Bill Clinton impeachment. All the friends of Kadzik, Loretta Lynch, Pete Kendall, he's the famous, oh my God, they know we have the thumb drive for the Huma emails. Lindsay goes all the way back to the Clinton Foundation in Arkansas, Whitewater. Kadzik also defended the oil smuggler, Mark Rich, who owed $48 million in taxes. His wife made a $1 million contribution and got that $48 million wiped off the slate. What is going on here? Why all the arms to these tribes? Well, it's very simple. There's a pipeline that Qatar wanted that goes through Syria and Turkey to Bulgaria. Assad said no, and Erdogan wanted an exorbitant amount of money. So guess what? We had a coup here, or an insurgency here, and we had a coup here. Who reported this? Well, Seymour Hersh, he's a Pulitzer Prize winner, reported the rat line from Libya to Syria. This is the arms going from Benghazi over to these two ports that I showed you in the earlier slides. And also sarin gas. There was two gas attacks in about a year apart in Syria. One was near Aleppo, one was near Damascus. The precursors have a chemical signature, according to Seymour Hersh, from the Libya stock supply that Gaddafi had. This was also reported on later on that this was totally a concoction between Hillary and McCain and a thing called Project Timber Sycamore, reported in the New York Times a little bit later on. So everybody knows Hillary doubled arms sales in those countries, but what they are not familiar with is that she brokered an equal amount of sales through KKR and earned commissions to the Clinton Foundation for both of these sets of sales. They made a couple of huge arms deals to Saudi Arabia. I think one was $80 billion, so you know that was a bundle for a lot of other countries, but two names you don't see here. you don't see Libya, and you don't see Syria. That's why they sold the weapons through Qatar. The other thing is you see the arms dealers themselves also contributing to the Clinton Foundation, Boeing and Lockheed for the jets, and Raytheon for the Stinger missiles. The reason why you don't see a lot of Hillary's emails in the 650,000 Huma emails is she had Cheryl Mills, Philippe Reines, and Huma do all the dirty work. So Reines did the arms deals, Huma did the communication with the tribes, and Cheryl Mills did all the communications with the State Department. So here, because she's a lawyer, that is executive privilege. That's attorney-client privilege and protected. So I just talked about those 650,000 emails. The reason why the maid was printing out the emails was so that she could give them to Chelsea. Then Chelsea was giving them to her husband, who was at a hedge fund, who was giving them to KKNR, and whoever else, key intelligence, daily intelligence briefings. So that's why it's important that the maid is printing and faxing every day and Xeroxing for Chelsea. The one deal that got out was because they wanted to fix Mark Turi, that arms dealer we talked about. They wanted to say he was a rogue arms dealer, and that's why these stingers end up with, in these foreign countries. It wasn't Hillary violating the State Department rules. It was this rogue arms dealer that did it. So same thing with the King of Morocco. After doing the Middle East deals, you're going to find that the emails on Huma's server also are the North African deals, which King of Morocco was a $12 million gift to get off the arms list, prohibited arms list. You're also going to see this phosphate person who did a deal with the Department of Defense in Morocco, giving $16 million. The key here, when Braverman went to the press, he went to NBC, he said, follow the money. That's how you figure out the Clinton Foundation. Also, you follow the arms and you follow oil. That's going to be your Mark Rich. You follow the arms, that's going to be David Petraeus. The Kadzik cover-up continues. They're trying to set Turi up to be the fall guy, to be that rogue arms dealer. Turi says, no way, Jose. I'm going to go to Fox News, May 2015, and I'm not going to, take the fall for this. And at that point, the destruction of evidence comes into play. Him is starting to destroy all the schedules of Philippe, Cheryl, and her schedule, as well as the assistant and deputy secretary of state, Fides and Shapiro. Bill meets on the tarmac, giving Loretta an update on where Kadzik is on this guilty plea. They want to figure out where are we at, because this is going to keep coming up. We don't want this arms deal and Christopher Stevens' death and all this stuff and the Sarin gas coming up right before the election. So $675,000 bribe goes to McCabe at the FBI. Boom, immediate surveillance on Turi and Braverman. So the shit hits the fan. In other words, October 5th, Clinton Foundation refiles its taxes. It rolls all the commissions from the Clinton Global Initiative into the Clinton Foundation. Braverman realizes he is going to be the fall guy for all the Clinton Foundation's bad doings. He realizes now Chelsea brought him in to launder or be the fall guy if it was ever discovered for those CGI deals. Turi also refuses to take the Department of Justice deal, saying, I'm going to go to trial, and that blows all their plans. DOJ drops the case, and then Braverman is now going to, he's going to be basically blamed to be being the conduit for KKNR. October 22nd, Braverman realizes that he's been under surveillance now for over a year and a half. Podesta knows that it was Eric Braverman way back in March of 2015. Probably it was in surveillance all the way back to the October meeting with Kadzik, but we don't know exactly. Could have been the January meeting. We don't know. Could have even been the March meeting, but he definitely was under surveillance beginning March 5th, 2015. Braverman sees all the WikiLeaks people dying. The New York lawyer dies in May. The London lawyer dies in August. McFadden, the founder, dies in the 22nd. Now Braverman's on the run, and now they're still missing. So that's where we are. So that explains Pretty much everything. Yes, it wasn't Hillary's emails in the 650,000. She's smarter than that. She had, just like she had the maid print things out for her, she had Philippe forward the arms deal emails. She had Cheryl forward the State Department emails, and she had Huma forward her other emails. Okay, day 16, Eric Braverman. Where is Eric Braverman? I did an earlier piece this morning about what a trade triangle is, or an illicit trade triangle. Normal commerce, you would sell somebody oil, they would give you money. You don't need to go through a lot of hoops. But if you're dealing in something like drugs, you've got you've got to launder that money. So you put it in a bank. You pay these farmers to grow these poppies, you put it in a bank, then somebody has to be able to be willing to take that dirty money and buy, let's say, embargoed oil at a discount. They can't sell their oil, so they'll take dirty money rather than no money. Then you sell that oil on a spot market, and then you take that money and you go back to that country and get them to buy an arms package. And that's basically the triangle that Peter Dale Scott outlined between Pakistan, the growers of the poppies, Saudi Arabia being the oil piece to that, and then making Saudi Arabia the first kind of oil arms mecca for the Middle East. And I'm going to show you how that's being expanded now to other kingdoms of the Middle East, that same kind of triangle. And my thesis is that Eric Braverman was kind of caught in this web that he didn't understand. He's seems like a very good guy, and it just seems like events overwhelmed him. So, go on to the next. The key deal, this is before Braverman got to the Clinton Foundation, but the Clinton Foundation is basically making a commission on all these arms sales. And you remember Christopher Stevens, when he was tortured to death, he was only here in Benghazi for about 4 months. But the U.S. State Department approved a sale to Qatar for Stinger missiles and small arms, RPGs, and AK-47s, etc. But the big thing is the Stinger missile, because a Stinger missile can not only take down a helicopter, it could take down jets, like Putin's jets. So, and Gaddafi's jets, or the follow-on transition government after Gaddafi was overthrown. So, this is exactly what happened. The arms were sent through Qatar because it was approved for export license from the State Department, smuggled into Libya, and then after their revolution, or after they got rid of the transitional government, they brought Sid Blumenthal in with his investment consortium and sold the oil rights here. Then they moved those, rather than destroy those arms, they moved those arms to Syria, and they shipped them to these two ports. And the key guy here is a guy named Mark Turi, is the arms dealer who's missing, and I presume him to be dead. And the key guy on the State Department side was a guy named Andrew Shapiro, who was the Deputy Secretary of State. So I'll develop all this. But how do I know this is true? Well, this is James Risen. Only 2 months after, he's New York Times Pulitzer Prize winner, only 2 months after Stevens is murdered, you get this article saying, how are these arms falling in these rebels' hands? Where are they coming from? So there was, the Department of Justice came down on this Mark Turi and wanted him to, because they were finding these arms, they wanted him to take the rap. So James Risen quotes Mark Turi in this article. Also, you've got these brokers, these arms brokers, and KKNR Global Initiative was the arms kind of broker, kind of a private equity firm, but they bring together players who can make money off arms deals. And Eric Brown was the guy who ran that. Eric Braverman is not his husband at that time, but it was his boyfriend at that time. So one of the ways of laundering money that's frequently used is through a spouse. You'll have a spouse make a donation, or you have a spouse receive money, rather than, it's probably the most common way of hiding transactions there is. Who else worked for KKNR Global? Well, Petraeus was the CIA director for that deal. Oh, by the way, there was Sarin gas involved in that deal too, which makes it very controversial. And who else? Henry Kissinger. Anyway, KKNR Global is going to become very famous in the future. peel the onion back a little bit more, another player who's going to be coming out is going to be this Tom Nitis. Yesterday it came out that he was leaking information through his wife, who works for CNN, who's the bureau chief or the deputy bureau chief in D.C., to Podesta. He also frequently emails Podesta directly he's a big campaign fundraiser and what they call a bundler in Los Angeles through famous people. So a lot of times what they'll do is they'll take money from the Middle East. They don't want it to look like it's coming from the king of Morocco, let's say, so they'll funnel it through an investment advisor to a famous star, and that's what bundling is. So this is going to be where Nitis comes into the picture. The other characters that will become famous in Huma's 650,000 emails will be, as I mentioned before, Andrew Shapiro. He's going to become a very key person in negotiating that Stinger arms deal for Hillary. And then the other close personal aide to Hillary, Philippe Reines. This is the guy who played Trump in the practice debates. He's kind of the showboat. He's all about, hey, I'm a big DC guy. I'm big time in the State Department. He's going to be the fatal flaw. He's going to be the Achilles heel that's going to unwind this whole Watergate type thing. Jeremy Bash also is kind of interesting. He's in the same company as these other two guys, Beacon Global. Her ex-husband, Dana Bash from CNN. So you can see the connection to State Department and CNN. So who was brought in when the Oversight Committee first asked for Hillary's emails? Who's brought in? An old pal. Peter Kadzik is the guy who's kind of a cleanup artist. He goes all the way back to defending Podesta in the Monica Lewinsky trial. All these other characters that you see in this drama are all from the Clinton impeachment. And guess what else? He defended Mark Rich, who ran that oil triangle that I was talking about. He was getting money from BCCI, which was called the Banks of Crooks and Criminals. It was the slang. They were getting it from cartels. He was taking the money, buying embargoed oil at a discount, selling it on the spot market, and then working with arms dealers like Adnan Khashoggi and other people like that. So what is Qatar's interest? Qatar wants to build a pipeline, quite simply, through Syria and Turkey. You first had to topple Syria, and you did that. They did that. They thought, well, we'll have to arm the tribes with these Stinger missiles to take out the Russian jets. Seymour Hersh reported on this, another Pulitzer Prize winner, on this rat line from Libya, taking the old weapons from Libya and moving them to Syria. And also he reported on the sarin gas. There's two sarin gas attacks, one near Aleppo and about a year later near Damascus. Those, because of the precursor signatures, actually have been tied to this deal as well. And this was why the poison gas piece of this was what made this such political poison, and why it was covered up. Everyone knows Hillary doubled arms sales, but the other thing they got involved in with the KKNR piece was brokering. So they'd insert themselves in straight arms deals that were already occurring, and then say, "Well, we're going to slow this down if you don't, we don't meet certain restrictions." So that's another way they greatly increased their commissions. And KKNR, you may as well just read Clinton Global Initiative. Both of them even end in the same suffix, which is Global Initiative. Here's all the countries they sold weapons to. Here's all the countries that got donations to the Clinton Foundation. You see Qatar here was on the approved list. And as I mentioned before, Philip Reines is going to be the key arms deal fixer to this whole deal. That was the king of Morocco, by the way, which I won't go into in this film. But these 650,000 emails, you're going to see Philippe be a forwarder. He's going to be getting emails from Andrew. He's going to be getting emails from Nitis. He's going to be forwarding to Huma, and Huma is going to be it's going to become the trove. I have other sources that say that there's other troves for Philippe outside of Huma's, but we're going to leave that off to the side right now. The King of Morocco, I showed you on the last slide, Hillary listening intently to him. This may have been the straw that broke the camel's back. There was $12 million to get them off the banned arms list, but then there was also this phosphate deal. And basically, you could use this phosphate and white phosphorus weapons for the Defense Department. So these are which burn children, and it burns all the way through their skin to their heart. That you can't stop it. You put water on it, you cover it, it keeps burning. And I think maybe that's what got Braverman. But Braverman said, follow the money, and I would just add, follow the arms and follow the oil. Kadzik is trying to cover up Turi. Turi goes to the Fox News, says, I'm not going to be the patsy. Huma destroys all the schedules. Bill meets on the tarmac with Loretta Lynch. Kadzik gets an update for him, gives McCabe at the FBI $675,000 bribe. Now Turi and Braverman are under surveillance. Things happen fast. On October 5th, Turi refuses the DOJ plea, and this creates a problem because they need to pin this on somebody. So first thing has to happen is CGI, Clinton Global Initiative, has to declare those profits. They do. They file 3 years of missing taxes. They dump it into Clinton Foundation, and now Eric Braverman realizes, hey, I'm going to be the fall guy for this chemical weapons deal. So he gets nervous. He finds out publicly, he sees the Podesta leaks. Oh my God, they knew it was me way back in March of 2015. I've been under surveillance since then. Oh my gosh, I've talked to WikiLeaks. I've talked to the New York guy. Oops, he's dead. I talked to the London lawyer. Oops, he got hit by a train. I talked to the founder of WikiLeaks, investigative reporter. Oops, he's dead. What are your options left? If you're Eric Braverman, why wouldn't you run to the embassy? You wouldn't go to the FBI because you've been under FBI surveillance for over a year and a half. So that's the state of play. This is only going to get deeper, and this isn't going away no matter if Hillary wins today or not. It's going to be our generation's Watergate, or maybe your generation's Watergate. Day 17, where is Eric Braverman? Eric Braverman, you remember, was the CEO of the Clinton Foundation, the ex-CEO of the Clinton Foundation, was going to come in, kind of clean things up. He's missing, and the arms dealer that kind of caused the whole current crisis with Huma's emails, as well as Hillary's private server, is also missing. So Mark Turi is his name. I just wanted to show you this book by Peter Dale Scott talking about when you're trading in illicit arms and trading in illicit oil or embargoed oil and drug money, you need to have these things that are called a trade triangle. So, and I'll use Mark Rich, who the Bill Clinton pardoned his last day in office to as an example. You get money from the poppy growers. You put that money into a bank. In Mark Rich's case, it was BCCI. You get loans from that bank to buy embargoed oil. You sell that embargoed oil, you buy it at a discount, you sell it at a premium on the spot market, and then you turn around and you try to sell weapons to the country that you did the deal with. So this type of three-way triangle here has been done over and over and over again, unfortunately, mainly with Hillary Clinton. So let me explain how the Libya situation worked. Christopher Stevens was the ambassador. He was only there about 4 months. We couldn't sell arms to Libya or Syria to topple these governments because they were on the embargo ban list from the United Nations as well as U.S. Congress. So the plan was, Mark Turi came up with this plan, an arms dealer from Arizona. We'll sell the weapons to Qatar, and then Qatar will ship them over to Libya, and then we'll overthrow the government there for Sidney Blumenthal and his investment consortium. Then instead of destroying the weapons, we'll ship them to Syria, and we'll overthrow Assad there, and we'll have the oil concession and natural gas concession there, as well as build a pipeline. So this all came out, this is 2015, May of 2015, Fox News broke this with Brett Baier. This is going to be the thing that unravels the whole Clinton Foundation. Just 2 months after this deal happened, James Risen, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times, says, hey, this is weird. We are shipping these arms to Qatar and they're falling in the hands of Libyan rebels. That's a long way away. Somebody probably is shipping them there. They probably didn't just miss the drop by a mile or two. And then there's another connection here he quotes Mark Turi right back then in 2012. And I'll get to that later, how the DOJ kind of tried to make him the fall guy. Eric Braverman, the CEO who's missing, is also married to, his husband is Eric Brown from KKNR Global Initiative. They're an arms private equity. They're basically a matchmaker for Middle Eastern countries and arms manufacturers. So who else works there? David Petraeus works there. He's the guy who was the CIA director that originally put this deal together to send the Stinger missiles from Libya to Syria, as well as, unfortunately, sarin gas, chemical weapons. Get to that. And then who's behind that? Really kind of the boss is Henry Kissinger. So this has come out recently. There's these kind of cast of characters, supporting characters to Hillary that are going to be in the news here pretty quickly. There's a guy named Tom Nitis who works at the State Department, and he's going to be a key leaker to the, has been already shown to be a key leaker to John Podesta, and the Podesta, now we're at Podesta 36 today. But he's also leaking to his wife, who's the bureau chief at CNN in Washington, D.C., and then his assistant is also the sister of the president of ABC News, so Ben Sherwood. So this is where the planted stories are coming from. This is where the classified information is coming from. And I'll show you the other leaker, and that is this is Philippe Reines. This was the arms ambassador, the deputy ambassador of the State Department, Andrew Shapiro, who actually negotiated this arms deal with Mark Turi. And Philippe was the person that was transferring the classified information to Huma's server. There's rumors that he is on the run right now with this information breaking and Trump winning and probably going to appoint a special prosecutor. There's rumors of him thinking of going to Morocco if he hasn't gone to Morocco, or maybe Qatar. So maybe Casablanca in his future. But that's the Huma's email is basically a repository of all these arms deals and daily intelligence briefings. This is the maid getting the daily intelligence brief, printing it out, it going to Chelsea. Chelsea's husband works for hedge fund, also going to KKNR through Eric Braverman. So this is just a straight funnel from the State Department through Huma's server straight to these hedge funds, Goldman Sachs and so forth. So it all started 4 years ago for the simple request for the emails. Nothing, rather than turn over the emails, as Hillary always does, is destroy evidence. They bring in Kadzik, this guy Peter Kadzik, who just happened to be the lawyer that defended Mark Rich in that oil deal that I was talking to you about. He goes way back. He defended Podesta as well in the Monica Lewinsky situation, so in the impeachment. So the Hillary Gate, or the Pardon Gate, where Mark Rich worked the pardon for Kadzik the last day that Clinton was in the White House, that actually was engineered by Hillary. She always acted like she didn't know anything about it until the October 5th emails came out. And as I said, this group, the Kadzik, has never been far from this oil triangle, this drugs, oil, guns triangle. And none other than Rudy Giuliani was the man who came down on this original BCCI scheme. So he's going to play into this drama again. Why Syria? I understand why Hillary wanted to topple Libya, but why Syria? Well, they discovered natural gas off the coast here, and that's part of it. But then Qatar, the reason why Qatar was willing to buy the arms is they want this pipeline that goes from Qatar through Syria and Turkey to Bulgaria. Now you know the reason why the Stinger missiles. They also had 2 gas attacks here, one near Aleppo and one near Damascus. That came directly, they had the same chemical signatures as Gaddafi's precursors, sarin gas precursors. This was reported by Seymour Hersh, also a Pulitzer Prize winner in 2014, talking about the rat line from Libya to Syria. You can also read the New York Times Project Timber Sycamore. They didn't report that until 2016. So Hillary's doubling the arms sales. They're also inserting themselves into deals that the arms dealers had because the State Department gets to review everything. So they insert themselves for a bribe fee, sort of a toll, if you will. All these Middle Eastern countries are involved. Obviously, you don't see Libya, you don't see Syria. That's why the end around the State Department rules through Qatar. The key fixer in this is that guy I said that was probably going to be in Morocco sooner than later in a condo in Casablanca, because we do not have an extradition treaty with Morocco. This is the King of Morocco meeting with Hillary. $12 million was exchanged to get them off the banned weapons list. There was another $16 million given to have a phosphate manufacturer supply phosphate for the U.S. arms industry. And I'm sure Philip will get immunity from the King of Morocco. So that is really what is on the 650,000 emails. The Stinger missile deal is just one of them. And as I mentioned, the $12 million and the $16 million payment from the Phosphate King, that probably was the straw that broke the camel's back for Eric Braverman. He goes to the press and says, to Ron Fournier and others, follow the money. And I also say, knowing Mark Rich and knowing Kazdick and all the other ones, you also want to follow the arms and follow the oil. So Kazdick continues to cover up in trying to set up Turi. Turi then goes to Fox News, as I mentioned before. Huma destroys all the schedules in the State Department immediately after that. Bill goes on the plane with Loretta to fix that. He also, Kazdick also pays $675,000 bribe to McCabe's wife. And surveillance starts on Turi and Braverman from DHS and FBI. October 5th, Braverman realizes in public now with the Turi information coming out that he is going to be the fall guy for the bribes. So what has to happen when Turi comes out? Clinton Global Initiative, this was what was taking the bribes, the arms money, the arms bribes. That is dumped into the Clinton Foundation for Hillary's run for president. So they have to file 3 years of missing taxes where that's disclosed. Turi on that same day had refused the guilty plea. So that presents a problem. Now you got to get rid of both Braverman and Turi. Because he was the conduit for the bribes through Neil Brown. So, October 22nd, Braverman's reading the Podesta emails just like everybody else. He realizes that on March 8th, 2015, Podesta knew that Eric Braverman was the leak. Braverman also sees these WikiLeaks people dying. He probably went to the New York, Michael Ratner. He probably didn't ever meet with Jim Jones, the London lawyer for WikiLeaks. But anyway, Ratner dies about a year later. Jim Jones just recently hit by a train. Gavin McFadden dies that same day, on October 22nd, the same day that this comes out, this Eric Braverman smoking gun email. So, 23rd, Braverman tries to go to the embassy, and we still have not heard anything from either one of them yet. I don't think Trump really has a choice here. The special prosecutor rule is used for when the Department of Justice becomes so politicized that crime syndicates are covered up, and Trump just has to appoint a special prosecutor in this case. His hands are really tied. If this back channel leaking from the State Department classified information isn't corrected, it's going to be building on a house with a rotten foundation. That's it for today. Okay, day 18, Eric Braverman. Where is Eric Braverman? To help you understand the whole, Wall Street thing and State Department and how all this plays plays together with the Middle Eastern countries. And how did Eric Braverman get involved in the middle of all this? That's what I want to explain, and I want to talk a little bit more about the State Department today. Good book, if you haven't read it, is Peter Dale Scott. He explains that when you have an illicit trade in something like drugs, you can't just have a transaction where I give you, 10,000 tons of cocaine or poppies or opium, and then you give me $1 million. It's very easy for an investigator to go, there's the transaction, smoking gun, you're in jail. What you do is you take the drug money and then you invest it in something like oil or some other speculative resources venture. You go look because it's expensive to drill wells or do digging in a lot of different places looking for minerals or whatever. And then once you sell the oil on the spot market, then you get that nation that you're trying to control to buy guns. So they call it narco-terrorism or several other words like that. So this is exactly what's happening in the Middle East, and Peter Dale Scott does a fantastic job of outlining it. Pakistan grows the poppies. The financing, the microfinancing comes from Saudi Arabia. The profits come to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia uses that to fund a whole bunch of speculative ventures, not just oil, but they're setting up, KKR has set up an private equity firm there to do speculative ventures all over the Middle East and North Africa. And then obviously control the Middle East through, having your guys in the political positions and then having weapons. And this is really, it's complicated, but it's important to understand because it really gives you insight into what's happening. This was the original arms deal that Eric Braverman was not a part of, but a guy named Mark Turi worked with the CIA to get around the rules for the export ban against Libya and Syria for weapons. So they sold it through the country of Qatar. Chris Stevens was the ambassador here, brought in to do that. They shipped not only Stinger missiles, which can take down Russian jets, but they also shipped sarin gas for two, and the chemical signatures show that they're from Libya. This came out in May 2015. The reason why they're dead is because when these deals come to light, there's no alternative other than to kill the witnesses and kill the people who testify against you. I won't go into this much other than to show you, I've mentioned this before, James Rise in the New York Times. He writes an article just 2 months after Christopher Stevens is murdered, and he basically lays this all out. He's Mark Turi, here's the guy. He says the Clintons, didn't take his deal, but the deal was arms to Qatar, then we'll drop the weapons to Libya, then we'll send them to Syria. Where Eric Braverman gets involved is KKR, the people that are brokering all the arms dealers with all the Middle Eastern kings, is run by Neil Brown, Eric Braverman's husband. So you may not have a money flowing directly to Neil Brown, but what you do have is information from the State Department about, where assessments of where there are, maybe phosphate or gold or uranium or oil, etc. And then they're marriage brokering that with weapons dealers. David Petraeus is also at KKR, getting them, for instance, the phosphorus from Morocco to white phosphorus bombs that the Defense Department contractors make. These are very horrific bombs that, eat through your skin. You can't put water, you can't cover them. They're meant to just cause, pain and suffering. The same thing with depleted uranium. So by finding out from State Department information what arms dealers might be able to use those resources, you can make a deal and then broker a deal for the arms dealers, and then sell them back the finished product, which is weapons. And of course, Henry Kissinger is at KKR as well. So what's happening now is Hillary is resisting Trump, not my president campaign. She's paying for this. This is the guy from Goldman Sachs, Tom Neides. He was also at the State Department. He was also feeding documents to CNN and feeding documents to ABC. He also was kind of like the bundler for the Los Angeles, Jeffrey Katzenberg and all those folks for Middle Eastern money. Because when Middle Eastern money comes in, you can't just say, oh, we got another 12 million from the King of Morocco. You try to disguise it as much as you can and break it up through different Hollywood stars giving the money. So you have maybe 12 people give $1 million rather than one big check coming in from, the King of Saudi Arabia or whatever. So that's bundling and unbundling. He also, has a smoking gun email and the Podesta email saying, oh, geez, we got to get this public official, we have to dump the official emails off the server, off Huma's server and off Hillary's server. And he says, I know the pros and cons of that. The cons is, hey, we got contracts with these people. We have contracts with these Middle Eastern governments to get them State Department information. If we take the emails away, we can no longer sell the emails. So the other guy, I've mentioned this before, we're at Podesta 36 today. We're about ready to go into Reines, this Philippe Reines, who's Hillary's close aide. He's the male Huma, basically. We're about ready to see his emails. That's coming soon. Andrew Shapiro, they're all at the same company called Beacon Global. But Andrew Shapiro was Deputy Secretary of State, and he is the man who negotiated the arms deal with Mark Turi. Interestingly enough, Jeremy Bash is also there. His ex-wife is Dana Bash of CNN. So, quick chronology. Darrell Issa asked for the emails. This guy Kadzik is put in place, which is funny because he goes all the way back to Rudy Giuliani and Mark Rich. Mark Rich took, like we said before, took money from drug dealers, put it into BCCI. With that BCCI money, he bought embargoed oil at a discount. He sold it for profit on the spot market, and then had Saudi Arabia, or whatever country, Saudi Arabia was first, buy arms. So Saudi Arabia is kind of the launch pad for all the Middle East and North African ambitions. And of course, he's a longtime friend. He goes all the way back to college with Podesta, so that's why he's featured so much. But he's in charge of the cover-up. What were they doing with the arms deal? And specifically, well, Seymour Hersh reports it was this pipeline to go through Syria and go through Turkey. You can topple here because you can do Sunni tribes here, fund them through Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Here with Turkey, NATO partner, you're going to have to do a coup there. But Seymour Hersh reported Stinger missiles and sarin gas. This is why this couldn't get out. This would have killed Hillary's chances. It'll destroy her political career if this ever comes out. Also, New York Times came out later with Timber Sycamore, Project Timber Sycamore. It was a plan by Hillary and McCain. I won't go through too much of this other than to say KKNR is inserting itself and making money both ways. This is the King of Morocco with Hillary, and he gave $12 million to get off the arms list. But also he's got $16 million from a phosphate manufacturer. That phosphate can be used in these white phosphorus bombs. So this is where like a Tom Nidus comes in, because he's a resource specialist. And he's not the arms specialist that Andrew Shapiro is. He's doing the other side of the deal, which is the resources. So they're working these kind of resource deals with every one of these Saudi Arabian kingdoms. And of course, you don't see Syria, you don't see Libya, because they were on the list. But the key fixture you're going to find out is this Philippe Reines, and that's coming. So the 650,000 emails, Trump is right, that is the treasure trove. The Libya deal is just going to be one of those deals. This King of Morocco deal is probably the deal of why Eric Braverman left the foundation, because he also knew about this $16 million phosphate deal. And somebody must have told him about the effects of white phosphorus weapons. But anyway, he was working, the follow the money email was May of 2015. So he was talking to the press as early as May of 2015. What Kadzik wanted to do now is they wanted to set Turi up because they didn't want this Stinger deal and the sarin gas deal coming out. Turi pisses him off and goes to Fox News. Huma destroys all the State Department schedules that same month. Bill has a meeting with on the tarmac. They have to now get rid of Turi and Braverman because they're still talking to the press. So McCabe puts surveillance on Turi and Braverman. And then Braverman finally figures out he's the fall guy when the WikiLeaks email comes out on October 5th that says it's Eric Braverman. Podesta says that's the leak. So now for the first time, Eric Braverman realizes that he's been under surveillance, that everybody knows that he's going to be the fall guy. Clinton Global Initiative refiles their taxes. These are the arms bribes and arms brokering money, and that gets dumped into the Clinton Foundation for Hillary's presidential run. So Turi also turns everything over by saying, I'm not going to accept the deal for the arms deal on October 5th. And that also causes a big problem. Now you got to get rid of him, too. So, like I said, the smoking gun email, Braverman on the 22nd realizes that Podesta knows it's him, that he's been under surveillance. 3 of the WikiLeaks key people have died since May of this year. The New York lawyer, London lawyer, hit by a train. Gavin, the founder, dead. And now Braverman and Turi are still both missing. So that's the state of play. Podesta 37 maybe today, or Rhinus 1. Okay, day 19, where is Eric Braverman? If you've watched any of these videos before, I'll quickly summarize, but I think he fell into what is known in illicit circles as a triangle, a trade triangle. Basically, I've explained this before, but you get poppy growers in either Pakistan, or you get cocaine, coca growers in Central America. You get the money from those cartels, you put it into a bank like BCCI. Some of us are not old enough to remember that scandal. But then you take the money, you get a loan from BCCI to buy oil, preferably embargoed oil, because you can buy it at a discount, like Mark Rich used to do. And then you sell it on the spot market for cash, and then you use that cash to sell arms to the OPEC nation in question. So that Saudi Arabia being the first, and basically all of the Middle Eastern countries are involved in that kind of a trade triangle. I mentioned Mark Rich. If you don't remember who he is, Bill Clinton pardoned Mark Rich on his last day in office. What's interesting about that is his attorney was Peter Kadzik, who represented him and actually worked with Hillary Clinton to get his pardon. The other thing that came out with the Podesta emails, and sorry about all this kind of hyperbole from this kind of an alt-right site that I got this picture from, but these guys, he is now in charge of the investigation of not only the IRS, not only Fast and Furious, bearing those investigations, but he's also in charge of the investigation of Hillary's server and Huma's server for the 650,000 emails. He worked the pardon of Mark Rich through John Podesta, who was the chief of staff for Bill Clinton. So this is a very tight quadrangle here. And you've seen in the Podesta emails this constant flow of email back and forth between these two guys. And then about once every 2 months, there's a strategy meeting. The strategy meeting now is to how to cover up this Hillary email thing, and now how to cover up the Huma email thing. So you've seen this before, but the arms deal that's going to unwind this whole thing. Now, Mark Rich is dead, so he's not involved in this, and this is before Eric Braverman becomes the CEO of Clinton Foundation. But the deal that's going to unwind this is called the Mark Turi case. This guy right here, Mark Turi, the arms dealer who sold the arms to Qatar, the government of Qatar, or Qatar, however you want to say it, sold it through Christopher Stevens. He was only ambassador here in Benghazi for a couple of months. Then they toppled this country, gave Sid Blumenthal the oil concessions, his investment group, and then set Stinger missiles and sarin gas over here. This came out, Fox News, Brett Baer, 2015. So that just gives you a background on that deal. James Risen, New York Times, Pulitzer Prize, 2 months after Chris Stevens' death, writes about it saying, hey, this is weird. Qatar, we're sending these arms, and now the Obama administration's finding out they're ending up in the hands of Libyan rebels. So that's just the proof case.
It's funny, though, because this Mark Turi is quoted extensively in this Ryzen article, and he actually didn't get the deal. The deal goes through KKNR Global Initiative. What do? Well, they're basically a packager of arms deals and weapons manufacturers in the United States. Who is the CEO? Neil Brown. How does he relate to Eric Braverman? Well, he's Eric Braverman's husband. Who else is in the KKNR? Well, David Petraeus, the key guy to all the arms manufacturers. He's the guy who evaluated all the arms when he was, running CENTCOM and other, all the different theaters of war that we had. So he has all the arms connections. And then Henry Kissinger. So the plot thickens. I just wanted to, I won't talk too much about Tom Nitis, but he was at the State Department. He is the guy who said, oh my God, we all use Gmail accounts, at State Department. Philip Reines, Huma, Cheryl Mills, Hillary, all this stuff is off book. So he's going to actually be the one who unwinds this. You can see lots of emails to him and Podesta. He's working the oil resources side or any kind of resources a country has. He's taking that State Department info and sending it over through Philippe to Huma's server. His wife's also Mosley of the Washington bureau chief of CNN, and his assistant is the sister of the president of ABC News. So you can see it's all very incestuous. I mentioned Philippe, like Tom Nitis sending an email through Philippe, and then Philippe sending it on to Huma. Huma's server, the maid, is printing out daily intelligence briefings. She's sending it to Chelsea, so the Clinton Foundation is getting it. KKNR is getting it through the connection to Eric Braverman's husband, Neil Brown. Chelsea's husband is also getting it to his hedge fund. Anthony Weiner's also getting it to his PR firm. So they're just remarketing all this classified information. Now, who was the person at the State Department that was the Deputy Secretary of State? That was Andrew Shapiro. They're in a consulting firm now, and this is Jeremy Bash. His ex-wife was Donna Bash of CNN. So Philippe's the leak here, not intentionally, but because of his sloppiness in several other things that I'll talk about, is going to unwind this whole deal. So the history, ISA writes the letter, says, Madam Secretary, please send your emails. Kadzik is immediately appointed to the case at DOJ. He's brought in from private practice to run interference and to cover up. And I talked about the relationship to the Mark Rich pardon. And interestingly enough, go all the way back to 1983, the young attorney that prosecuted this case with BCCI and all this embargoed oil and so forth was Rudy Giuliani. The other guy who took over the case was one of his junior lawyers, which is James Comey. So the players have not changed at all from the Mark Rich case. Really quickly, more verification, more proof. Seymour Hersh writes his famous rat line article in 2014, basically saying the reason for all this, first of all, he confirms that Stinger missiles were sent and sarin gas. He proves that there was precursors, the same precursor signatures that were used by Gaddafi, not by Assad, not by the Russians. The gas comes from Libya. And he also establishes the fact that the reasoning was to do this pipeline from Qatar to Bulgaria. This is not a NATO country, so you can topple it with Sunni tribes. That's exactly what they try to do. Failed. This is a NATO country. The only thing you can do here is a political coup, which was also tried and failed. New York Times catches up to Seymour Hersh 2 years later, and they write a famous article about the Project Timber Sycamore. You can Google it. Hillary and McCain were completely behind the whole idea of both of these topples, as well as the Libya topple. I won't go into all the sales, arms sales, but Hillary doubled arms sales, and at the center of it all was KKNR, and they kind of inserted themselves, and they basically took the book of business that the arms dealers were planning to sell, and they inserted themselves and said, okay, we get a commission, we get a toll. Here Hillary meets with the King of Morocco. He paid $12 million to get off the arms list, the prohibited arms list. There was also a phosphate broker who supplies phosphate to the weapons industry. He paid $16 million. That's why we looked the other way when his kingdom took over Western Sahara, and Western Sahara still occupied, rich in phosphate, still occupied by the King of Morocco. All these countries are being worked on to sell arms not only to the kings, but then also to the tribes in those countries, so that there's this constant warring, there's this constant need for more arms on both sides. Huma is the contact to those tribes. Her Arabic and her connections through Muslim Brotherhood and so forth. That's her brother and her sister still work for the Muslim Brotherhood magazine in London. Philip Rhinus is the arms fixer that I talked to you about. He's going to be the thing that unwinds the whole thing. So in the 650,000 emails is going to be all these types of things: Stinger missile deal, King of Morocco deal, phosphate deal, daily intelligence briefings, arms assessments, natural resources assessments, basically classified information being remarketed through 3 or 4 different channels. Wiener's company, Chelsea's husband, as well as KKR. So where are we at now? Basically, the cover-up was going fairly well. They thought Turi was going to take because you have these Stinger missiles being found in Libya. You have to have somebody to blame. Somebody sold those missiles. They have serial numbers on them. It's undeniable evidence. So that was going well until Turi said, "No, I'm not going to." He goes to the press the first time, but then this October. After he went to the press in May, he kind of blows up the guilty plea. And so Huma destroys all the schedules of the Department of State. Bill has the meeting with Loretta Lynch on the tarmac. Kadzik is, constantly now meeting with Podesta on where they are with the Turi thing. They pay the $675,000 bribe to the deputy director at the FBI, McCabe, and Turi and Braverman go on surveillance. October 5, Braverman now is starting to figure out when Turi refuses the DOJ guilty plea, he then now is continuing to go to the press, and he realizes, I'm going to be the fall guy for this whole thing. That same day, the Clinton Foundation has to refile taxes for the last 3 years so that they can declare this Clinton Global Initiative money to put it into the Clinton Foundation. That was exposed because of this Mark Turi deal coming forward. Now, you've got kind of Braverman on the run about a month ago. 22nd, Braverman reads, just like we all did in the Podesta emails, that, oh my God, they've known I'm the guy, I'm the leaker to the press for the last year and a half. So these key people at WikiLeaks die over this last summer, and with the final one being McFadden. Braverman seeing this pattern of promises, and then dead body. So Braverman goes off to the Russian embassy. Both of these gentlemen, day 19, are still missing. So that's where we are today. Sorry it's a little bit long, but there's a reason James Comey released all the Mark Rich information recently when Hillary was criticizing him. And the reason why he released that information a couple of days before the election was the Mark Rich case is the key to unlocking this case. Okay, day 20, no Eric Braverman yet. I'm going to do what he recommended in his famous Fournier email, follow the money. I'm also going to follow the arms and follow the oil. I believe the key to the case is, based on previous criminal activity, is Mark Rich. Mark Rich, for those who don't remember him, took money from drug cartels, put it into a bank called BCCI. There was called banks of crooks and criminals by some people in law enforcement. He smuggled embargoed oil, and bought it at a discount, sold it on the spot market. And then he got different countries to empower dictators to take over the country, and then went after their mineral assets. So that's kind of like making money at every point along the way in this what I call a trade triangle. So this is a refresher on Mark Rich. He pardons Mark Rich, Clinton, last day of his presidency. His lawyer's Peter Kadzik, the guy who's doing Huma's emails and Hillary's emails. He worked the pardon through Podesta.
And Podesta is, throughout his emails with WikiLeaks, he's constantly kind of strategizing with how do we tamp down this investigation, cover up this investigation. They're also meeting about once a month to have strategy meetings to cover up the investigation. Why is Braverman still missing? The reason I believe is because of this arms deal that a weapons dealer named Mark Turi did. Very quickly, arms go to Qatar, then they're secretly shipped to Libya, Stinger missiles and sarin gas. Then it's after this government is toppled for Sid Blumenthal and his investment consortium, then they're shipped over to Syria. And the same thing, this one successful, this one obviously failed. These are the ports of entry for the weapons, and broken by Fox News, Brett Baer, in May 2015. Here's James Risen, only 2 months after Ambassador Stevens is killed. He's quoting this arms dealer that I just talked about. Who gets the business instead? This guy did not get the business. Who does this got the business instead? Clinton Global Initiative. What do? They package arms deals for Middle Eastern governments. Who's the president? Neil Brown, Eric Braverman's husband. Who else? David Petraeus and Henry Kissinger. A little bit more on Neil Brown. He's a protege of Senator Lugar. Both of these guys, I think, are good guys in this story. They just don't realize the other side of David Petraeus. This is where I think the chemical weapons get added to the zero footprint deal that I just described on the previous slide. Neil Brown, is a oil guy. He went, a big part of KKNR was oil concessions in all these different countries to get them to denationalize their state oil companies so that they can sell speculative rights. In this case, it was Mexico, sell Gulf oil leases, mainly to fracking and shale type oil. They did this over and over. Again, nothing wrong with oil exploration. I don't think anything wrong with Richard Lugar, but I do think it took a turn off the rails here. Here they are, Lugar and Petraeus. Just recently they went on a speaking tour, bringing in ambassadors from all over the world and talking oil. So this deal was run by Qatar. As I mentioned before, Seymour Hersh, Pulitzer Prize winner, reported this rat line from the previous arms deal, with the rat line from from Libya to Syria. And the reason for it was Qatar wanted this pipeline to Bulgaria. This is not a NATO country. You can topple that with Sunni rebels by arming them, which is what we did. Most of the arms ended up going this way with ISIS, and then you can try a coup there because that's a NATO country. And both of those actually occurred. Timber Sycamore, New York Times, reports on a little bit later. The State Department, Tom Nidus being one of the guys, is a resource expert. He admitted straight out that all the people involved in this whole Hillary email and Huma email thing did not have State Department emails. It's a violation of the Federal Records Act. Not only that, he's planting stories at CNN with his wife, Virginia Mosley, and he's constantly sending stories over to Podesta and the Podesta emails. So this isn't how government is supposed to work. You don't plant stories with news agencies, and you don't plant them with the party that you like. You're a servant of the government, and you protect the records for the government. Here's another State Department employee with a separate Gmail. Here's another one. This is Philippe Reines, a real favorite with the press, known for his belligerent attitude. This is Andrew Shapiro, who was the Deputy Secretary of State for that arms deal, and he also had a private email. But most of the conduit of the email flow went from Shapiro and those folks to Reines, and then Reines ends up dumping them on Huma's server. Quick recap on the timeline of Hillary's emails. ISIS writes a famous letter, sent over the thing. Peter Kadzik, the same guy who did the Mark Rich pardon, gets brought in to do the cover-up. Lifelong friend, went to college with John Podesta. Hillary worked the pardon almost exclusively. Bill didn't want to sign it, but Hillary forced him to sign it. Mark Rich, He also defended Mark Rich in that oil deal that I was talking about earlier. And guess who the prosecutor was? Rudy Giuliani. Guess who took over the case for Rudy Giuliani? James Comey. Hillary doubled arms sales. KK&R was in the middle of it all. Here's the King of Morocco. That was $12 million. There's a phosphate deal also that was $16 million. I misstated earlier that that was a weapons deal. It was actually a agricultural fertilizer deal. But never, it's still a bribe. It's still $16 million. These are the countries that all contributed to the Clinton Foundation, as well as the jet manufacturers, as well as the drone manufacturers. And the key fixer for it was Philippe Reines. The part that they really didn't want to get out was the fact that they were also selling to the tribes, both Sunni and Shia, to create more arms demand with the kings. And that'll come out in the emails. So, like I said, the Stinger missile deal, there's also a case for this. I mean, this is a 5-year case at the Justice Department that was dropped. So there's records there as well. So we don't need to totally rely on the emails. If Trump just releases those records to the Mark Turi case, there's also going to be the Morocco type deals, the phosphate deals for resources. Like Braverman said, just follow the money and arms and oil. Kadzik has been working this cover up to try to get Turi to take a guilty plea so they can blame this on a rogue arms dealer. But he says no. He goes to Fox News, Brett Baer, 2015. Huma destroys all the schedules so that you can't show, where Turi met, and, he can't corroborate his evidence. And then Bill meets with Loretta on the famous tarmac meeting. Kadzik pays McCabe at FBI a big bribe to put surveillance on Turi and Braverman. Once a source or a leak has been outed, you don't just let them do whatever they want. You put them under immediate surveillance, a 24-hour box around them. So recently, the Justice Department tried to get Turi to take the guilty plea that, we'll give you a villa in wherever, Casablanca, just take a 2-month deal, and he wouldn't. So we haven't heard from Turi either. Mark Turi is gone. I'm not going to explain the tax things right now, other than they took most of this arms deal money went through Clinton Global Initiative, and then right before the election, because of these legal documents being leaked, they had to dump it into the Clinton Foundation to kind of cover this. These arms bribes were being off book and being hidden. So Braverman realizes he's the fall guy when this email comes out and says, oh, the leak is Eric Braverman. Now, this goes all the way back to May of 2015. Braverman doesn't realize he's been under surveillance that whole time. So that anybody he's talked to along the way, it's not going to be a good story for those folks either. Goes to the Russian embassy, excuse me, and both, like I said, Turi and Braverman are still missing. That's the update for today.
Okay, day 21. Still no Eric Braverman, ex-CEO of the Clinton Foundation. His famous email to NBC now, follow the money. I followed kind of the money, arms, and oil in this series. I did a lot on arms in the previous episodes. If you've watched those, I'm going to go a little more deeper into the oil. So a little bit of this is inside baseball. That's maybe too deep, and you might want to skip to the next one. I promise this next one won't be as long. But basically, to summarize the previous videos, it's drug cartels operate in a triangle between drugs, then they launder the money through oil, and then they consolidate power through selling of weapons. This is all detailed well by Peter Dale Scott. Why do I associate this with Braverman? Because he was in the middle of one of those trade triangles. This will come out in the 650,000 emails. I will mention the Stinger missile deal just briefly to Libya and Syria, along with the Sarin gas. I'll talk very briefly about the King of Morocco deal, the $12 million to the Clinton Foundation, as well as the phosphate. And like I said in the previous slide, I will follow oil more this time. This really goes to how the Clinton Foundation changed between the kind of the bills and the hills, is what I call it. Just to remind you what a triangle is this man, Mark Rich here, would
get money from cartels. This goes all the way back to 1983 in Giuliani. He'd put it into a bank called BCCI that he would buy embargoed oil. He bought embargoed oil during Jimmy Carter's reign and South African oil, and he bought oil from Cuba. And then sell it on the spot market, and then put that money into arms, whatever country they were trying to build up. So Iran-Contra would be a classic trade triangle. His lawyer was Peter Kadzik. He's the person in charge of the investigation of Hillary's emails and Huma's emails, believe it or not, the person who represented this internationally known arms smuggler and oil smuggler. Of course, he was pardoned by Bill Clinton on his last day in office, and that pardon was worked through Hillary Clinton and John Podesta. And we see these guys emailing each other throughout the whole Hillary cycle, as well as meeting about once a month for strategy meetings. This is the deal. You can watch my previous videos if you want a recap. This where Ambassador Stevens is murdered. I believe that Mark Rich actually did this deal, looking more and more at the fingerprints as I go through this, through this other arms dealer named Mark Turi, sort of a Mark Rich, protege. You can look at the previous videos, but Stinger missiles went here to Libya. It was approved by the president because they did not tell them about the sarin gas. And then the arms were sent to Syria after the Libyan oil was garnered. James Risen, I won't go through this, but this just to show you 2 months after, he's New York Times Pulitzer Prize, 2 months after they had this guy quoted with the whole deal that I just mentioned. So that's kind of the arms side. Who got the business? KKNR Global Initiative. So we're following the money here, following the arms. What do? They package arms for Middle East governments. Who runs KKNR? Well, that's Neil Brown. How does he relate to Eric Braverman? Well, he's his husband. Who else is at the KKNR? David Petraeus, and then Henry Kissinger. Real briefly, why Seymour Hersh, Pulitzer Prize, My Lai Papers was his original first very famous story. He writes about the rat line, sending these arms and confirming what I just said, trying to topple Assad in Syria. He also adds the sarin gas part to the story. New York Times comes up later with Timber Sycamore. You can Google that 2 years later, basically confirming Seymour Hersh. Now I'm going to go into the oil part. So Neil Brown was at the State Department. He was kind of a protege of Richard Lugar. I'm not saying these guys did anything wrong. This is kind of the good side of the oil business and the good side of the trade triangle. But here's where it kind of turns a little bit, and I'll explain that. One of the things that David Petraeus and Neil Brown did together was called El Compacto, which was basically breaking the nationalization of Mexican oil through Pemex. Oil was nationalized in Mexico up until 2013. So that had to be smashed, and then in order to sell these Gulf of Mexico oil leases, okay? And that Neil Brown is all involved in this through all the State Department way back when with Richard Lugar to putting out position papers and so forth saying why this is a good thing. I'll explain how that trade works. This is a few days ago. Richard Lugar is now touring with David Petraeus. And what they do, and here's Neil Brown meeting with the foreign minister of Latvia. What they do basically is they talk to the ambassadors. This is a meeting of 15 ambassadors, and they convince them to basically let KKNR sell the oil assets of their country. And they say because of fracking, it's much more complicated now, and you'll never get the financing, and we'll do it for you. Don't nationalize your oil, or if it is nationalized, denationalize it. Same thing that goes with minerals. And then the U.S. government, will, wink, wink, will protect you and will give you intelligence that you can fight against these rebels that are going to come and because of you nationalizing the oil. So, how does that work now? Well, it's called something. It's a little technical here. It's called an oil swap. So what we do, this is true, the United States is sending very low sulfur, which is good. You don't want a lot of sulfur. That's why they call it light and sweet crude. This is good stuff. This is the stuff coming from North Dakota and Texas. We're trading it for heavier crude, which is, these are industry terms, or sour crude. Why? Because Sinaloa launders money through the oil in that triangle that I was speaking about. So KKR private equity sets up these drilling companies, arranges for their leases. This isn't just a Mexican thing. It's also, they're doing the same thing in Argentina. They did it with, it doesn't have to be just oil. You can do it with any resource that the country has. And I can't remember the concessions that were made here right afterward. Also, about 80% of the drug flights go through Honduras from South America to the United States. So the Venezuela coup is coming. You can see the kind of Kissinger fingerprints on this over and over. But this is basically, this article, if you want to go to this expert here in the oil business, they'll explain to you what happened just last year where we now can do these kind of things. It makes no sense whatsoever. This makes the environmental groups crazy. It's like, why are we trading our great low sulfur oil for heavy Mexican crude? They're going to say, well, Mexico only has 6 refineries and 3 of them can't desulfurize. Well, they could sell their oil lease futures and then they could pay for their own upgrade. So it doesn't make, their logic doesn't make sense. I just wanted to talk about the State Department a little bit, and then I said it's going to be a little bit involved, but Tom Nitis is the guy who's kind of the resource expert. He's the guy who knows about all these oil plays all over the world, and he is feeding information to CNN. This is his wife, the bureau chief of DC, and they're putting out press releases and so forth, or an unnamed source at the State Department said, and then you can see lots, and he's a key fundraiser for Podesta. So he manages all the kind of the Hollywood crowd as far as getting their investments. So in the email, the key fixer is going to be this guy, Philippe Reines. He's the one who is leaving the footprints that is allowing these investigative reporters to unwind all this. Here's Andrew Shapiro. This is their company, global consulting company. He's the Deputy Secretary of State that actually did the deal with the arms dealer, Mark Turi, kind of the next generation Mark Rich. They even spell their name Mark the same way. The reason why I say Philippe leaves a lot of fingerprints is here's a message chain between Philippe and a writer for Gawker, and he's saying, I want you to say, this is when he first takes over with Hillary in the State Department, I want you to say she's muscular. I want you to say that these 3 kind of career, highly respected State Department people are going to be sitting all in a row, and I want you to say that how Hillary's kind of lining them up as a firing squad. And true to fact, I mean, Ross had already left. He'd only been at state 4 months during Hillary's time. Richard Holbrooke died of a very unusual aorta tear, and then Mitchell was gone a few months after that. The Kadzik, the guy I told you that defended Mark Rich, also is a lifelong friend of Podesta, so you can see that there. He kind of is the guy brought in to cover up the Hillary emails. These are Hillary's arms sales. I won't go all into them, but KKR is at the center of all of them. Here's all the countries involved. Kadzik is involved in the cover-up, mainly of this case right here, which is the Mark Turi case, the Stinger missile case I mentioned. We don't necessarily need to see Huma's emails or Hillary's emails because this case is at the Department of Justice. It's a 5-year case, lots of CIA testimony and so forth. So all Trump needs to do is basically release those notes of that case, and they blow up the whole conspiracy. Huma destroys State Department, Bill meets on tarmac, all these famous events, $750,000 bribe to the FBI with McCabe, and then surveillance on Turi and Braverman. So, problems. Turi refuses the guilty plea. He's not going to take the rap for the Stinger deal. You can read about that later. I won't go into that for the sake of time. And then Braverman realizes he's the fall guy. He really realizes he's the fall guy when there's a smoking gun email from Podesta. Then all these WikiLeaks people die. Braverman goes to the embassy, doesn't show for his October 30th meeting, and we're still looking for Eric Braverman. Thanks. is where is Eric Braverman, number 22. Going to shorten this up from this morning's version, which was a little too long. Basically, the advice is follow the money, and then a big part of that is following the arms sales. And I'm not really going to talk as much about oil today to keep it simple, but in Huma's 650,000 emails, you're going to see a lot of arms applications. So what happened, for instance, in this Stinger arms deal is the arms dealer filed an application to actually send it to Libya, Mark Turi, because that's where it was going. They went back and denied the application because it was on the banned export list. So that was March of 2011. So what he did was he called Ambassador Christopher Stevens, and they spoke in April, and he said, well, resubmit your application. The new plan is that we're going to say Qatar is going to get the weapons, and then we'll send them through Libya and send them through Syria. So he was expecting to get an order. He did exactly that. He put the proposal in. It was approved, but then he never got the business. He never got the purchase order from the Defense Department. It went somewhere else. I'm going to just posit that it might have gone through, since KKNR was brokering the deal, it might have gone through an old friend of the Clintons, Mark Rich. I won't talk about the resources deals. This was $12 million to get off the arms list for the King of Morocco. But there's also resource deals when you follow the money. Today, it's just going to be mostly about arms. You can see in the emails from when Hillary kind of takes over the State Department, this is about 3 months in, she needs to she does a coup in Honduras, and then she kind of monitors these three, very long-term State Department employees, all these ambassadors. They were all actually looking at maybe becoming the next Secretary of State, but Hillary got the job instead. But you can see here Philip Reines in the email kind of planting different things for Gawker to put in the article. But they really want to mention that there's kind of a firing squad lineup for these three guys, that these three guys are not for long in the State Department. And sure enough, Ross had already left, in response to the Honduran coup. Holbrooke leaves next year, and Mitchell leaves a year after that. Actually, Holbrooke died in office. The channel at the decision makers, as far as what do we do with this arms order and how do we process it? The chain is really Mike Morrell. Mike Morrell is kind of the stand-in for Petraeus. He's the one who testified at the Benghazi hearings for Petraeus. And on the other side, on the Hillary side, it's kind of Sid Blumenthal. So there's many, many emails, and I won't go through all those, but this is one smoking gun email from Hillary to Jake Sullivan saying, hey, we should take this in a different direction. We should go private security, which is more the KKNR David Petraeus type consortium. So we know that Hillary doubled arms sales. The way she did it basically was using KKNR to kind of insert themselves in these sales as they came across the State Department approval desk. And I'll go down to Andrew Shapiro and talk about that and the team that evaluates those decisions. But they not only sold to all these countries and got donations for the Clinton Foundation for these countries, but then also the weapons manufacturers as well, helicopter and jet manufacturers, as well as the drone and missile manufacturer. And Philippe Reines is going to be the key arms fixer. I don't have it on here, but Huma is going to be the key fixer when we also want to sell the tribes weapons. So if you have more threat from the tribes, Sunni and Shia tribes, then you have to, these kingdoms are going to buy more weapons. So Andrew Shapiro really is a key guy here. He has a deputy Secretary of State. When he kind of gets put in, the Honduran coup happens a week later. Dennis Ross, as I mentioned, leaves in protest. And then you've got Philippe then sending the export licenses to Huma, or the proposals, if you will. I really don't know. There just seems to be an awful lot of people at the State Department that are married to CNN people, and this is one of them, Jeremy Bash. I don't know if he was actually involved in the cover story for this particular deal or not. So I don't want to say anything about Jeremy there. This is another connection. Tom Midas is married to Virginia Mosley, who's the D.C. bureau chief of CNN. And this is more the investment side. You know, Podesta loves the investments and so forth. So when a topple is about ready to happen, or some kind of change in a government is about ready to happen, this is the feed that happens, and you get the CNN version of what actually is happening. Sometimes you'll be filming protesters, or sometimes you'll film battle scenes, or whatever you need. And then over here on this side, he's got an investor consortium of donors, basically, that are getting this special classified information. They're making a lot of money, and therefore they feel like, okay, I'm going to make a donation to the Clinton Foundation. So why is Eric Braverman missing? I think the same reason Chris Stevens was murdered and Mark Turi is dead. This kind of could have been a deal that went Mark Rich's way. He's a known arms dealer, he's a known oil smuggler, and he's a known money launderer. So this is Fox News 2015. The government of Qatar buys the Stinger missiles. They go to Libya, then over to Syria. Can bring down a jet or a plane. This is the structure. I'll just show it really quickly. Here's Andrew Shapiro kind of before he becomes that deputy ambassador. These are, this is Bob Kovac here and Beth McCormick. And there's a whole cast of people that are involved in making these arms approvals. So in order for this to happen, Shapiro has to come in and really kind of intimidate the group, because these are all longtime good State Department employees for the most part. That will, the story is moving in this direction to this next level of people. This is James Rise in New York Times, about 2 months after Turi is killed, the arms dealer. He quotes Turi in this article: arms going to Qatar, then being found with the Libyan rebels. KKNR Global Initiative is brokering it. Why is that important with Eric Braverman? Well, his husband is Neil Brown. They're packaging arms deals and oil deals for Middle East governments and Central American governments, and North African governments for that, all over the world. David Petraeus is running that, so he's kind of going into the oil deals and saying, hey, Mr. Military person, foreign intelligence service person, we'll cut you in on the deal, but we'll create a structure for you. Henry Kissinger is kind of the godfather of that company. This is Seymour Hersh. Rat line, talks about the rat line, talks about missiles here, talks about missiles and sarin gas from Gaddafi's stores with Gaddafi's signatures, Then 2 years later, the New York Times reports on it. But basically the idea is to put a pipeline from Qatar to Bulgaria, topple this government with Sunni tribes. We'll have a couple of gas attacks that'll force Obama to bomb. If the tribes don't get it done, we'll kind of force Obama to bomb. He didn't, obviously. And then this NATO country, the only way you can do that is you have to have a coup, and that obviously wasn't successful at. So let me just, a lot of people think, oh, Clinton just pardoned Mark Rich, and all Mark Rich did was smuggle oil. Well, and all he did was get $1 million from Peter Kadzik's wife. No. He's gotten tens of millions of dollars from Mark Rich over the years, way after the pardon. So he's been in this arms and oil business for all that time. There's 1,000 hidden, if this is Clinton cash, Peter Schweitzer, there's 1,000 missing hidden donations. So a lot of this will come to light. His wife, Denise Rich, has offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands. That's a nice way, if you get thrown a deal, to send back your kickback. How are these guys related? Well, he was a lawyer in the pardon case. Now he's the official at DOJ, kind of covering up the Hillary and the Huma email investigation. Everybody knows Podesta. These guys meet about once a month. They're lifelong friends. So quickly, we get to the timeline. ISA asks for the emails. Kadzik comes in, instead of giving them to him, starts the cover-up. Interestingly enough, Rudy Giuliani is the guy who originally, 33 years ago, investigated Kadzik. The guy who took over is James Comey, and just like a few months ago, he let Hillary go with no punishment. And the Clintons go with no punishment. So history repeats. Kadzik had to turn on deep dive surveillance on Turi because of this. They were trying to pin the arms deal on him. He finally goes to the press, doesn't trust the negotiations anymore. Braverman sees the article. He goes to the press. Now we got 2 leaks. Now we really got to, now another $500,000 goes to McCabe's wife. This is the FBI deputy director's wife, to put Eric Braverman on deep surveillance, meaning we're looking at everything they do and we're following them everywhere they go, as far as communications as well as where they go physically. Hima destroys those schedules, and then Bill Clinton a year later meets on the tarmac. And I think they thought this thing's going to get hung on Turi and we're going to have no problem here. We'll just say it's a rogue arms dealer. But Turi refuses the guilty plea. Clinton Foundation has to file taxes to dump this Clinton Global Initiative money into the Clinton Foundation, but they still haven't come totally clean on the hidden donations. I won't have time here to explain how they do it, but it's basically they report a range of donations. Braverman realizes he's the fall guy. Cut out the plane there. He sees the email. Braverman sees the email on the 22nd. He realizes he's been under surveillance for a year and a half. He sees that some of the people he's in contact with through intermediaries, through law firms, are now not having such good health situations that summer. Tries to go to the embassy, and now they're both still missing. So that's where we are. Tomorrow I'll have a little bit more information on the State Department side. Day 23, where is Eric Braverman? In this series, what I try to do is follow the money, is exactly the advice Eric Braverman gave the press when he went to the press about the Clinton Foundation. The other thing I would add to the Clinton Foundation, if you really want to figure it out, is also follow the arms and follow the oil. Mark Rich would be a classic example of this, where he was smuggling arms, he was smuggling oil, and also doing the financing, doing the money laundering. So that relationship did not end after the bribe to get him pardoned. It continued and was very profitable, and I'll show you that. But this first reference here is Peter Dale Scott, basically says Pakistan, Afghanistan, Colombia, in this, it was a big triangle. So this triangle just keeps repeating. You take drug money, you buy embargoed oil, you sell it at a profit on the spot market, and then you buy weapons and give them to your friends to run the country. The State Department information can be extremely valuable to helping drug, arms, and money launderers. For instance, if you have a friend like Mark Rich that I mentioned, you could basically tell them in a meeting that, hey, there's a loophole here for buying embargoed oil, and just name the other commodity that you can use to buy that. Then you can go to somebody like Bilal Erdogan, who's the son of the president of Turkey, who owns a shipping company. You can get him to pick the oil up here and then take it to Turkey. It can then be remarketed all over the world and sold at a profit. So because it's no longer embargoed. As well as you can go to a drug smuggler and somebody who's running a protection racket for a drug rat line in Pakistan, and you can do the same thing. You can get money from him to invest in this kind of an operation. Here's Mateen coming out of the door of the State Department. He's also got pictures with Hillary, as everybody knows. So how does this information get relayed? Well, they have these C3 meetings, which are consultation, command, and control meetings with NATO partners. Here's Bob Kovac meeting with the folks in Turkey in 2009. And that's how folks like Bilal Erdogan, either deliberately or on purpose, get information like, you can use gold to buy embargoed oil in Iran. That works. That's a loophole, and then leave. That doesn't mean that Robert Kovac is involved in smuggling. It just means that you just gave this guy a great way of making a lot of money. So anyway, this is the team. This is the investigation is moving this direction, especially with the Mark Turi investigation and this guy right here, Andrew Shapiro. So it's not like this is the first time this has happened. This is Mark Rich's wife, who basically owns a whole bunch of offshore accounts. And then this is after the pardon of Mark Rich. And then she's getting money. This is another key friend of Mark Rich, who works for the Hillary Clinton campaign. That was the 2008 campaign. This is Mark Rich's protege in Russia. He basically goes all around the old Russian, the old USSR territories, and does minerals deals, uranium and all sorts of things, gold, etc. And here, this guy down here, Chiguri, is the one where Hillary wanted to buy, build a State Department office complex in Nigeria, et cetera, et cetera. He's done millions of deals with them. And the Clinton cash is the reference here. Peter Schweizer's Clinton cash. So what's in these emails? Well, these arms deals, these daily arms, these daily assessments, daily briefings are going to be in there. Just much like if you look at the email trail between Hillary and Sid Blumenthal, you're going to see a lot of that type of information. The Stinger missile deal, the only reason it got out was because these Stinger missiles, when you fire them, sometimes they don't go off properly or sometimes they don't blow up properly, and they leave these little serial numbers. And that proves that somebody, they don't make these in Aleppo. So I talked about the King of Morocco doing $28 million bribe to the Clinton Foundation. You can also take this money once you get it, and rather than just put it directly into the foundation, run it through that wheel a couple of times, the drug oil wheel 2 or 3 times, and make this $100 million, and then put it in the Clinton Foundation. All you have to do is kind of bundle it along with another donation, and then make it look like a range. So anyway, that's what I'm doing, following the money. I won't go too much into this. This is Philip Reines. Basically, what happened at the State Department is they got rid of all the old pros, the old good guys, and people who had allegiances to them. And Hillary kind of took over the State Department with taking over USAID, and that they used that to run guns in Turkey. And then she also took over the department that does all the arms approval and basically brokered all those arms deals. They also control, another part of the State Department controls embargoed oil, so they made deals there as well. You can read Clinton cash for that as well. So who are the key players? Mike Morrell is a key guy on the CIA side. He's there. This is the Black Ops side. He testified at Benghazi instead of Petraeus. Petraeus, yes, he's in KKNR, which is Eric Braverman's husband's firm. This is one of those emails I was talking to you about between Sid, for the Libya oil play, and then in the Mark Turi case, and then Hillary recommends that it go to it goes to the Mark Rich type people rather than through this arms dealer who made the proposal. So that's their conversation. Who's at the center of this? The KKNR. They're inserting themselves in all these arms deal. That book of business that was at the State Department, they just said, doesn't happen without a bribe to the Clinton Foundation, all these countries. As well as the arms manufacturers. They kind of shook them down as well. The jets, helicopters, drones, etc. Philippe Reines is your fixer. That's going to be coming. As I mentioned before, Shapiro, he was doing the arms export licenses. So the arms don't go into the country and can't be sold without the approval. So the export licenses are going here, and he's forwarding them to Huma. And I'll cover that cover stories there on Jeremy Bash. But that's your flow. Here's your investment flow. A lot of these world events create investment opportunities. And then you can also bundle bribes and money through like Hollywood stars. So you can take a $50 million profit, or that $28 million from the King of Morocco, and divide it up amongst 28 stars, whoever you want. And then they can be, then they can go to a dinner and be with Hillary and Bill and look good. So, but it's this is his wife at CNN, so you can kind of plant whatever story you want. You can say them exactly what day you're going to, attack Mosul and stuff like that. And his assistant is at ABC News. So there's a very incestuous relationship between State Department and CNN. And I understand there has to be a certain amount of communication, but when you give emails to Podesta 3 days before something happens in the world, and then she gets it 2 days before, and then it happens and the public finds out 2 days later to political players, then that's not a good thing. So why did Chris Stevens die in this deal? Well, the president approved sending sending Stinger missiles. And he was hesitant because a Stinger missile not only can take down a helicopter, but it also can take down a Russian jet. So that, there's a World War III possibility there. So if they didn't tell the president that they were going to ship these Stingers to Syria, because there's not a Russian air base here, but there, or Russian military base, but there is one there. So I doubt Obama would have signed off on sending Stingers, and I know he wouldn't have signed off on using the sarin gas from Gaddafi's old stockpile. So this has got Hillary's fingerprints, not Obama's. This also has Mark Rich's fingerprints, because you're going to end up with oil resources here. What are you going to do? You're going to ship them over here to Turkey. You're going to refine them in Bilal's refinery. You're going to buy it at a low price, and you're going to sell it high on the spot market. So these are just references. James Risen, New York Times, said exactly that, quotes this armed dealer, Qatar, Libya, and then Syria. I mentioned the KKNR connection before, getting involved in all these deals. Neil Brown is the husband of Eric Braverman, and Petraeus is the chairman, and Kissinger's the godfather. So here was the big plan for Syria. This is Seymour Hersh, talks about the rat line that I spoke of earlier between Libya and Syria, talks about the Stingers, talks about the sarin gas, but the big plan was to go for this pipeline. You can topple here with insurgency by arming the Sunni rebels. This is NATO, so you're going to have to go with a coup here, and that's what happened, and both failed. So this is the triangle of the cover-up now. You got Mark Rich with a bribe to Clinton. You also have Peter Kadzik, his wife. These guys use their wives a lot. His wife is the one who arranged the bribe. He's also in charge of the investigation for Hillary's emails and Huma's emails. Of course, everybody knows Podesta and the fact these guys are lifelong buddies, sending email back and forth and going to dinner all the time once a month. So I will speed through this, but rather than give over the emails, Kadzik brought in to do the cover-up. Basically, it goes all the way back 33 years, and then he testified later on, about 2000, at the pardon hearings for Mark Rich. Rudy Giuliani goes back 33 years. The guy who took over the case was James Comey, one of his young attorneys. He did the same thing back then that he did now. He let Hillary go. I've said this before, so I'll just breeze through it. Basically, there's a whole bunch of things that happen because of this Mark Turi deal. When Braverman sees this Mark Turi publicizing this deal, he now realizes that the Clinton Global Initiative has been feeding money into the Clinton Foundation, and that these ranges of donations have a huge arms money component to them. So this was when he goes to the press. Then you have the FBI trying to cover that up, following him around, harassing him. Then you've got Huma destroying evidence. Then you got Bill trying to do fixing on the airplane with Lynch. Then you have the DOJ plea where they dropped the case against Turi because they were trying to hang it on him, and Turi basically doesn't go for it. We haven't seen him since he did that. This is the deal where they had to refile the taxes. And this is where Braverman finds out, oh my gosh, all my worst suspicions were true. All those hidden donations, those 1,000 hidden donations, those are all unbundled arms deals and oil deals, some oil deals, mostly arm deals. And then the conduit obviously was the maid, and you know all about that, faxing all the information. So smoking gun, you don't know about that. Everybody knew it was Braverman all along. We haven't seen Braverman. A lot of the people he talked to, his intermediaries at WikiLeaks, are dead since then, and we still don't know where he is. So that's the update. Okay, day 24. Eric Braverman's still missing. Haven't heard much from his husband either, Neil Brown, in the last few days. And of course, the guy who started this whole thing is Mark Turi, this guy who was kind of set up by the State Department to take the fall for the Stinger missile deal. What is a Mark Rich triangle? What is an illicit trade triangle? It's where you take drug money, you buy oil from an embargoed country, you sell it to another country that has an oil embargo for imports. You make money. Both both ways, and then you sell the weapons to that country to consolidate power within the country. It's just a wheel. It's basically just, Kissinger calls this the world order. By creating these trade triangles, you control, all the governments. So this is Peter Dale Scott, and you can read him on Deep State. He's the guy who coined the word deep state. So who is Mark Rich again, and why did I say he runs trade triangles? Well, he's a convicted oil smuggler, convicted arms smuggler, convicted money launderer. Rudy Giuliani was the first guy with 68 counts in 1983, so that's how far back this goes. How does he relate to Bill Clinton? Well, Bill Clinton pardoned him the last day of his on office. Who was his lawyer? That was Peter Kadzik. How does Peter Kadzik relate to Clinton? Well, his wife gave $1 million to Clinton the day of the for the pardon. How does Kadzik know Podesta? They're lifelong buddies since college. Peter Schweitzer talks in Clinton cash about 1,000 hidden donations. Most of these turn out to be tens of millions of dollars from Mark Rich, or through the next two intermediaries I'm going to show you. One of the intermediaries who has offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands that came out in the offshore papers is Denise Rich. Here's the other one who ran Hillary's 2008 campaign. So this is after the pardon, okay? You're going to see that the Libyan oil play looks a lot like the Nigerian oil play of 1996. Chiguri, best friends with Mark Rich, overthrow the country, sell the oil rights, have it refined in a NATO country. It's a very simple MO. Here's Mark Rich's best friend in Asia, his protege, uranium expert. That was the pivot to Asia. When Hillary does her pivot to Asia, was for sending Bill all around the Asian countries and getting mineral concessions for the Clinton Foundation. So why is Braverman dead? Why is Chris Stevens dead? Why is Mark Turi dead? Because they're the guys that told the truth. They're the heroes of this story. And this deal the Libya oil play has Mark Rich's fingerprints all over it. What was the deal? Send the weapons to Qatar because these were on the banned list, State Department banned list. Then you send them stingers here, overthrow this government, sell the oil concessions and ship them to Turkey, have it refined there. Same thing for Syria. You topple it and then you start doing trucks and you truck it to Turkey, which is what ISIS is doing now. So how do we know that? Russian gun cams blowing up the trucks on that rat line. So the State Department doesn't have to necessarily do Operation Zero Footprint or Operation Timber Sycamore, that overt, with the president having to sign off and so forth. It can be just little simple things like telling people loopholes for trading. So for instance, you could tell a Mark Rich that you can buy embargoed oil from Iran if you use gold. It's called the gold loophole. Well, if you drop that kind of information to a guy who ships illegal oil, embargoed oil, that's very valuable. And that is the son of the president of Turkey, Erdogan. You can also do the same thing by giving people that run rat lines for drugs in Pakistan. You can let them know when military patrols are going to be, so they know when to run the trucks and when not to run the trucks. So the way that you can do this is through what's called NATO C3 meetings, command and control meetings. Here's Kovac from State Department. Here's, I believe, Beth McCormick. And they're meeting in late 2009 with Turkey. And that gentleman is not far away. So this is where the story is moving. I can tell you, all these folks are going to come out in the Turi case and many others when you see their depositions, as well as CIA folks. So what are the two funnels basically to Hillary? She basically has a CIA funnel, and that funnel is Petraeus and Morell. You got to know that because you got to know when the coast is clear, basically. And then there's the State Department funnel, which is the policy side. You got to know about the loopholes and so forth. So a lot of this information doesn't necessarily have to be smoking guns like this. This smoking gun is, hey, this Turi deal just came across the thing, and the British are trying to muscle in on our Libyan oil play, and then Hillary says, let's sub this out to these folks right here. So what's in the emails? Some of it, they're going to be arms deals. There's also going to be resources deals. It's going to be oil and arms, like the King of Morocco deal, Stinger missile deal, etc. But like I said, it also could be innocuous schedules, like here is when the blue team is at inspection point A. That's valuable information to a smuggler. So just keep following the arms and oil as we go through these new emails as these are going to come out. Either they're going to come out redacted or unredacted. So Trump has a choice. He can either push them out redacted or he can see them unredacted. So here's Shapiro. This is the part of the State Department that analyzes all the weapons purchases. He takes over, very close confidant of Hillary. You got the Honduran coup 1 week later, these old salts of the State Department, Ross leaves. And then what you're going to find is these export licenses or those kind of arms deals are going to be going through Philippe to Huma's server. How do I know that? Well, here's the famous firing squad email that Philippe sent. He said, we're going to basically figuratively firing squad of these 3 State Department, legends, basically. Holbrook's been my favorite. He's the one who in Vietnam wrote the paper about, this pacification is not working. Killing everyone wearing sandals is not a good strategy. So he did the Dayton architect. He's just a fantastic statesman. Here's Hillary. How did she double arms sales? Almost double arms sales? Well, she basically took the existing book of business and inserted KKNR in the middle of it. And then for people who couldn't buy, she took bribes like here's the king of Morocco. So here's all the nations. She's also shaking down the plane jet manufacturers as well as the drone manufacturers. And Rhinus has that side of the business, and Huma has the tribes side of the business, the Muslim tribes, the Sunni and Shia tribes. Why is all this connected to finance? Well, by knowing foreign policy and when we're going to invade and what day we're going to invade and telling people and telegraphing, we're going to invade in 4 months, and then it happens 4 months later, shows that you have control of the information. And how do you get that information out? Well, it helps if your wife is the bureau chief of Washington, D.C. For CNN. Who else could use that information? Well, you could email it over to the campaign manager of your campaign and give it to campaign donors, and they could take advantage of that. So this is exactly what this is. This is an investment triangle right here. Just quick sourcing. James Risen, only 2 months. This is Operation Zero Footprint. Nobody was supposed to know about it. Only 2 months into it, hey, they're shipping weapons to Qatar, and somehow they're ending all the way over in Libya, and somehow they're ending up in Syria, and somehow they're shooting down helicopters in Afghanistan. What's going on? So now you have to throw in to action a cover-up. So who ran KKNR Global Initiative? He wasn't there yet, but he's brought in later to take the fall. Braverman's not at Clinton Foundation yet, but he's brought in to take the fall. Who really did the deal? Petraeus and Kissinger. So, to remind you, more proof, Seymour Hersh, 2014, writes about the rat line from Libya to Syria, Qatar to Libya to Syria, and he adds sarin gas. So this is something when Obama signs off in 2011 on Zero Footprint, he does not sign off sarin gas. The guy who adds sarin gas precursors from the old Gaddafi stockpile, David Petraeus. This all comes out later with the New York Times on Timber Sycamore. 2016. So that cover-up's in motion for Hillary's emails, ISO letter. Instead of turning over the information, Kadzik comes into DOJ. He was running the cover-up before that, but it starts out with all these emails back and forth and meetings back and forth with Podesta, and who defended him in the BCCI case way back when, as I mentioned before, 33 years ago, Rudy Giuliani. And Comey comes in and then lets Hillary off the hook. History repeats. So, Kadzik, this deep dive surveillance, what it is they monitor everything you do, every phone call, every text, every email message you send, as well as physically. You have a physical surveillance, and they're seeing who you're meeting with. That's why people that Turi met with are going to be in danger, and the people Braverman's going to meet with are in danger. When Turi does go to the press, Turi goes to the press, then Braverman goes soon after that, because now Braverman realizes, these are arms things that they were trying to shove through on my balance sheet here. So the $675,000 bribe to McCabe at FBI, for the Braverman surveillance, Huma destroys the schedules. Now all the destruction of evidence starts. Bill meets on the tarmac, lets Loretta know how things are going. Turi refuses the plea So now a whole nother set of things have to go into effect. The Clinton Global Initiative has to take the arms bribes and put them in the Clinton Foundation because that's the shared account with the DNC, and these 1,000 donations are still not declared. Up until this day today, these 1,000 hidden donations have not been declared. But Braverman knows he's going to get pinned for it. The smoking gun email, everybody remembers that from Podesta. These guys at WikiLeaks die, Braverman goes to the embassy, and now they're still both missing. And now we add Neil Brown to the plot. Okay, day 25, where's Eric Braverman? Still no sign. And his husband, also from KKNR, Neil Brown, is also still missing, and Mark Turi, the arms dealer, is also still missing. As I've said before, Eric Braverman's advice to the press should be the same advice that he should give to the special prosecutor or the FBI at least. Follow the money and follow arms deals and follow oil deals. If you just do that, you can understand and unravel everything. First, start with the press. These are published articles talking about weapons being shipped to Qatar and then winding up in Libya and Syria. Who did the deal? KKNR. What's the chain there? Neil Brown, the director, Braverman, Petraeus, Kissinger. James Rison's New York Times. Follow the oil. What were they trying to get? A Qatar to Turkey pipeline, Seymour Hersh, rat line, 2014. That's why the Stinger missiles, that's why the sarin gas. Also New York Times, a little bit later, 2 years later, Timber Sycamore. The evidence, what evidence are we going to follow? We're going to follow not only Huma's emails, but Philippe's, all the people at the State Department that had a Gmail account. We need to subpoena all those emails. And we can do that now. We don't have to wait for Huma's server. We can subpoena all their emails because there's already a smoking gun in the Podesta emails, Shapiro's emails. We can also do the court documents. There's a 5-year court case there for the Stinger missiles. We can get those. We can ask the Clinton Foundation to stop reporting ranges of gifts and declare the 1,000 hidden donations that are not there. That's another way of following the money. The King of Morocco deal for the $28 million is just one of 1,000 deals. So follow those deals, subpoena those records. We also have the emails and the email trails. We've learned what the trail of emails is. It's Petraeus, it's Kissinger, Petraeus, Morrell, this kind of the left arm, the sinister arm, Philippe, okay? Subpoena all their emails. The State Department arm is Soros, Clinton, Mills, Huma. We have a just cause to convene a grand jury and subpoena these emails and interview these witnesses because of the Podesta emails. You can see the relationships here. So these are the funnels, all the people along the way, including the people who received the information, Blumenthal, Chelsea, the maid, Chelsea's husband at the hedge fund, Wiener at the PR firm. All the downstream recipients are fair game for the special prosecutor. I just wanted to say here that a lot of the people here in the State Department may feel like their loyalties lie to Henry Kissinger, and I agree that Kissinger was doing a lot for Israel and how he was aligning, world orders. I wanted to send my children to fight for the IDF there, so I am no enemy of Israel at all. But the drug triangles and the oil triangles and so forth back then, like the Golden Triangle in Vietnam, was because of this situation. Israel's completely surrounded, and the Palestinians had all this area. Now it's a much different thing. There's not only all this area is filled in, but then there's buffer zones. We don't need to use the same covert methods that we used to use to defend the state of Israel. That's my basic thesis here. But you see this over and over again where he says, well, there's a lot of chaos in public, but beneath the surface, there's all these careful trade triangles that we've engineered. He's meeting with Trump today. So why is Braverman missing? Well, he got involved in this, and he saw the surface, he saw the splashes on the surface, but he didn't see the rocks below. That's the same reason Stevens got murdered and Turi was murdered. And you have, in any kind of trade triangle, you have these deals that you do to keep people happy so they won't kill each other. And I appreciate that in Henry Kissinger's arsenal here. The deal here was take the Libyan oil and send it to Turkey for refining. So Turkey would be happy, so Turkey would take pressure off of the Free Palestine movement and trying to break the blockade in Palestine. So that's why you need a guy like Mark Rich every once in a while, because somebody has to ship that oil, somebody has to buy it on the spot market, somebody has to go to a drug dealer to get the money to buy the discounted oil, and then somebody has to ship it. So the pardon deal is just one of many, many, many deals that Mark Rich did with these trade triangles. And now a lot of them were to affect, and he is a hero in Israel, because it was for the safety of Israel. But as time went on and the security of Israel got better, the need for this kind of activity just is reduced. Kadzik, again, I think he believes he's being a good citizen of Israel, his wife, giving these bribes and so forth, and his wife accepting the bribes. I think they all have their heart in the right place, but I'm just saying it's time to stop. We need to get the special prosecutor and unwind this, because we're on the wrong path. Here's the easiest way to get Mark Rich to take embargoed oil. You tell him about a gold loophole where, did you know that you could buy oil with gold? And then all of a sudden you've got Erdogan's son with the shipping company taking it from Libya, in this case, taking it from Iran. And you get your money from guys like this, guys who are running rat lines in Pakistan for opium. You do it through meetings like the State Department, so we're going to need to get all the State Department notes. We're going to need to subpoena all these notes. We can do that today. We don't need to wait. Don't need to wait for Huma's server. All the conversations with these folks, all that should be recorded information. All the interactions and emails with people like this need to be turned over. The Turkish investigation, which had about 47, 48 people, all needs to be translated and brought over in the case. The funnels, the money funnels, Denise Rich, this is Mark Rich's best friend for all the pivot to Asia, uranium deals and other commodities deals, heavy precious metals deals. Chiguri, who's Mark Rich's also best friend from 20 years ago, when we toppled Nigeria and still took their oil and sent it to Turkey for processing. All that needs to come out, those court documents. All these are interviews and subpoenas and grand jury opportunities. The guy who took the call, Shapiro, who took the call from Ambassador Stevens and said, hey, there's 400 Stingers going out of here in Libya to Jordan and Turkey, and I think they're going to ISIS. That's grand jury, all of his emails, the emails he sent to Philippe, the male counterpart of Huma, basically. Those are all a subpoena. And even people in the same firm, you might even want to subpoena his emails to his ex-wife, Dana Bash. Tom Nidus, we already have smoking guns. We know his wife. We know he's giving information to his wife, planning information for investment purposes with donors for Podesta. All that is fair game. The donors, as well as, now that we have the Podesta WikiLeaks, we can prove all these relationships. If you have a sister that works for the head of APC, that's fair game. Here we see in an email who the enemies are. Basically, Philippe is lining out. We want to kind of line these State Department legends up in like a firing squad when we first take over so that we can get rid of them. So all these people's allegiances at the State Department, anybody who ever knew any of these people, as well as these two people who are still alive, are good interviews for a supply of information, good witnesses for a grand jury. Hillary doubled arms sales, so all the KKNR notes regarding brokering meetings with any of these countries are all fair game, as well as meeting with the vendors. That's why the speeches are just the beginning. Conversations like this, any type of ex parte conversation that's not being recorded. We can embargo them. We can do a lot of things with trade unless they provide information. So there's things that can be done there. I'm not recommending that, but I'm just saying it is a possible trade lever. CADZIC, with all the cover-up activities, can all be subpoenaed. We know the Mark Rich BCCI oil case from 33 years ago. But recently, Peter Comey, the brother of the director at DLA Piper, is the only company ever to do an audit of the Clinton Foundation. We need to have an independent audit. We need to see that audit. We need to know the exact amount of those donations. We need to see the papers that the Clinton Foundation grants that they gave to Peter Comey for New York City redevelopment deals. That's fair game. Any surveillance that was ordered by CADZIC, all can be forwarded. The Mark Turi surveillance is a FOIA. Now, a lot of times they hide it. They don't even open an assessment anymore at the FBI to hide stuff. But there's going to be a file, an FBI file. You're going to have a file on Braverman for surveillance. We want to know more about this bribe here to the wife, and we want to subpoena phone conversations between McCabe and CADZIC. She's already destroyed the schedules, but there's a corresponding meeting on somebody else's calendar so we can look at all the meetings and take a deep dive into that. When somebody destroys evidence, that's where you go as a prosecutor. The Clinton tarmac meeting, it's already being FOIA'd by Judicial Watch, Tom Fitton. There's got to be a transcript to all the Mark Turi case. This is a 5-year case. Those transcripts exist, so those should be made public. Redacted, but public, because the public has a right to know when the law is being broken by these folks. There's a hidden 1,000 donations. So from that audit, from that DLA Piper audit, we should get a better idea of those. But if not, then we should bring in Simpson Thacher or some other organization that's has proven themselves to be reputable in the process. And then there's going to be journals, hopefully, or calendars for Braverman, Brown, Chelsea, the maid, anybody else is involved, the Wiener, Chelsea's husband who's worked at the hedge fund, anything that a reasonable suspicion that this classified information might have been moved for investment purposes. We have these smoking guns from the email, so we're not going on a fishing hunt here. We know that Braverman tried to make contacts through intermediaries, through WikiLeaks people. All these people's emails are discoverable for a reasonable grand jury. Russian embassy, we can take the camera footage, security camera footage around the Russian embassy that day. That's discoverable. If you really want to find someone, if you really want to get to the bottom of something, you have to convene grand juries and you've got to subpoena these records. Okay, day 26, still no Eric Braverman. From the Clinton Foundation. This is a story of a lot of missing people. Mark Turi is missing, which he's the arms dealer that basically caused this whole situation at the Clinton Foundation to sort of unravel. And it also was going to cause things at KKNR Global Initiative to unravel. His husband runs that. Braverman's, when he went to the press, his advice to NBC was follow the arms, follow the money. The email is going to take us there. I'll briefly explain this triangle of trade, I call it. You basically do what Mark Rich did. You take drug money, you put it into a bank called BCCI, you buy oil with it on the spot market from embargoed countries like Iran, you ship it to countries which have import embargoes like South Africa, so you're buying at a discount and selling at a premium, and then you buy weapons for whatever government you're trying to control. So that's going to come in handy. So here it is, 2 months. This is New York Times, James Risen, 2 months after Mark, the Ambassador Stevens, is killed in Libya. This is the Turry case. This is the arms dealer that was involved in shipping some of the weapons. He never got paid, though. The CIA director at the time, David Petraeus, all through, right after the Libya war, all the way through Christopher Stevens' death. He leaves a little bit after that. KKNR Global Initiative is formed about, he lays low at New York University, I believe, for about 5 months and then comes back and forms this. What is this? This is basically a repeat of Kissinger Associates from 30 years ago. What do? They basically package arms deals from Middle Eastern countries. They get the arms dealers together along with the different countries they're trying to sell them to, and they sell access as well as set up drilling leases and so forth. Who runs KKNR? When did he come in? Right about the same time. As a matter of fact, he is the ghostwriter for David Petraeus since going back before this time. And who else joins about the same time? Eric Braverman. What's happening here is Petraeus is no longer the CIA director, but still wants to make a market in how to use that information. So he's setting up this Clinton Global Initiative in the image of Kissinger Associates. Kissinger obviously has spoken at many of their arms summits. Who else is Kissinger involved with? Well, that goes back to BCCI and Mark Rich, and his dealings with Henry Kravitz at KKNR go back to 1986. What did he do back then with Kissinger Associates? Well, they'd charge $400,000 a year and they'd have conversations, just talking, nothing written down. And it was worth $400,000 a year, so it must have been pretty good information. So, why is Eric Braverman still missing? This is June 27th, Fox News basically breaks this whole Mark Turry story. This came from court documents. You know the story, the Stinger missiles go here, and the oil topple is successful here, it's not successful there. This goes back a long ways to Libya and their embargoed oil and Mark Rich trading their embargoed oil. So I'm just wondering if you were involved in a business deal for 30 years with Mark Rich trading illegal oil, and this new oil now that you've tapped into Libya is going to go to the old people who used to refine it in Turkey. Would you use Mark Rich again? That's my question. Mark Rich goes back to BCCI, Rudy Giuliani, Kissinger Associates. What else did Mark Rich do? Oh yeah, he was in kind of a twist of fate. He was the CEO of 20th Century Fox. So, to remind everybody, more verification, Seymour Hersh, Pulitzer Prize, he writes that famous red line to rat line about this situation, just kind of confirming what I said. The reason is because of this pipeline, topple here, coup here, and New York Times comes back and confirms it in 2016 with Timber Sycamore, John McCain, Hillary, and David Petraeus are architects of that plan. So, Rich is gonna, if you really want to dig, Rich is gonna, through all these donations, is gonna unfold 1,000, it's gonna launch 1,000 investigations. Most people are just familiar with the pardon, the oil smuggling pardon and the money laundering pardon and the drug smuggling pardon. And some people are aware of one of his funnels to get the monies to the Clintons. But I'll show you the next slide a lot more. That relationship continued with the Clinton Foundation after the pardon. He gave tens of millions. Who defended him in the pardon situation, worked out the deal with Hillary? That was Kadzik, who emails Kadzik constantly and sets up a strategy meeting, a dinner once a month. That's Podesta. So it's a very tight quadrangle. So like I said, the Stinger deal is the one of these 1,000 that's the most important because there's court documents and that will unravel this. So, funnels. I mentioned her offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands to get money to Hillary. You probably all know Chiguri. He's very famous. We did the 96 topple of Nigeria and then had the oil refined. Billionaire. This is his connection in Asia, his right-hand man, Mark Rich's right-hand man. He had Bill fly all over Asia when Hillary did her pivot to Asia, the uranium deal, Uranium One came out of that. This is Hillary's campaign manager. That's another funnel. Here's these commodity guys, another funnel. So follow the money is working for us so far. What basically happened is while David Petraeus and Hillary were Secretary of State, they could get involved in approving a lot of arms deals. But they also needed a vehicle after they got out, especially in 2013, to still keep brokering that same information, that same State Department CIA information. So that's when the KKNR Global Initiative is created, and that's when Eric Braverman and Brown are brought in. It's built in the image of Kissinger Associates, same sort of model. All whispers, nothing written down, some stuff written down. I'll show you some C3 meeting stuff that's going to get written down and it's going to unwind this, and the guy who does it. But it's basically to funnel bribes for after Hillary leaves office. It's also kind of Chelsea's piggy bank. It's going to be after Hillary wins, it's going to be Chelsea's piggy bank. Who are some of the other folks? Well, this is the key information. This is the arms export information. Key people there. How are these people involved? Well, he's the guy who was signing off on the Stinger missiles. He gets a call from Ambassador Stevens saying, hey, there's 400 Stinger missiles going on C-130s over to Jordan and over to Turkey, and it looks like they're going to ISIS. That doesn't seem right. So Philip Reines is going to be your funnel, your email funnel to Huma's server. You're also going to see a few emails from Jeremy Bash. So, what was I talking about before with the C3 meetings? These are called command and control meetings. They basically hand out a lot of awards to local military people, the Army, Air Force, Navy, et cetera, Marines. And then they go into the secure communications facility and then they talk about arms shipments and oil deals and things like that. Mainly concentrating on arms, oil, and minerals. And that information sometimes gets fed to people who are oil smugglers or arms smugglers. This kind of information, it's called a C3. KKNR subjects are also called C3. You're going to find that the agendas here and the things we're spoken about in classified documents, top secret documents, are the same things that are left on laptops in hotel rooms for people to get, and they're left on coffee shop, Starbucks tables accidentally while Anthony Weiner goes to the bathroom, and you're going to find them in Philippe Reines's emails. This is the sex scandal I think everybody knows about, Paula Broadwell. The court decided earlier this year to seal those records in the CIA scandal case. And then you have Eric Braverman marrying Neil Brown the next month. Well, that does give you Fifth Amendment protection. In the court documents, it says right here, there's lots of emails from Philippe Reines and also Jeremy Bash. I'll just let Philippe think about Michael Hastings for a little bit. I'll reveal that connection a little bit later. But these emails allow us to do a kind of a pie chart. This is kind of the pie chart, a flow chart, org chart, I'm sorry, of the CIA guys and also the State Department side. And I left out Shapiro here, but those are the funnels. Those are your information funnels. You always know who's kind of stand-in when Petraeus doesn't want to go to the Benghazi hearings. He puts Morrell in there. So, and also downstream, Chelsea Huma, the maid, Weiner, the Chelsea's husband, all these people that are remarketing this C3 type information. There's also called classified field reports, CFRs, which are very valuable. What's your media link? You've already seen this link between Tom Nidus and Podesta. His wife works at CNN, Virginia Mosley. This is almost like the hero stories, that the war stories. Oh, we're going to attack Mosul in 4 months. That's tipping off all your investor folks that, hey, you might want to go to the Morgan Stanley office tomorrow, or you might want to go to the KKNR office or wherever you get your information, Goldman Sachs, and pay them a visit and talk to your investment advisor. So the evidence to follow, as I mentioned, are all these emails. The court documents got sealed in about a year ago, but that is going to open up, the court documents will open up those C3s. The sex case, the CIA sex case, not really a sex case. It's actually just a cover-up of all this type of information. That'll also open up some other documents. And just keep following the email, following the arms, following the oil.
So what are you going to get? You're going to get emails like this, which are actually strategy documents of who do we need to assassinate, in the State Department. This is Philippe Reines. I'm not going to have time to go into this piece of it. I really wanted to talk more about the connections and how KKNR was kind of built in Kissinger Associates mold. And the one piece that, people seem to find interesting is that Peter Comey's brother was a DLA Piper. That's the only company that's ever done an audit of the Clinton Foundation. And he also received funds from the Clinton Foundation through grants for weatherizing New York and renovating New York property. So that's another conflict of interest. This person who represented Mark Rich and, in an oil scandal should not be running the investigation for Huma's emails and Hillary's emails. And the FBI person he bribed, $675,000, shouldn't be doing that. And somebody who's doing audits and receiving money from the foundation shouldn't be involved in the investigation.
Okay, day 27. Where is Eric Braverman? Still missing. So is his husband. So is this guy, an arms dealer named Mark Turi. And what I'm going to show you is by understanding this case here, which is the case against the U.S. versus Mark Turi, it unwinds what happened to Eric Braverman and a lot of other things at the Clinton Foundation. Basically, this triangle here he fell into a kind of a trade triangle, which is basically teach the native population how to grow poppies with the money, buy guns, with those guns take territory and take the oil. That's kind of this repeating loop that goes over and over with U.S. foreign policy. And I'll show you how that was done here. This guy sold Stinger missiles to the U.S. government. At the last minute, the deal kind of got sidetracked and brokered through what would later become KKNR Global Initiative. And then this money is getting funneled through KKNR Global Initiative to the Clinton Foundation. The only thing that Braverman didn't understand was this part. He saw these donations coming in, but he didn't understand that they were for arms. And that's when he went to the press, as soon as he figured out that these were arms commissions, basically, or arms bribes. Zoom out a little. This is James Risen, New York Times. He talks about this case only 2 months after Ambassador Chris Stevens was murdered. They're falling into the hands of Qatar, getting to Libya, getting to Syria. That's when David Petraeus was CIA director, from the fall of Gaddafi basically to Christopher Stevens' death about 2 months later. KKNR Global Initiative is formed because Petraeus leaves CIA. He spends about 6 months teaching in New York, but then all the while is working on this. This goes back to really basically Henry Kissinger's friendship with Henry Kravis. So what they do is they package arms deals and they take the commission and they put it into the Clinton Foundation, basically. Neil Brown becomes the director right about the same time that the Global Initiative is formed, and Eric Braverman joins the Clinton Foundation at exactly the same time. The Kissinger Associates is the background of this. This goes back 30 years through BCCI and the KKNR connection, going all the way back to, buying factories in foreign countries and so forth. So now I'm not saying KKNR is involved in money laundering like BCCI was, but they are in a position to take advantage of crises, or black swans as we call them, in the investment community. This is a little dense, but I'll go through it slowly. Eric Braverman still missing. Why? Well, it's because of this July 27th news, which was exclusive. Documents show that weapons going from Benghazi to Syria. And I'll show you different proof points along the way to that. That's why Christopher Stevens died, because he was trying to figure out, why are we shipping Stinger missiles and sarin gas to rebels in Turkey and Syria and Jordan? The reason why Turi is probably dead, and I don't know that for sure, But, his lawsuit is over 200 motions, lots of CIA interviews and so forth. Those go from the first motion in 2014 to the last one, October 5th. I went to his website on Trade Defense, no answer to the telephone, can't reach him in Phoenix, and talked to his lawyer yesterday. He said he had no comment. What I was talking to you before about black swans and how KKNR markets these, I just saw a marketing piece where they, basically portray us, bragged about this, is they can create events like this. We can take the oil anytime we want. All we have to do is manipulate the president or we can even do it surreptitiously without the president's knowledge. And that's happened since Eisenhower and the creation of the CIA. And we can also do things like create embargoes, which allows us to buy oil at a discount. So that's basically the whole Mark Rich story. Is the State Department going around and putting embargoes on people and then having Mark Rich go in and take advantage of it with lower prices. So this is just yet another deal. The problem here with Gaddafi is we probably didn't like paying his price that he was asking. So we just overthrew him, and we now have 100% margin. A lot of the Turkey, getting into oil and so forth goes back to the end of the Gulf War and 1992-93. Clintons come in, the president's assassinated or dies of rat poisoning. I don't know how many presidents eat rat poison, but anyway, we start flying in drugs now from Afghanistan, and we're processing the drugs here and sending them to Europe, and we're sending a lot of the profits to Israel. And I'm not a citizen of Israel, but I wanted my kids to fight in the IDF. So, I'm no enemy of Israel. All this, if you really want to get into this, is Sibel Edmonds. She was a translator at the FBI, and she did all these deals. She broke the Dennis Hastert sex ring in D.C., and she's an excellent source here. This person is where I get a lot of my information, which people say, wow, how do you know that? Well, she's dead. She was killed by Turkish intelligence. Her name's Serena Shim. And there she is pointing out, well, geez, there's another helicopter that just got shot down. Where do the rebels get these Stinger missiles? So that's how it all kind of fits together in just different proof points. These documents exist, and they need to be, these CIA interviews are critical to unraveling this case. What was it all about? Well, it was all about this pipeline from Qatar to Turkey. UAE was probably going to pick up on that same pipeline, so they probably kicked in. As a matter of fact, they did kick in for this arms deal. Who says so? Seymour Hersh, Pulitzer Prize, Red Line to Rat Line article. He talks about the missiles and proves that it's the Stinger sarin gas from these Gaddafi stores. A firm with British intelligence at Portendown, I can't remember the city Portendown is in, but anyway, they proved that those were the same precursors here, not the precursors that Assad used or Russia. Horrible, tragic incident 5 days ago. These 3 Green Berets were killed in Jordan after the CIA ignored their warnings that they were training ISIS. So here are these guys training ISIS. They're saying, look, I know these guys are, reading the Quran every day, and I know they're, praying 5 times a day, and I know they're, with ISIS on their phones and all this stuff, and those 3 guys are killed there. This is the same base in Jordan at that airport where they're killed, same base that the Stinger missiles were flown into on the C-130s. So this is all reported in Timber Sycamore. This is the key thing to look up. They came right out and said it was Timber Sycamore. So if you Google Timber Sycamore and Green Beret, you'll find these 3 heroes that were just murdered. I doubt very seriously, as I said before, the sarin gas was added by the president. I do not believe when he signed off on Zero Footprint, he signed off on that. I believe that was added by David Petraeus. So If you look into Mark Rich, and this is going to go a little bit deeper, but there's not just one donation of $1 million from Kadzik's wife to Clinton, but tens of millions go back and forth between the Clintons. If you really want to go deep with, Denise Rich basically, up until the pardon, was the go-between for Mark Rich because he couldn't come into the country. But if you go back to the Kissinger Associates partner, Bob Anderson, who owned Arco, that's really what made Mark Rich, because you have to have a place to refine the oil. And Arco, especially the port of Long Beach, was the key spot for Russian oil and Chinese oil and so forth, Vietnamese oil, etc. So, and the money laundering of that was BCCI. And Rudy Giuliani subpoenaed hundreds of thousands of documents for Rich, and it's all there. It's just a beautiful job in prosecution. Of course, we know Kadzik is in charge of the investigation for Huma's email and Hillary's email, unbelievably. He's lifelong friends with Podesta, so it's really quite laughable. I'll end on this slide, and if you want the background on the Kadzik cover-up, you can go to the previous days that I've recorded. But his wife, as I mentioned, was a funnel through offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands. This is his best friend in Russia. Those are all the Russia deals, the pivot to Asia. This guy, Chiguri, was the Nigerian coup along with that oil play. This is her 2008 campaign manager, so sometimes he uses campaign managers to be funnels. If Mark Rich really is dead, then it's Chiguri that's doing this deal by fingerprints. If that's my next suspect that I'm going to look for. And as I said, if you want the Kadzik cover-up, you can go to earlier. I'll finish off on this. KKNR Global Initiative is basically created to funnel bribes after Hillary leaves office. And they've done $151 billion as of a couple days ago, but they just did another one, $38 billion to Israel for F-35s and Qatar for F-15s, $21 billion. At least Qatar bought the right one. The one that gets hit by lightning, it doesn't blow up. It's actually called the Lightning, the F-35, in an odd twist of fate. Here she is negotiating a $28 million bribe with King of Morocco. And I'll finish on this slide. This all goes back to Andrew Shapiro getting the phone call from Ambassador Stevens saying, hey, we have 400 Stingers going on C-130s to Jordan and to Turkey. What's going on? I think it's going to ISIS. So at that point, he's killed. So I'll leave it there. Well, one more maybe. The financial part of this. Yeah, why not? So Tom Nidus at the State Department. He's going to be a specialist in creating these black swans, the communication plan around the black swans, and the investment consortium to take advantage of the black swans. So these 1,000 hidden investors, you're going to find them centered around two places, New York and Miami, or more specifically West Palm Beach. And the investors are going to be in the New York area. They're going to be you're going to have a lot of overlap with the Bernie Madoff investors. And then down in West Palm Beach, you're going to have a lot of politicians, and you're going to have a lot of generals. I have a lot more on that, but I'll feed that out over time. Okay, day 28. Where is Eric Braverman? There he is. Today I'm going to explain how this arms deal unhooks the Clinton Foundation and KKNR Global Institute, that should say. I'm sorry, I should correct that. And it's through what David Petraeus and even the people who run KKNR Global Institute say is their secret sauce, which is black swans. And black swans are very unexpected events that shake up the investment market and make investments magically great. And I'll show how a trade triangle using drug money to arm rebels to then take oil makes it all happen. So, you've seen this one before. I know it's a little busy, but this is the original deal that caused Hillary to want to take over, topple Assad here with rebels. And it's also why she tried the Turkish coup. Remember, she already toppled Gaddafi over here with Stinger missiles. Neither one of those countries were legal trading partners. And also, here's Seymour Hersh reporting that in the famous Ratline story that there was also sarin gas. And he can show you the proof why it was Libyan gas rather than Turkey or Russia. The other thing is Qatar is obviously the one financing that. It goes to Bulgaria, which is intersects conveniently with something known as the Southern Route. This is a route to ship through Azerbaijan from the Caspian Sea all the way up to Austria into Western Europe. Why? To cut the Russians out of the business. It's not my speculation. Neil Brown said this at one of the Bilderberg meetings. So I don't like the Bilderberg conspiracy theories, but he just came right out and said it, and he was standing right next to Henry Kissinger when he said it. So I've got to take him at his word. Anyway, this is the part that needs to be completed. Well, they never got this part done because obviously Assad didn't get toppled here and the coup didn't work. But this part is, there's your Bill Clinton again with Chelsea's husband, Mezvinsky. He, or I don't know exactly how you pronounce his name, but he had a hedge fund over there in Greece. They were betting heavily on the overthrow, or excuse me, the EU would bail them out with a new debt deal. Didn't go so well. I don't know where all that money went, but it all went away, 90% of it. But Obama's back in Greece today, you notice. They really want to make this trans-Adriatic pipeline happen and this trans-Anatolian pipeline happen as well. So that's something else to watch for. But these are the things that you need black swans to get done. You need a black swan of sarin gas attacks here in Syria and blaming it on the Russians. That's a black swan. You need a coup all of a sudden. What they didn't figure on was Russian intelligence tipping off Erdogan, and him not getting caught that night. Otherwise, its coup probably would have worked. Interesting, about a week ago, 3 Green Berets, and remember the whole story, they're shipping Stinger missiles from here, they're flying them on C-130s to a base in Jordan, and they're training rebels to shoot down Russian planes and helicopters here. That's the basic story from Seymour Hersh. Well, last week, these 3 Green Berets are killed by saying, hey, we're training ISIS here. These guys are, got ISIS on the phone, like Trump says, and they're, all the ISIS paraphernalia and the black flags and everything. It's like, why are we training them to shoot missiles? They're killed. They're shot at the gate. 3 Green Berets. So again, if you want to read Timber Sycamore, this is all outlined. Sorry, I can't quite see it with this being the Hillary, McCain, and Petraeus plan. Let's go do another black swan. It's a little bit more complicated, but a black swan, Fast and Furious, that's a black swan. Sinaloa taking over the whole country of Mexico when you had 8 or 9 different cartels dominating or all fighting for power. The Mexican miracle happening, which is a sweeping set of legislative changes that came in with Nieto. This says the breakup of Pemex, this nationalized oil company. Oil swaps. Who would have ever thought we'd send our light sweet crude to Mexico and we'd swap in high sulfur oil, heavy, coarse crude from Mexico? That's a black swan. And the fact that we'd be able to ever sell the Gulf oil leases on the other side of the U.S. territory for the Gulf of New Mexico, that's a black swan. Here's a company created to do it, exactly that. This guy escaping jail twice and then having conjugal visits and being able to only go to prison at night, 2 nights a week is also kind of a black swan. Well, let's do another one. This is King of Morocco, $28 million bribe to Hillary. Well, yesterday, they just accidentally published in the Western Sahara, which has been occupied by Morocco for 40 years, they just happened to publish all the hydroelectric plan, and they took it down about an hour later, but they published it as a part of the map of Morocco. I wonder if there's any gas or oil drilling opportunities along this coast. They probably need water, so they're going to need electricity to drill those wells, right? So the story is that Hillary, when she left Secretary of State, she no longer could do these things directly and get bribes directly. So they basically created KKR Global Institute to funnel bribes through.
she doesn't have to be Secretary of State or President to still work this deal. All she needs is State Department information, classified information, to make this whole wheel work. And not only with the these nations, but also you could do things like with Norway. You can fail a big bank. You could have Indian tribes. You could pay Indian tribes to block the Dakota Access Pipeline. You could fail the bank that is backing that project, the Norwegian bank, and all of a sudden you take it over and you buy it, for a discount. I don't know if Raytheon's I don't know if KKNR is planning on doing that. But this works both ways. You can use the information to promote your projects, or you can also take out your competitors and then buy it at a discount. This is a busy slide, but I'll explain that Gaddafi's death here, an overthrow, black swan event. They had 10 years of discounted oil. When the embargo ran out, we really didn't need Gaddafi anymore. So we just needed to find an excuse. Here's Mark Rich, one of Gaddafi's best friends, ships oil for him. We have Serena Shim, great reporter here, saying, hey, they're running oil from oil trucks. These ISIS guys are really just oil truck drivers. They're just driving into Turkey and they're turning around and bringing guns back in USAID blue food containers. So this is why Mark Turi is dead, because this Stinger missile deal exposes, when they find these Stinger missiles with these serial numbers, it exposes all this happening. This is Sibel Edmonds. There's another great source if you want to talk about the oil plays in Turkey. She's an expert. This pardon to Mark Rich wasn't a one-time event. They've been lifelong partners after the pardon. There's 1,000 hidden donations in the Clinton Foundation. Kazik and Rich have been lifelong partners. His wife gave $1 million for his pardon. He did the Fast and Furious cover-up as well. There's another black swan. And John Podesta did the Clinton pardon and has been a lifelong friend. If you think a guy like Braverman was talking, do you think you could just pick up the phone and call him and get surveillance on everybody at the Clinton Foundation? You can have surveillance with both electronic intercept and eyes on the street for both of them, for everybody. So these are funnels I've talked about before. I won't belabor it, but she owns offshore accounts in the Cayman Islands. That's an oil funnel. Here's Chaguri. That was the Libyan, Nigerian oil play of 1996. If Rich really is dead, then it's Chaguri that did the oil play for sending the Libyan oil to Turkey for being refined. Here's all the Asia minerals play right here. Here's the 2008 campaign manager. As I said before, Shapiro is the guy who did this deal. Mark Turi is still missing as well. Neil Brown hasn't been heard from. I have the feeling Neil Brown's alive. I'm not so sure about Braverman and Turi. I'm pretty sure is dead though. But anyway, Shapiro's the guy who gets the call from Stevens saying, hey, there's 400 Stingers here being shipped on a C-130 going over to ISIS in Jordan and Syria. So this is Hillary's closest aide. These two guys also are involved in the sex scandal with, quote unquote, sex scandal with David Petraeus. Those emails are going to be real interesting when they come out. And this is your investment loop. So basically you're brokering investment knowledge, State Department classified knowledge. You're sending it over to Podesta. They're organizing and grouping a bundle of investors for either equity funds like hedge funds that KKNR is doing, or just regular investing like Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs or Chase or all the other brokerages around the Clinton Foundation on Fifth Avenue in New York. So that's what they're doing basically, is selling black swans. And that comes from Australia, by the way. Everyone in the Northern Hemisphere never saw a black swan ever, so they said all swans are white, until one day they went to Australia and they saw, whoops, there's black swans. We can make some money here. That's it for today. 29, still no Eric Braverman, CEO of Clinton Foundation. His husband, KKNR Global Institute, he had ethical troubles with what his husband was doing. Basically, when he found out that people were dying to accomplish the coups
and then the resource plays that he was designing, that's when he went to the press. And I'm not saying Neil Brown knew all the things Petraeus was doing to accomplish those goals, but I am saying that Braverman did find out about him. And in order to do that, when he went to the press, he said, follow the money. That really means following KKNR. And if you look, this is before KKNR is involved, but if you look at the arms deals, that tells you everything, because before you can sell the resources, you have to topple the country. So this is the guy who sold the Stinger missiles to Libya and Syria. He actually didn't end up getting the business, but anyway, this isn't fake news, Mr. President. This is James Risen, Cy Hersh, Mark Mazzetti, New York Times, all Pulitzer Prize winners. You signed off on Operation Zero Footprint. You signed off on Timber Sycamore. So don't tell me this is fake news. So anyway, getting back to the strategy, this is the Qatar-Turkey pipeline. Basically, it's down here in Qatar. Also, UAE was in on this. They wanted to send the oil and gas up this way. And Syria's in the way, and Turkey's in the way. So you needed to, the reason why the Stinger missiles were sent here is to take down Russian jets and Syrian jets, as helicopters as well. You have to train the rebels how to do that. Unfortunately, every once in a while, you have situations that happened last week where the berets all say, hey, we're training ISIS here. And then mysteriously they're shot at the gate, three of our Green Berets. That just happened down here in Jordan last week. But getting back to the toppling, you basically hire your gang or your tribe, your Sunni tribe of choice, and to do the to topple. Sometimes they go the other direction though, and just hang out in Raqqa and don't fight. So there's a big problem with giving. There's a big problem with training and giving ISIS Stinger missiles. So that's why the Syrian topple happened. The reason why the Turkey coup happened is more Neil Brown. You have to understand that he is the innovator. They're planning to go this way through Romania and so forth to Austria. But that's the northern route. But Neil Brown's the guy who came up with the southern route, which is basically two pipelines. One is the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, and the other one's the Trans-Anatolian and Azerbaijani pipeline going this way. So the gas could come here and then go this way through Greece, and that's why Clinton's son has a hedge fund in Greece, and that's why Obama was trying to get another bailout from the EU last week in Greece. This isn't made up. This is Seymour Hersh reporting by Pulitzer Prize, red line to rat line, stingers from Libya and Syria, as well as sarin gas, proven by the Portendown testing lab in England. This is also the New York Times reported in 2016. Not the sarin gas part, but the part that it was Hillary McCain and General Petraeus that came up with the Timber Sycamore plan. He did it in Mexico. This is Neil Brown's plan to break up Pemex, which owns the national monopoly for resources, both oil and gas in Mexico. So there's letters between Cheryl Mills and different and Goldwyn of Goldman Sachs. So this is not speculation. In those emails is emails to the effect of how do we break up Pemex, and you've got the CEO of Pemex being bribed to write a thing at the Columbia oil think tank, saying how it'd be great if Mexico would give up all of its resources and sell off its Gulf oil leases to hedge funds in New York. So in order to get that sort of thing, now the Mexicans didn't normally, in the emails again, they say we need to oppose this publicly because this is not going to play well in Mexico. But what you needed in Mexico, because you had so many different power centers with so many different cartels, you needed what they call the Mexican miracle. And that is get rid of everybody and get our tribe to take over, which our tribe we chose was Sinaloa, or our rebels, or whatever you want to call it. This is the paper Mexico Miracle that was written by David Petraeus and Neil Brown right here. So how do we do that? Operation Fast and Furious. So basically all those automatic weapons and long-range sniper rifles, you got rid of basically all the competition. We had we did it smart. We had them fight each other first, and then we shot the rest. But then you are ready to do something like this, which was the long-term plan all along, which is to take our light, sweet crude from near in Texas, ship it over the border, and then take in return their
coarser crude, which is much higher in sulfur content. That is proven here. Here's the very high sulfur content of their oil, and here's the very low sulfur content of the Eagle Point stuff, or the Eagle Ford stuff, which is this. So why would we do that? Why would we send them our great sweet crude, and then take this other crude that has to be much more refined to get all the sulfur out, called an oil swap? Why would we do that? Because what happened is the United States had an oil boom, and we didn't need their oil anymore. We didn't need to import Mexican oil, so we had to come up with this ridiculous thing called an oil swap, and that's where you have to get people like the CEO of Pemex to write and say, transboundary is a really good idea. So this is like the NAFTA papers about 20 years ago. So this is another $28 million bribe from King of Morocco over to Hillary. This is the Western Sahara. This kind of this is where you play both ends against the middle. Here's Morocco wanting the Western Sahara for its resources, and you got Algeria. So we support both sides, and we have both sides fight. And so until we get a big enough bribe, we take $500,000 from each one of them every year. Then somebody kind of kicks in, finally puts the $28 million in, and we go, okay, this is a resource schedule they published 2 days ago for an electrification plan, basically, for Western Sahara. So this is going to be coming up. You're going to be seeing a KKNR private equity play here very soon. You're going to be seeing drilling off here as well. KKNR Global Initiative, basically they needed a funding mechanism after Hillary left. So right after Hillary leaves the State Department, you see KKNR, GAI being formed. And they're working all these countries in the Middle East and Northern Africa, as well as Mexico. Argentina's on the list. That's going to be coming. As well as, they are going to, if you keep somebody in the State Department, like if you have I think they're still getting classified briefings, all these Hillary's people, Mills and so forth, and they all have Gmail accounts. All that's discoverable. Jason Chaffetz should be, and Gowdy should be subpoenaing all that information, because it's going to be all these oil plays, and that's all insider information. That's why that's what Comey went after Martha Stewart on. So it's the same exact situation. This one is the Stinger deal. You can create events like the death of Gaddafi and overthrowing Gaddafi to create what they call a black swan, which, anyway, that's what Petraeus calls a black swan. And then to get their oil and give it to a guy named Mark Rich. You can also just embargo their oil and have a guy named Mark Rich pick it up at 20 cents on the dollar. So Bill Clinton was more happy with the 20 cents on the dollar. Hillary's not happy with 20 cents on the dollar. She wants the whole thing. But in both cases, you send it to Turkey because they're oil starved and they have it refined there. And the same thing happened for Iran with the gold loophole in Iran. The same thing happened over here in Western Iraq. This is the whole David Petraeus thing in getting the tribes there to truck drive the oil to Turkey and then have guns come back. What reporter reported on that rat line? That was Serena Shim. She was murdered. This is Brett Baer, July 27th, 2015. Reporting this. So Sibel Edmonds, also FBI a translator in the Washington, D.C. Bureau. She writes a lot about the oil situation in Turkey and things that happened, the drugs that came in after the 91 war and so forth. Turkey just basically do anything for oil and gas. It's very dependent on its neighbors. As I said before, a lot of these donations that are missing that Clinton Cash talks about, Peter Schweitzer, are going to be oil deals or something along that, like between Mark Rich and the Clintons. But again, he didn't do stingers to rebels, which is, I gotta say, he had a pretty good presidency other than the stuff that Hillary cooked up for him. Here's Kadzik. He does all the cover-ups. He's Mr. Cover-Up. Did Fast and Furious cover-up, did the cover-up of Hillary's stuff, he did the cover-up of the IRS stuff, he's doing the cover-up of Huma stuff. Can't believe that he's in charge of it. And here is also Podesta meeting with him. He's also can order surveillance, so that he can go to the different people in the DOJ to get surveillance on people. Wouldn't surprise me if everyone in the Clinton Foundation has been on surveillance for quite some time. And I know those are, the emails prove it, so I don't have to.
friends of Mark Rich, just to go over, you're going to see a similar wheel like this for Chaguri as well. But his wife was the funnel for getting the bribes into the Clinton Foundation through offshore accounts. That's the offshore papers. Came out in 2005. Chaguri did the basic same thing as the Libya overthrow in 93. Hillary was the architect of that, not Bill. In 96, they embargoed the oil. This is Rich's friend over in Russia. He does all the mineral plays, all the stuff that you see happening over there with Uranium One and so forth. That's when Hillary did her pivot to Asia. This is her 2008 campaign manager. So the big difference between the two is he was happy with kind of a business transaction, and she just wanted it all. Here are her players in the State Department. They're out now. This is their firm. But he's the guy who got the call from Ambassador Stevens, who also said, same as those Green Berets that were just killed, we're still doing the body count on this timber sycamore. Hey, the 400 Stingers going on C-130s over to ISIS. What's going on? And you know how he ended. The export licenses, daily intelligence briefings, classified field reports, all this stuff is going to be on Huma's server. There's also, in the sex scandal with Petraeus, these two guys have a lot of email back and forth to Petraeus. So there's a connection there that Jason Chaffetz can subpoena that information as well. Final one, I won't go into it, but there's a Goldman Sachs connection, there's a Morgan Stanley connection, there's a Chase connection. All this information is being sold to everybody wearing wingtips in this environment, and it's being shared over to Podesta, who's doing these donor bundles. So there's a Hollywood donor bundle, there's a West Palm Beach donor bundle, a Tampa donor bundle, and a New York donor bundle, and through different intermediaries and different investment advisors on the other end. So that's the flow of the information. Philippe and Huma are the ones that are basically, it's all funneling down to Huma's server. So that's why that's so important. McCabe from the FBI has to be subpoenaed, as well as Kadzik, again, to get to the bottom of this. Okay, day 30, still no Eric Braverman, right here, CEO of the Clinton Foundation. I'm going to just walk through how Neil Brown is related to Mark Turi. Both these guys are still missing. And it's going to unravel the State Department, the Clinton Foundation, KKN, Global Initiative, and a whole bunch of other things. But there's first is policy. So this guy right here, Neil Brown, is a great policy guy. It's a very intelligent guy, and he worked with Richard Lugar, and they do worldwide policy for oil policy, and how do we beat the Russians out and supply fuel to gas and so forth to Western Europe, so that they can't be choked off by Russia, that type of thing. So they're going to be doing policies. They're also going to do strategies for breaking up the nationalized oil company of Mexico. Pemex was nationalized, and they basically put a plan together and said, no, what we need for North American security is to break that up, and then we'll be able to sell these oil leases that are off the coast of the Gulf Coast, Mexico's oil leases. I'll explain that. Then you go down from the strategic thinking. This is where Hillary's going with Kissinger to Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. Brown's there. I doubt Lugar's there, but Brown's there, and Eric Braverman's going to be there because they're trying to figure out a donation plan to the Clinton Foundation for all this great information. Then you drop down to the tactical level. This is where you get to Petraeus, who's in partnership with Kissinger and Brown, and then Morrell, and then you're figuring out the arms package you need. What tribe? Do we do a Sunni tribe? Do we do a Shia tribe? Do we do a cartel? Where are we going to get the manpower, and where are we going to get the arms? So that's how the CIA comes up with this. The MAID faxes the strategy papers down to the Clinton Foundation, and then they're all distributed around all the different hedge funds. And then the arms deals are distributed out to guys like Mark Turi. So that's what we're doing here. We're going to follow the money. I'll do an example of the oil and then the arms. So when we get that information, that strategic information, the investors don't need to know how it's going to happen. They just need to know we need to invest in ISIS oil over here. We need to invest in Libyan oil over there. Really don't need to know all the details, the gory details. So this is Tom Nidas at the State Department. Now he's at a hedge fund, but he's basically giving information to Podesta's donors, Los Angeles, New York, Tampa, Palm Beach, in Chicago. There's a couple other funnels through investment advisors. And then these donors are pledging a percentage of the profit when Mosul oil comes in, or ISIS oil comes in, or Libya oil comes in. That's kind of how it works. You have to place your bets first. These are long-term strategic bets. And then you have a tactical level here, which is, this is where the arms sales are approved at the State Department. So you need an Andrew Shapiro to say, yes, we'll send Stingers to Libya, and yes, we'll approve, we'll do it through Qatar, because we can't sell directly to Libya, and we'll have them shipped to Syria as well. So he's going to be the guy who's doing all your arms packages and approvals. He's the guy who did Zero Footprint for Libya. He's the guy who did Timber Sycamore for Syria. He's the guy who did Fast and Furious for Mexico. And pretty much everywhere you need to have a coup, like Honduras, coming up with Venezuela, and coming up with Argentina, maybe even Brazil. This is going to be the guy who's going to be having to approve those things. And of course, you're going to need a cover story and somebody to go to the White House dinners and explain it all to CNN folks. This is a good example of Philippe, talking about Hillary's smart power. He's planning a story in the press, and at the same time, this is the famous firing squad email where they're getting rid of these State Department legends. This is almost a week after Andrew Shapiro starts. You see this new policy they call smart power. So smart power is really this. It's KKN, our black swans. It's the unpredictable events. Like, who knew that we were going to take over Gaddafi and then throw out the transitional government and then have Sid Blumenthal take the oil? Who knew that? That's a black swan. You can make a lot of money. Now, Bill Clinton was happy just embargoing the oil to Libya, and then this guy, Mark Rich, would buy it at a 20% premium, a 20% discount. You'd sell it over here to Turkey, maybe even at a premium. And it was a good business. You can work that all over the world. You can sell it both ways to, importing and exporting, and make money both ways. So, but smart power, Hillary wants it all. So she did that in Libya. These were Stinger missiles that got sent here. Then sarin gas also goes to Syria. So this is why Chris Stevens was killed, because he made that phone call to Andrew Shapiro and said, hey, we have Stinger missiles going from here to Jordan, Amman, Jordan. We're near the airport on the pipeline, and we've got them going to near Aleppo. And that's ISIS, and that's not good. And so that was the end of Chris Stevens. That's why Mark Turi is no longer. Now, I will speculate that Braverman's in Punta Cana or someplace like that. I don't think they would kill Eric Braverman or Neil Brown. They're too valuable to this operation. Sybelle Edmonds has been documenting this. She was the translator for the FBI, had a classified clearance. She can talk to you all about all the Department of Defense dealings with Turkey. This is kind of the platform, the launching platform of weapons. Weapons are stored here in Libya. They've been shipped here to Afghanistan, all sorts of places. So, what was the strategy that Neil Brown put together? Well, it was this, and Dick Lugar, was this pipeline from Qatar to Bulgaria. Now, the diplomats say, hey, work with Assad, do a deal with Assad. Hey, work with, Erdogan. You don't have to kill him. I mean, I'm not saying that Neil Brown or Lugar are saying that we should do that, but it was Hillary who said, no, Stinger missiles here, use a tribe here, and David Petraeus, we're going to use a Sunni tribe here. We'll we'll have a coup up here, and that's how we'll get this pipeline. She was warned many times that, hey, if these fall into the wrong hands, U.S. personnel is going to be killed. Russian jets are going to get shot down. You're endangering the world with World War III. The citation here, Seymour Hersh, red line to rat line, Pulitzer Prize winner. Sarin gas precursors started in Libya over here. And then later on, Mark Mazzetti, Timber Sycamore, May 2016, New York Times. I doubt very seriously that the Stingers going to here was ever approved by the president, and I know the sarin gas wasn't. These guys just died 5 days ago. They were saying, hey, these arms that we're training people to use are going to ISIS. So this is only a week ago they were shot at the gate mysteriously. So where is the rat line? It's well known. This is the distances here from El Qaim to Raqqa to Aleppo. It's sort of the distance between like Indianapolis to Chicago to Madison, Wisconsin. We're not talking about a huge area. How do we know that there was refineries where I say those points were? Tabak here as well. Well, we know because we have the Russian gun camps. We also have reporters like this who were killed by Turkish intelligence who were right up here saying that's exactly what we're doing. They're shipping oil one way until a pipeline gets built. We're going to truck the oil up to Turkey, which is an oil-starved nation, and then arms are coming back on the trucks coming back. That was her innovation. That was Serena Shim's great innovation, and she's a great reporter. Never been recognized by the U.S. press. So that's the rat line from Al Qaim to Baghdad's about where Lexington, Kentucky would be to Indiana, so Indianapolis. So that gives you an idea of relative spaces. Everyone, U.S. surveillance is just so much better than Russian surveillance. They know when a cat moves. If an oil truck starts moving along here, they can hit that within an hour. It's a joke that we've tried to eliminate this. So this is the Pemex breakup. This is, again, Neil Brown says, hey, I think we should break this up because it would be great to sell these oil leases. That'd make a lot of money for KKNR. But he didn't necessarily say, hey, I think we should do Fast and Furious to get rid of the 8 other cartels, so we just have one cartel, so that we could then have this sweeping energy reform that everybody agrees to that we couldn't do for 20 years. So, so I draw a line here from Mexico City, not too far from Sinaloa, straight over to Nieto. Nieto is Sinaloa, so is Fox, so is Calderon. And guess what? Because we don't really need their oil because of the fracking boom, we're taking this high sulfur oil from Mexico in exchange for this low sulfur oil, our light sweet crude, so that we can get these oil plays here in the Mexican Gulf. So that's called an oil swap, and we are really doing that. And this is the company that was created, Eagle Ford. Now you got congressmen saying, oh, it's such a great idea to do oil swaps and Eagle Ford and all this stuff. So I'll go the other way. Sorry, I'm skipping around. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back. This is a $28 million deal here to Hillary bribe. And like KKNR basically created the Global Institute to have a funding vehicle for Hillary since she left State Department. This is the Western Sahara, disputed between Algeria and Morocco for 40 years. When this came out, Braverman figured out, this is one of the most repressive rulers in the world, and these great donations that we're getting and great private equity deals that we're getting are coming through blood for oil. So that's today's edition. Okay, day 31. Where is Eric Braverman? Still missing. So is his husband, Neil Brown, at KKNR Global Institute. I'm just going to follow the money. That's all that Braverman said. That money, by following the money, it's also going to lead you to oil and arms. So you have to follow the oil and arms in this story. The first bit of money is $675,000 going to the guy who's running the investigation of the Clinton Foundation and the Humus server and Hillary server. You got to follow that and look at, have the Clintons ever used the FBI to spy on their political opponents or not? Well, here's Bill Clinton, and here are the 3 people that led the charge against him in the impeachment. All of them were brought down by sex scandals. Everyone knows that Newt's was something else as a cover, but it was also a sex scandal. So even if it wasn't, all 3 of them ended up getting brought down very quickly after this impeachment. You have Sibel Edmonds here, who was working in the FBI counterintelligence office as a translator to Turkey, and she says that's exactly what happened. There's also, I'm going to present evidence that shows 2 FBI whistleblowers also said the exact same thing. So you can choose to believe that or not choose to believe that. For the purposes of following the investigation, I'm going to follow that trail. If you believe that rich donors and congressmen, military officers were taken to this island that Jeff Epstein has and were blackmailed and being filmed doing sexual acts with younger women, you can choose to believe that or not. That evidence is out there. Here's his wife at Chelsea's wedding. So if you also in investigating, you do associations with, when people are all in the same company, all betting from the same actions, you look at that. Here's Kissinger, Lugar, Brown, all in the same KKNR Global Institute. Now, Kissinger has Kissinger Associates, which is close by, so I don't even have to prove that link and how strongly he's linked to Henry Kissinger, but I can tell you that Peter Brown does the pipelines, and that's why I follow oil in this story. He's key to the breakup of Pemex and the sale of Gulf oil leases, so that's why we have to follow the oil. David Petraeus is also in this company, KKNR Global Institute. He was at the CIA when they did this arms deal, so that's why I have to follow that arms deal. This is James Risen, New York Times, Mark Mazzetti, New York Times, Seth Rich, all Pulitzer Prize winners, okay? So there's a little bit of a lead in. Now we're following the money. Clinton cash comes out, tens of millions of dollars donated by Mark Rich, the oil smuggler and arms smuggler. So this is, again, pointing us toward oil and pointing us toward arms. We've got Peter Schweitzer talking about 1,000 hidden donations. If the Clinton Foundation just wants to release that information, you can even redact the names. Release where those 1,000 donations are with the exact amounts. This whole thing is over with. We also know Denise Rich goes to the White House 6 times in the last month to negotiate his pardon. Who did he work that pardon through? This is Peter Kadzik, the same guy who is doing the HUMA and investigation as well. He's the DOJ counterpart to McCabe at FBI. So we got $675,000 going here. We also have Podesta links to Kadzik. He's the go-between between McCabe and Podesta for surveillance. This is a letter saying that FBI office that he used to work at used to illegally use wiretaps to try to get dirt on people. This is Gilbert Graham's letter. And there we have another whistleblower plus Sibel Edmonds, who is a translator in that office. This has been going on since shaking down people like Martha Stewart, people who are doing insider trades. And then they would go all the way to the end, and if they acquiesced, and they would drop the case. If they didn't, they would be like Martha Stewart. They would be examples, and they would be prosecuted. So, why would I make these outlandish statements? Well, they're offshore oil accounts in the Caymans, offshore papers for Denise Rich. Chiguri did the 1993 oil play in Nigeria and overthrowing that dictator. So this is another way they're making money, is they're overthrowing regimes. This is modus operandi. I'm only presenting this because they're facts, and you have to look what a criminal activity has happened in the past to make a case. This is circumstantial evidence, but here we have the mineral king of Asia when Hillary does her play to Asia, giving all kinds of money to the Clinton Foundation. Here's a 2008 campaign manager, and then they also had commodities plays. So, when you also have illegal information flowing for insider trading from Tom Neides to Podesta in the emails, as well as Tom Neides said, hey, we all have Gmail accounts. That's deliberately hiding information and later destruction of information. So, this insider trading little cabals that they did in LA and Tampa and Chicago and New York, and I'm forgetting one, Palm Beach. That's another thing you look for, is when information is being illegally traded. When you have people doing illegal actions like selling Stinger missiles to ISIS, selling them to Saudi Arabia and giving them to ISIS that later shoot down, Russian jets and helicopters and so forth, which is against the law. If that is a method or a modus operandi, you have to point that out. Here's her guy, Shapiro. He not only did the Stinger missile deal, but he did Timber Sycamore. He did Zero Footprint, and Timber Sycamore was the Stingers, but he also did Fast and Furious, and he did the Honduran coup, and they were planning several more, but Hillary didn't win. They were planning Venezuela. So this is the Zero Footprint deal, along with Timber Sycamore. They topple here exactly like the Nigerian oil play, get rid of Gaddafi, get rid of the transitional government. Their modus operandi bill was different, though. They would buy discounted embargoed oil. They love oil embargoes because you can buy the oil at a discount. Hillary steps it up by actually putting missiles in the hands of people that could go to New York or could go to Washington, D.C. and take down a jetliner or any European capital. So she was warned against that. Bill never did anything like that. Bill might have sold some plans to the Chinese or something for, a crappy plane, but he never put hands. I don't know of any instance where he put Stinger missiles or sarin gas in the hands of ISIS. And Mark Turi had a case, and it went on for 2 years, and now he's missing. So when the bodies start stacking up, you have to follow that. So this is Fox News. This is Sibel Edmonds. She now runs NewsBud, very well-known reporter. So she has the story. She can tell you all about the Dennis Hastert blackmail and all those cases. Here's the reasons. You got to look at motive. The motive was these two pipelines. Who's the author of these? It's Neil Brown and Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger was talking about this northern route, and then Neil Brown's innovation was the Trans-Adriatic and Trans-Anatolian Azerbaijani pipeline. Both go through, one goes through Syria and both go through Turkey. That's why we had, this isn't a NATO country, so you can overthrow it with Stinger missiles. This is a NATO country, so you have a coup here. Who reported it? Seymour Hersh, Ratline. Sarin gas. Had a lot of people object and say, oh, and you never proved that the sarin gas was there. We'll get to that. Who else reported it? Mazzetti had it with Hillary and McCain and Petraeus all doing Timber Sycamore. Timber Sycamore was the plan to send stingers, and Petraeus added the sarin gas piece. And these 5 guys just said the same thing. They said, we're training ISIS in Jordan. They were killed at the gate. They were shot at the gate. So, Serena Shim, reporter murdered by Turkish intelligence, said the same thing. Hey, they got stingers, they're shooting people down. Hey, they're bringing arms in from Turkey. This reporter said the same thing. Also, James Foley, this is Steven Sotloff. He was murdered. This is the minister of the leader of the opposition party in Turkey, who said the Syrian government didn't have gas. It must have came from somewhere else. He's now been charged with treason by Erdogan. Here's Steven Sotloff's tweet right here saying, hey, they're stocking up on sarin gas. What's going on? Here's the Russian gun cams of them blowing up the oil rat line. This is only a distance between like Indianapolis and Madison, Wisconsin. All along here, the surveillance, U.S. has much better surveillance, ground surveillance than this. We could have easily taken out that rat line. So anytime you see where somebody's deliberately looking the other way, you have to look at criminal intent. Here's the breakup of Pemex right here to sell the Gulf leases. You have Fast and Furious cleaning out. You pick a mob, basically your choice, and we chose Sinaloa. You give them a whole bunch of guns. You'll let them wipe everybody else out so that you can get rid of all opposition to this Pemex breakup. And this is going to come out. I realize I don't have a lot of evidence here, but when people do screwy things like trade U.S. light sweet crude with no sulfur in it for heavy, coarse crude from Mexico for no good reason, you have to wonder about that. That doesn't make any sense. When people do sweeping legislative reforms, they literally, Peter Brown called it, that he wrote Mexico Miracle with David Petraeus, that this would have been unthinkable 20 years ago. Well, yeah, it would have been, because you didn't have this. So here's Hillary with a $28 million bribe following the money. That was for arms and also this oil play in the Western Sahara. So this is what made Eric Braverman leave the company, because we're getting further and further into despotic dictators to taking money from them for oil plays and arms plays. So Hillary doubled the sales of weapons in her period of time, and she also got into these brokered deals where she basically said, I'm going to stop you if you don't, I'm going to stop your arms deal from going through if you don't pay me a bribe. Well, after she's out, she needs to create Global Institute to be that middleman. And they even say it. I mean, they even say black swans. That's what we do. David Petraeus even says that in his videos. We specialize in informing our customers about black swans. So, evidence to follow, you got to release all 650,000 emails, at least announce metadata for how many are classified. The court documents for Turi, if there is any CIA interviews, like I said, about the 1,000 donations need to be released. Then also all the information about the Greek pipeline, because Medveditsky, Chelsea's husband's involved in that. And then anything with offshore drilling from KKNR, we have to really, the evidence is pointing us in all these oil plays that we have to look and see who are the partners involved. That's how we follow the money of arms and oil. Okay, day 32, no Eric Braverman. As I've mentioned before, Braverman's advice when he went missing or he went to the press was follow the money. And specifically, you have to follow the money to oil transactions and arms transactions if you really want to understand the Clinton Foundation, which he was the CEO of. And you have to understand his husband's business, which a lot of times when you're laundering donations and so forth, you go through your spouse. You'll see that happening over and over again throughout this story. First time we're going to follow the money, and also we have to establish modus operandi. What is the mode of operation of the criminal? That guy right there, the assistant director of the FBI, knows that better than anybody. So we're going to start with him, and I'm going to develop the theory of Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and how they use the Department of Justice and how they use the FBI to put people like this under surveillance, how they set them up for the fall, for bad things they do. We'll start with this $675,000 gift to his wife. Jason Chaffetz has asked Mr. McCabe here about the details of that. We don't know if that's going to come from in front of the House Oversight Committee soon or not, but we'd like to know how that all happened and why you didn't recuse yourself from the Hillary investigation or the Huma investigation. Have the Clintons ever used surveillance? And I'm talking about active surveillance, both electronic surveillance and on-the-ground surveillance. Have they ever used that to attack political opponents before? Well, here's Bill Clinton, there's Dennis Hastert. He was the leader of the impeachment. There's Bob Livingston, and then there's Newt Gingrich. All three resigned because of sex scandals. Now, Newt's kind of was covered up as, he won re-election and they kept the House, but somehow he still resigned. On Friday, he was actively fighting it. On Saturday, he resigned. So this reporter here, Sibel Edmonds, was at the FBI, and she said that Bill Clinton did indeed, and Hillary was the architect of electronically intercepting these men's communications, and that's how they knew about all these scandals. There's about 6 other people that were involved in the impeachment, and they also resigned. And I go through their names later. So you have to follow the surveillance here as well to learn what are they trying to cover up. If you believe that Bill Clinton was a friend of Jeffrey Epstein and flew to this island, Little St. James Island, you might want to think maybe that's where they are to keep them out of the public eye right now. Here's Jeffrey Epstein's wife at the Hillary's wedding. He's the famous billionaire pedophile. He's the person who the West Palm Beach police discovered that they had one of about 40 different girls out there, underage girls. He's been filmed with, Bill Clinton's been filmed with underage girls out there. I'm not going to pursue that part of the case. I'm just saying that the use of blackmail is also going to come up in this investigation. Now let's move over to the arms side of the business, and this is the oil part of the business. This is Henry Kissinger Associates, who was working with Mark Rich to have basically embargoed oil refined by ARCO, by his good friend Robert Patterson. We'll go into that part later. But Lugar's on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Neil Brown here is an architect. And what they mainly work on is policy. So I'm not saying that these guys have done anything wrong here. I'm just saying that they work on pipelines. They talk about strategically, beating the Russians to deliver oil and gas to Western Europe as a strategic sort of thing. But they're also key to the breakup of Pemex, which is the nationalized oil company of Mexico. So we're following the oil here now. Now we're going to go to arms. David Petraeus is also at KKNR. They have co-wrote several articles together, and they're very close. Michael Morrell is at the CIA, and this is where the information about arms deals are coming in. And the reason why this is important is the Clinton Foundation here is taking a commission, basically, as a gatekeeper for these arms deals and these oil deals. That's the key. So they must insert themselves in the place of people like this, arms dealers who send Stinger missiles to Middle Eastern countries. They have to insert themselves in that process, get rid of guys like this, and then put their own people in to make the money. This is reported, this Stinger missiles going to Libya and Syria is reported by James Risen, Cy Hersh, Mark Mazzetti, all Pulitzer Prize winners at the New York Times. Okay? So, we're going to go to the next page, which is we're going to follow the Clinton presidency. Here's tens of millions of dollars from this guy, thousands of donations. I don't know if they're bundled or unbundled, but he's an oil smuggler and an arms smuggler. We got to follow that money. That's Mark Rich. That's the guy he pardoned his last day. These donations, according to Peter Schweitzer from Clinton Cash, went on far beyond that 2001 pardon. Who organized that pardon? Here's the guy who's running the Huma and Hillary server, Peter Kadzik. He's at Department of Justice. He also did Fast and Furious cover-up, and he did the IRS cover-up. So, how does this all relate? Well, there's 1,000 hidden donations, and here's Denise Rich going to the White House 6 times, his wife, then his wife pays a bribe to get him off, and now we have John Podesta. These guys are lifelong friends. We see all the Podesta emails back and forth. This guy is the key guy in ordering surveillance. So, how do I know that? Well, there's FBI agents, decorated FBI agents, a whole bunch of them that said that in 1998, basically, we started electronically eavesdropping on the enemies of Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton because of the impeachment. And that's how they got all that information on all those other guys. So I won't go down into the weeds here about electronic surveillance and then on the ground surveillance, but McCabe was head of the counterterrorism division, which is the operating branch of, operating support branch of this terrorism division. And when they put JTF in, this is where I got in trouble, JTTF, excuse me, this is your ground surveillance piece. So this is your electronic surveillance piece, and this is your ground surveillance piece. He's right in the middle of all of it. So DOJ, basically, he's going to keep his distance. In this case, he was outlandish in terms of accepting that bribe. But you also have, you know, when people are writing letters to the Inspector General and they're writing letters to House and Senate Oversight Committee about illegal electronic surveillance, you know, that all these FBI agents and Sibel Edmonds from the last page accused of, you got to go into the National Archives and you got to destroy those. If they did ask for a warrant, you got to go in and destroy those warrants. You got Sandy Berger not too long afterward going into the National Archives, so which is a Clinton operative, and he was arrested for that. So you got a lot of stuff going on here, and that's where you kind of concentrate on destruction of evidence. So here it is. This is my proof. This is Presidential Decision Directive 62. This is May 22nd, 1998. This is Bill Clinton's signature. Goes to all of his cabinet here. And here are all the FBI agents, the whistleblowers, talking about how surveillance is being misused against political targets. And we're not talking about just electronic surveillance. We're talking about this thing called disruption. What this directive did is said, hey, CIA and FBI, get together on how to go after terrorists overseas. But it's not CIA, you'll be the lead agency, but we also want the FBI to be involved in this things. So you're getting really unfortunately the worst of both. You're getting this disruption techniques, which kind of came from the old COINTELPRO, plus you're getting the CIA's techniques of black sites. You know, there's a private prison in Chicago. You're getting all these things that came from counterinsurgency with the CIA now being brought into the FBI. So you're going away from, civil rights here. So this is Gilbert Graham, the person who wrote the letter on the last page. This is Sibel Edmonds that I mentioned. Mike German also left the FBI to go to the ACLU. He's the one who said, this basically was when they said, you know what, we don't need to go to the FISA court anymore for warrants because we can adopt what the CIA does. The CIA doesn't need to go to the FISA court. We'll adopt that. And we know from Snowden that contractors, he said, if I have the president's email address, I can look at the president's email. So this is where we kind of took it. The logic was, we need this because the terrorists could be in the U.S. as well as overseas. But what happened was it turned to targeting political opponents, this process right here. And there's a directive. There's several presidential directives after this that talk about civil disobedience, civil insurrection, that add more capabilities on top of this. So you've seen this chart before, but this is just the proof of Mark Rich's friends, his wife with the offshore accounts, Chaguri, who's kind of like Mark Rich. They did the Nigerian oil play, is very similar to the Libyan oil play. Clinton Foundation making a commission every time. This is Mark Rich's best friend in Asia with the uranium play, all the minerals deals, and here's the 2008 campaign manager. So we have Nidus saying, hey, everybody at State Department has a Gmail account. So this was all rosy when everybody was at the State Department, but when Hillary left, Obama swept out Petraeus, he swept out Hillary, he swept out a lot of these, people like Cheryl Mills and Huma and Philippe. Now you need another channel to get that information if you're going to get pledges from those arms deals. So this, and I'm not sure how much longer Nidus was after the Clintonites got swept out, but that may have worked for a while. But and here's why: when these guys were at the State Department, now they're at their own company. They could say, "Hey, the Stingers deal just came across the desk here, and let's send it over to our contractor friend." But now these guys are gone, so we need a replacement for this. So, and you're going to find that, if you go back into Andrew Shapiro, Fast and Furious, Timber Sycamore, Zero Footprint, all these things are going to have his fingerprints. He's kind of like the man who's, kind of required to do all this stuff. And I'll just end on this one. Hillary's Smart Power is basically taking those old deals that Mark Rich used to do, which was buy discounted oil, and add, because it's embargoed, and sell it to Turkey. And Sibella Edmonds reports on this. The new way is Smart Power is topple the governments. So that's why you have a topple here. You have attempted topple here. That's why you have a coup here. This is why Chris Stevens is dead. This is why Mark Turi's dead. This is why Eric Braverman is missing. We need those CIA interviews to really complete the investigation. And I'll just finish this off briefly. This is the Qatar-Turkey pipeline. This is what causes all the killing. From a pipeline from Qatar up through Syria, through Turkey, into Bulgaria. We control everything in terms of territory except Syria. That's why the Stingers go here. That's why the sarin gas goes here. That's why the topple here. Now, Neil Brown is the one who came up with this innovation. It's called the Southern Route, which is the Trans-Adriatic pipeline and the Trans-Anatolian pipeline. So that tells you a lot about why Turkey is so fundamentally important to these plans. Seymour Hersh reports this, 2014. You can look that up. Mark Mazzetti does Timber Sycamore, Hillary McCain, Petraeus. People are still dying. Marines and Green Berets are still reporting. We're training ISIS. They have Stingers. They can shoot down commercial aircraft with this stuff. Hey, what are they doing with all this sarin gas? So that's still a problem. Here's other people who've reported on this oil arms rat line. Sotloff talked about the sarin gas. He was killed not too long after that. Serena Shim talked about the arms and the oil, the UN trucks being used to ship the arms and oil. Here's the opposition leader in Syria now being held for treason by Erdogan because he also said there was sarin gas being mixed in the CIA site just north of Aleppo. Here's the Russian gun cams showing the rat line, U.S. being much superior. It's really quite unbelievable that we couldn't hit this before the Russians did. I'll end it right there, and I can talk about the Pemex breakup a little bit more in detail tomorrow. Day 33, where is Eric Braverman? Still missing, CEO of the Clinton Foundation, ex-CEO. And we haven't heard anything from Neil Brown either, and we haven't heard anything from Mark Turi. So it's getting up there. When he went to the press to basically drop the goods on the Clinton Foundation's wrongdoing, he said basically follow the money. And what he was talking about is follow the oil and follow the arms, because that's how they make their money at the Clinton Foundation. I also yesterday said you follow bribes, and follow surveillance, because if you're involved in this and it's illegal activity, what you need to do is you need to surveil your enemies, and you also need to make sure that law enforcement doesn't put you in jail. You also, anytime there is underage sex involved and people with cameras and 40 young girls that are being taken out to an island, you got to look at extortion and blackmail. So you have to follow crimes as well as these illegal oil and arms deals. So that's the key. He's a key policy guy. I'm not saying he's done anything wrong, but he's at the policy level. Neil Brown is, with Kissinger and the Lugers and so forth. They come up with the pipelines where they're going to be, which is fine. They came up with a plan to break up a Mexican oil monopoly with Pemex, the state-owned oil company. That's not so fine, but this is where it goes south. This is the CIA guys end up, contracting with people, and instead of paying the guy for actually going over there and delivering the guns, they basically accuse him of selling stingers, which he didn't, and then have their friends ship it. So they cut him out of his deal. They ruined him financially, and now he's missing, so he may be dead. So this is a $675,000 bribe to McCabe at FBI. He's the one running the investigation. This is through his wife. Terry McAuliffe is a longtime Clinton Foundation employee, the guy who sent that money. Here's Clinton with all of his opponents at the impeachment. He orders surveillance on all these people. They're all ruined by sex scandals. Lots and lots of folks go out to this island. So there's lots and lots of dirt on a lot of people that go to Jeffrey's Island. Who said so? She did, and not with regard to Epstein, but over here. Sibel Edmonds, she was at the Washington Counterterrorism Office, DC Terrorism Office for the FBI, and also 2 decorated FBI agents. So you have to follow the crimes as well as follow the oil and follow the money. And how do they do it? Also follow classified information moving around. So human leaving the door open, letting people, check the secretary's schedule. David Petraeus leaving folders in drawers, the maid faxing things, the Kendall thumb drives. You have to kind of, follow all of these things to solve the crime. This I showed yesterday, but this is just all the special agents that said, we basically don't have to get a FISA warrant anymore. They combined the FBI with the CIA in a way to cause disruption against your political enemies. It was supposed to disrupt terrorism targets at the counter-terrorism division at the FBI, but unfortunately it skewed the other way to go after enemies, and I can develop that case later. But we had contractors like Snowden at Booz Allen looking at, who could look at the president's email if he had his email address. So that's very helpful to people who have enemies. Here's Mark Rich, 65 counts of tax evasion for oil smuggling and arms smuggling, money laundering. He continues to give money to Clinton after his pardon. He's the guy who arranged the pardon. He's the guy who did all the cover-ups, basically, Fast and Furious, IRS, Humus server, Hillary server. You've got his relationship with the FBI. You've also got Podesta here ordering up surveillance on people. So this is not, you can have electronic surveillance, or you can also have feet on the ground surveillance, JTTF. So this is if you're running kind of this oil and arms smuggling ring, these are very powerful people to have on your side. A DOJ to kill it. If it does get through FBI, you can have DOJ kill it. And you can be doing surveillance on all the people the law firms that are doing the prosecution on your case. So you can trip them up all along the way. So I won't go through this, but this is all of Mark Rich's friends. Mineral play, oil play, offshore accounts, commodities play, every time getting a commission to the Clinton Foundation. This is the kind of the deal that broke the camel's back, because they were going to try to pin Turi with this crime of sending stingers here and also sending stingers and sarin gas here. So this one is, you all remember Hillary and you remember, Gaddafi. the modus operandi of Bill was just to have guys like this, Mark Rich, buy the sanctioned oil for cheap and then have it refined in Turkey. But Hillary's innovation was this, called the Black Swan. Who would have thought? And you have people from the State Department go in and give information to guys like Podesta and his donors saying, hey, we're going to topple Syria. Sid Blumenthal and I are leading this investment consortium, and you want to get in on this. And then once the coup happens, then you have CNN talk about the heroic rebels and don't talk about any Stinger missiles being shot down and how those could shoot down American planes or European planes if they ever got in the wrong hands. Just talk about the rebels. So, and this is Andrew Shapiro. He's the guy who received the call from Ambassador Stevens when this got out of control and said, hey, 400 Stingers are on the C-130s going over to ISIS. That's not good. And, we know what happened to Ambassador Stevens. Zero Footprint was the name of that. Timber Sycamore was the topple of Syria. Fast and Furious, everybody knows that. That was for the Pemex breakup. And then there's other coups like Honduras. So, and cover stories here, his ex-wife, Dana Bash, CNN. So here's the thing that caused the sarin gas to be used. Iran signed this deal, Iran-Iraq-Syria pipeline, for $10 billion in July of 2012. And this is where Petraeus said, we must stop this. We have to have ISIS break this territory, hold this territory right in here, or here, both of these, because we don't want this to go through. We want to do another pipeline. I'll show you on the next slide. This is a good site. If you ever go to SyriaLiveUAMap.com, it gives you a feed of all the different events happening today from all the different media organizations. And what's good is there's photos. You can not only press reports, but there's also photos and videos. So I just, it almost maps one-to-one with oil and where the actions are. Right now, there's nothing really happening in Mosul. So you can watch CNN if you want, but there's nothing happening. The American who was killed here today, north of Raqqa, and there's all these reports of Turkish arms flowing in and trying to save Aleppo right now. So that's where the action is. So just a good resource to have. The other one is follow these reporters that are actually in country that are not aligned with CNN. These are independent. He was murdered, Stephen Sotloff. He said, hey, there's sarin gas here. Why hasn't the NSN picked up on this? She was murdered by Turkish intelligence. She said the same thing. Gas and Stinger missiles going this way, oil going that way, or pictures, Russian gun cam, or political opponents. He was jailed for saying, hey, this gas was mixed in Turkey, not in, it came from Libya, it didn't come from Syria. Hundreds of reporters have been killed in Turkey to cover this up. So just different news sources for verification. You can keep watching CNN if you want. But here's the alternative pipeline to get rid of this Iran pipeline. It was going to be through Qatar, Syria, Turkey. Coup there, insurgents use insurgents there to take Syria, make that deal happen, and then coup in Turkey. Neil Brown is the one who came up with this southern pipeline. It's actually quite good. He's quite an excellent diplomat, the Adriatic pipeline and the Anatolian pipeline. And of course, you want to invest in that. Bill Clinton's son, Medvedev, has a hedge fund for Greece. So Seymour Hersh, 2014, red line to rat line, Stinger missiles, sarin gas precursors, and then Mazzetti in 2016. And that's it for today. Okay, day 34, still no Eric Braverman, still no Mark Turi. So, ex-Clinton Foundation member, he said follow the money when he went to the press. It was clear that he was under surveillance already. And he basically said, follow the money. So I'm going to start right here with McCabe, Andrew McCabe. He's the deputy director of the FBI. Went from running the counterterrorism division in Washington in 1 year to becoming the #2 guy at the FBI, which is a fast route. But anyway, his wife received a $675,000 bribe. The danger with this sort of thing is that this can turn into surveillance for hire. Anyone who speaks out against you in the press you can target them, and with a very active form of surveillance that's run through a program at the Counterterrorism Division called JTTF. It's meant to disrupt terrorists, but it can be aimed at people like this to disrupt people's lives who are saying things that you don't like about them. How do I know that? That's exactly what this person said at trial about Bill Clinton attacking his enemies of impeachment. And there's many more than this. She is being gagged right now by this state secrets provision. So we're going to talk about surveillance in this sense because these are the people, the Jeffrey Epsteins and so forth, that need to be surveilled, not these people who have ethics and want to improve the world, and not these people who are arms dealers that are just being set up by the Department of Justice. So we have lots of criminal activity with leaving hotel doors open, letting people come in and look at secretaries' laptops. We have the maids faxing. We have the Kendall, with the thumb drives, and Weiner with the thumb drives, and Cheryl Mills with the thumb drives. All this is where the surveillance needs to go, and this is where the openness of our investigative process needs to go. And the emails need to be given up, and as well as all the information as far as the FBI file on all this investigation, which Jason Chaffetz has asked for. Also, Chuck Grassley has also asked, or Chuck Grassley from the Senate has said, hey, there's a lot of odd relationships between the guy who's running the investigation and the guy who's being investigated. This isn't normally how we run an investigation. So what's going on here? Why is the Huma investigation, the Clinton Foundation, the Hillary investigation, why are these all being covered up and stymied rather than prosecuted? So I'm not sure if the $675,000 has anything to do with it, but it doesn't look good. How do I know that Podesta and Clinton ordered electronic surveillance on their rivals? Well, there's two decorated FBI agents in addition to Sibel Edmonds who said exactly that. This ELSR, or electronic surveillance, is being used to intercept all their communications. And that is ended up protecting people like Mark Rich, who are oil smugglers and arms smugglers. Now, I'm a citizen of Israel, so I appreciate what he did for maybe the defense of Israel during the times when we're completely surrounded, but I don't believe that's a justification for all these arms and oil smuggling deals, and I certainly don't think it's a justification to target anyone who tries to do something ethically right, like Eric Braverman. Just to prove that after the crime bill was signed and the 100,000 cops were put on the street, instead of targeting them at terrorism, which is what they were supposed to do, they were supposed to disrupt terrorists. They instead were turned and angled at the Hillary and Bill's political opponents. And basically, you have the CIA and FBI coming together and combining kind of that old COINTELPRO active surveillance with electronic surveillance, with rendering and some of these techniques the CIA had, where you really got the worst of both worlds. I was involved in a local case in Portland where called the Portland Christmas Tree Bomber case, where I stood up to JTFF and this type of activity, and it's not a good thing when you get in their way when they want to get something through. So who says so? All these FBI agents, whistleblowers. Snowden said so and proved it with documents. He could look at the president's email with just with a simple Google-like interface with a Prism. The FISA warrants are no longer needed. They no longer need to even open assessments, so we have no record of their investigation until the last minute. A lot of evidence being destroyed and buried over and over again. So this is an area that needs sunshine if you're ever going to have a justice system again. So, and again, this last slide here talks about all the different people that Mark Rich had protected in this system. This is the Asia mineral plays. This is the African oil plays. This is, offshore accounts, the money funnels. These are commodities. Clinton's making money at every turn using State Department classified information. So the FBI is not looking at this stuff. They're not looking at these channels and these international money transfers going back and forth. They're attacking the opponents or the journalists that are reporting on this stuff. So that's it for today. I'm going to keep it short, and I'll go into more of the oil and the arms tomorrow. Okay, day 35, still no Eric Braverman, ex-CEO of the Clinton Foundation. His advice, follow the money, and that's going to mean following arms deals and oil deals. First thing, today's news is, again, not a very great source, but that on the Benghazi server, there was Clinton Foundation info. So that ties this directly, the Clinton Foundation directly to the Benghazi situation, and I'll go through that a little bit later on. But the folks in the CIA figure prominently in Hillary's deleted emails. I'll talk more about that. Following this money here is the bribe to McCabe for $675,000. You've got here a surveillance for hire situation where Braverman probably was under surveillance, as well as all the other people that got immunity, the bleach pit guy and all those other folks. And then there's a history of this. This Sibel Edmonds reported on this, that of the impeachment folks, they were all put on surveillance. So you also have folks like Jeffrey Epstein and so forth who are not on surveillance. I'm sure Mark Turry, the guy who was getting set up for the Benghazi arms deal, was also on surveillance. So this is a troubling situation, and this, with there being these emails, 1,000 emails between David Petraeus and Hillary Clinton for this arms deal is going to become very important. So following the money, again, Mark Rich gives tens of millions of dollars to the Clintons from these arms and oil deals. He's the producer. He's kind of like the sales guy. He is convicted money launderer, convicted oil smuggler. So this is his lawyer, Peter Kadzik. He's the guy in charge of all these Hillary investigations, the Human investigation, etc. We've got him emailing Podesta, giving him heads up, having Benghazi celebration dinners, so forth, of the people that they're investigating. This isn't a good situation. We've got him Podesta ordering electronic surveillance on all these enemies, keeping enemies lists and so forth. There's the famous quid pro quo email from the State Department saying, if we can classify some of these emails and hide some of these emails, we'll give you more FBI agents overseas. The only person to be interested in that is the guy who was running the counterterrorism division, which was Andrew McCabe. So, having said that, everyone's familiar with that. This was that famous presidential decision directive in 1998 by Bill Clinton to basically have the FBI and CIA work together. And what ended up happening was the FBI started tapping into all the CIA's informants, so like informants that could speak Arabic especially, so they could use that for counterterrorism. Again, this points back to McCabe. So I was involved in a case where those agents were used in an entrapment case in the Portland Christmas tree bomber case. So I'm very familiar with this directly. But here you have all these agents saying, yes, the Clintons used this program of disruption to order electronic surveillance as well as physical surveillance, very active physical surveillance, and also relaxing the need to get warrants. And also you have people like contractors, not even people in the intelligence community, being able to look at the president's email with tools like PRISM. So I've shown this before. These are just all the connections. If you read Clinton Cash, you just see all these connections. This doesn't even begin to cover it of all the deals. All these are discoverable by the FBI and funds transfers, and all of these are Mark Rich's friends. And 4 days before the election, when Hillary was starting to criticize Comey, he just happened to put the Mark Rich case files out on the FBI public vault. It's kind of a reminder to, hey, back off here. I've got plenty of stuff that I can release on you. So getting into the Benghazi deal, this is Fox News. Mark Turry was dealing directly with Ambassador Stevens down here, and he was also dealing with the CIA. The case records prove that. And Petraeus is going to be involved in the interviews in this case, in the Turry case. This is where we had the Stingers going to Libya and Syria illegally through Qatar, and then we also have the gas, the Sarin gas coming from Libya going to Syria. So everyone remembers this famous interview where, we came, we saw, we got him. Judicial Watch has FOIA'd these emails, which answer to Benghazi, just the word Benghazi, between Hillary Clinton and David Petraeus. There's 1,000 total emails that have not been turned over, that were deleted, that we haven't seen yet, but there's 30 that answer the search term Benghazi. There's no telling how many of these 1,000 emails will answer a code word. If they had you would think that they would have code words for, they wouldn't just use the word zero footprint, and they wouldn't just use the words timber sycamore. They might have, but we still don't know. The State Department is rejecting or stonewalling turning these emails over, but this is going to be your smoking gun. Here's the bleach bit guy. Someone watching the channel told me today he's missing. So he's one of the 5 guys that got immunity. So if you got immunity, I really don't think that means a lot. The FBI conducts these interviews, which are called 302s. 32 of them were handed over, but 2 of the 302s were withheld because they refer to this special access program, which is above top secret. That's going to be your Petraeus, and that's going to be, I would say, Philippe Reines is going to be one of those as well, because that's all about the drone program, and that's all about stuff like this, Stingers, Sarin gas, the most top secret stuff. And as I said, Jason Chaffetz has issued a subpoena for the full file and the missing 2 302s. These are interview summaries from the FBI. I would like to see the full file to see actually what questions were asked, because that tells you if they're really trying to get any information or if they're trying to cover it up. We might know the answer to that already. And this is the guy who was setting up the thing, was Sid Blumenthal, feeding Sid Blumenthal information, feeding Podesta information for the investors before the Libya coup happens. I'm pretty sure you'll find that this pattern will continue. As he leaves, he'll just take a different role for the Syria coup. But then you have cover stories and so forth. We do know from the emails now that they do relate to the CIA used, it relates to these Stinger missiles. Remember, he's the guy who got the call from Andrew Stevens saying, what are we doing shipping Stinger missiles? They're going to ISIS. And he said, we're going to ship them anyway. And that, I believe, is what killed Christopher Stevens. The CIA took what's called a FOIA exemption, where they don't have to answer the questions. And it's called a B7 exemption. And they took that 37 times within those 1,000 emails. Even though we don't know the contents, we know that they use that FOIA redaction 37 times. So we know what I've been saying in these emails is right, that it's all about these arms deals. It's going to be all about these arms deals. Okay, that's it for today.
Okay, day 40, still looking for Braverman and his significant other, as well as the arms dealer that did the Gaddafi Timber Sycamore and Zero Footprint. So we have a situation where we not only want the oil, Gaddafi also has an arms cache of 20,000 of these Stinger missiles. So the question is, instead of destroying those weapons, did Hillary sell Gaddafi Stingers, and did those come back to the Clinton Foundation as donations? So follow the arms and follow the oil. That's basically what Eric Braverman told us to do. Well, first we'll follow the information here. The first day that Hillary, even before she's in the State Department, she says, contact me on my Gmail. There's 1,000 emails between these two. We don't have any of them. 30 of them have been FOIA'd by Judicial Watch, and the answer Benghazi. But the State Department's blocking those emails. There's going to be a whole bunch of other code words in here. But that's how these deals are being set up. He's the architect. The first thing that happens is Gaddafi's deposed. Now you have access to his Stinger missiles because you've bribed generals along the way for the coup. What happens then? They are being flown on C-130s to Amman, Jordan. Actually, they're being flown all over, and I'll develop that story later. But according to Tosh Plumlee, these C-130s are taking these Stinger missiles to Amman, Jordan. So
Mark Turi starts dealing with Ambassador Stevens when he gets there in 2012. And Ambassador Stevens doesn't know this is happening. He knows these ships are leaving here and going over to these ports with small arms, but he doesn't realize that there are these Stinger missiles and sarin gas going over to Jordan. So Hillary has almost a year, a little more than a year and a half to sell these Stinger missiles. There is, when this crisis is created, though, it draws a lot of attention to Benghazi. That's when the decision is made to move these arms to an arms cache in Amman, Jordan. Later, they're also sent directly to Turkey because it's too far to drive all the way around here through the rat line to get the weapons to Aleppo. It's easier to bring them into the CIA station here and bring them south. So, how do we know that? Here's Mazzetti this year in June saying these Jordanian officers are just taking truck after truckload and just driving off. And then their weapons are finding themselves into the hands of rebels, ISIS. So, here's the proof. One of those emails from Sid Blumenthal here says, we're going to have General Grange take Tripoli, So he also, the Democrats also released the fact that he got paid $20,000 for architecting this deal. So when you're trying to sell arms and you're trying to sell illegal oil, you go to your old friends. It makes sense. It's the same way in any kind of crime syndicate. That's what you do. We do indeed have 180 emails from Blumenthal to Hillary. He's kind of like your sales manager. And there's 25 on just Benghazi. What else do you do when you want to sell these? Well, you can go back to Chaguri. You did an oil play with him in Nigeria in the 90s, and he's a very close friend. You see, do you have any generals that want Stingers? Or you can go to Joe Wilson, who did the South Sudan and Ethiopia and Eritrea and all these other nations, Congo, and ask, do any of your customers want any Stingers? And same thing over here for Asia. So basically using your sales channels. This is the proven network that works. As you saw in the last, there was private emails between Joe Wilson and Hillary, and so that's why we need to see those as well. But what you basically have is Mark Rich was a arms and oil smuggler, and he used a company called BCCI to launder. This goes back 33 years when Giuliani was trying him. Basically, they just took BCCI and made it into the Clinton Foundation for money laundering. He is the chief launderer-in-chief right here. It was just discovered that, for instance, Podesta Associates are getting $60,000 a month from India. That's really a $720,000 arms deal. Tony Podesta is kind of like your road Tommy boy running around to these different countries, and he's sending an email saying, hey, I just got back from Sudan. Get it? Sudan? And can I come over to your house and, bring a pizza? A pizza's an arms deal. You're going to find out it's not Pizzagate. So I'll develop that later. But then you're going to need, in any kind of network, you're going to need cover-up guys. So you got Kadzik as kind of your front man. Then behind him you got Lanny Davis, and you've got Jack Quinn. Now, the key question is McCabe and Comey a part of this? You find a lot of James Comey throughout this whole case. As a matter of fact, he's the guy who let Mark Rich go when he took over the case from Rudy Giuliani. And things like this, where $675,000 are going to somebody, to a guy's, funneled through a guy's wife. Every time he tries to shut the case down or divide the case up between offices, he gets promoted. A lot of quid pro quo. There's the we'll get you extra agents overseas in Iraq if you declassify the email. So you've also got Comey with DLA Piper, his brother Peter, getting grants to remodel homes in the New York City area from the Clinton Foundation. So this needs more sunshine. Now, here's the deal that makes Eric Braverman leave the Clinton Foundation when he does finally realize that, just like Christopher Stevens didn't realize that they were selling the Stinger missiles instead of destroying them, Eric Braverman didn't understand that these were all oil deals. This $28 million, they were donating, the Kingdom of Morocco was donating about $500,000 a year along with Algeria, and they were contesting this Western Sahara. So finally he says, look, I want to put through the order $28 million, and there she's right there to get it. And they have annexed Western Sahara, and they are electrifying it right now, and they are going to put in a drilling for oil and a gas pipeline. So all of these deals, basically are just arms deals. And when she leads the Secretary of State's office, now you need somebody with contacts in the Secretary of State's office, which is David Petraeus, and the CIA, to funnel your information through. So evidence to watch is going to be Petraeus's emails, Huma's emails up 650,000. We're going to hone in on the word stinger or the code word for stinger. Maybe that's hot dog. You probably also want to hone in on the code word for RPG, which is probably going to be something like pasta. Ice cream, maybe something like poisonous gas, that sort of thing is probably a code word for grenades, etc. But basically, just look at the arms package that Mark Turi sent, along with stingers and poison gas, and you're going to have your code. These 1,000 donations are really just repackaged. They're unbundled arms bribes. So you're going to have to look at Greek Pipeline, where Bill's son-in-law is involved. This offshore drilling project. All of these are oil and arms deals. Here's more stonewalling by the FBI. They want to take 5 years, so cleverly going a year past the next election in 2020 to process those 650,000 emails. And to top it all off, let's improve our surveillance so that we can just go to our favorite DC lawyer and get a surveillance on anybody in America, any device, just a general warrant. So Petraeus probably was broken into by the FBI because he was under surveillance. Because when he left after Christopher Stevens died, now you got a loose end here, and you want to make sure that he doesn't ever go to the Attorney General or whatever. So there's a kind of an uneasy partnership between Hillary and Petraeus, but he's communicating all this arms information to these folks within the State Department. And now they're not at the State Department anymore. But here's the thing that killed Ambassador Stevens was when he called Andrew Shapiro, when he finally figured it out, and said, hey, there's 400 stingers going on these C-130s to ISIS, and they're going to Amman, Jordan, and they're going to Turkey. That's the end of that. So tomorrow, day 41, I'll go into Tony Podesta on the road getting arms bribes. Okay, day 42. Eric Braverman's still missing. Basically, Eric Braverman found out that the Clinton Foundation was nothing more than a money laundry for war spoils, and also a funnel for oil plays for investments. For taking basically a stockbroker's commission for selling information about these topples. So the key question is, did Hillary sell Gaddafi's stingers? So the idea is take over a country, set up an investment consortium, take over a country, get the weapons cache, and then sell those weapons to other countries, and then put the money back into the Clinton Foundation. So that's why Eric Braverman said follow the money, and that's going to be the arms and the oil. So the key question is, you need to pick what tribe do you pick, what weapons package do you pick, and what general do you pick to do these topples. In this case, they picked Libya, they picked the Muslim Brotherhood. Did these stingers end up in the hands of the Muslim Brotherhood? You bet they did. And we've got testimony in this case to prove it with Mark Turi. He's still missing as well. So when you're setting up a deal like this, these topples, you have to, Petraeus was running CENTCOM at the time. You can't be running weapons around without somebody looking the other way, because if they don't, they'll blow you up. The U.S. has fantastic surveillance. So there's 1,000 emails going back and forth between Hillary and Petraeus. So this is kind of your look the other way cover, or at least get a day's warning so that you can stop the trucks and survive the rat line. And then from the first day, even before she takes office, she says, use my private email. That's why the emails are going to be so important. Here's Mark Mazzetti about 3 months ago saying these arms are going directly in a black market to the rebels. this is only 3 months ago, these Jordanian officers, I mean, they're even they're driving up in truckloads of arms. They're even leaving the engines running, the keys in them, engines running. I'll explain how that works through King Abdullah in a second. But let's go back to Gaddafi's stingers. After the topple occurs, then you go to Chiguri, and Chiguri is your arms merchant. He's basically going to sell those stingers. Only 2,000 of the 20,000 stingers were recovered. So yes, there's pictures all over the place of these rebels with them in their hands. You're going to find them in Sudan. You're going to find them all over the place. You're going to find them in Jordan. But most of them, we have several CIA reports that most of them go here to Amman, Jordan. That's where George Soros' office is. The whole project for North Africa and Middle East office is based in Amman, Jordan. You're going to find that World Bank money is being used for water projects and different humanitarian things. Is actually part of that money is being siphoned off to buy these recovered weapons, and they're going here. And King Abdullah is actually running the rat line here, both to Damascus and Turkey's being run through Erdogan. So Hillary, when the topple occurs, has from April, when Stevens comes in, to September 2012. Everything is thrown off when he finds out that these stingers are going to ISIS. And Mazzetti's article says that. Basically that this rat line is going directly to ISIS. So they need to move all the weapons from here to Amman, Jordan. That's probably where they are today, the ones that haven't been sold, the remaining inventory. Okay, so remember when I said pick a general? Here's Sid Blumenthal saying Grange can take Tripoli. He's got a plan. So you need a general. We picked our tribe, which is the Muslim Brotherhood, and we've got our arms package. Turi provides, a lot of times there's not enough ammunition or grenades or RPGs. You can't just use the existing arms base. So you have a few arms dealers to fill out the arms package that the general needs and is recommended. Now, these don't come free. These arms don't come free. Capital corporations like Jarch, and it's going to be Jarch in this case, pay Sid Blumenthal and set up a consortium. They get a consortium of investors to do the topple. So that's where your link is going to be. He did the South Sudan topple for the Clinton Foundation. He's been a long-time Clinton Foundation donor. And he was also at the State Department. You may also remember Joe Wilson here. It's going to be this $200,000 payment, by the way, that Eric Braverman flags almost from his first day. Why did we pay Sid Blumenthal $200,000? And that's going to bring up other questions of people who are working at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation at the same time. Why are we paying Huma? Why are we paying Cheryl Mills? Why are we paying Philippe? It just doesn't make any sense. They're not rendering any services, and yet we're paying them all these, and plus big cash payouts like this really jump off the balance sheet. Now, you remember Joe Wilson. He's the guy who went to Africa and said, and kind of messed with George Bush's oil play and said, there's no uranium here in Niger. This whole yellow cake uranium story is phony. Well, the Bushes didn't like that very much because you're messing with their oil play now. So what did they do? They outed his wife, Valerie Plame. So that's just a little fun trivia background on that. So here's your guy who's kind of setting up everything. He's getting the generals set up. He's getting the arms packages and so forth. When you want to sell these arms and also oil, you go to your old contacts, and these are all Mark Rich's old contacts. This is a 30-year network. And Chiguri's the guy who's going to be here. He's been convicted of laundering $4 billion already in Swiss accounts. It's going to be HSBC, by the way. And he's also committed to donating $1 billion. So we're just following the money. It's very simple to Hillary. He's going to be your arms merchant. Here's Joe Wilson again with Valerie Plame and Hillary. Jarch Capital. They also did the regime change in South Sudan. You're going to find a lot of other ones that they're behind. The whole shelf of Africa, the top shelf of Africa, and there's going to be another capital group that does the. Soros is going to do the Middle Eastern ones. This is your guy. Some of the weapons end up in Chechnya and Georgia and Ukraine. So what is in those emails from Petraeus? This is a different group of emails. There's 30, in those 1,000 emails, there's 30 that just relate to Benghazi. What do the other ones relate to? Well, you remember those 8 binders that he gave Paula Broadwell? Those 8 binders are what they call operational plans. They tell you where the arms caches are. So, for instance, the operational plan or the CIA report on Libya would tell, Petraeus that most of the stingers were in Benghazi, not over by Tripoli. So that's the part you want to take first with the rebels. So all these reports, Timber Sycamore is going to be to topple Syria, the SY. You're going to see a topple Tupelo for Tunisia, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco. You're going to have some code name for the Turkey coup, which is going to be different than these topples because that's a NATO country, and then you got Jordan there. Even King Abdullah, I bet you don't know that they got a plan to topple you. But anyway, Braverman, like I said, is questioning what are these people doing here. They're around all the time, but they don't seem to be doing anything. They don't even bother to do a cover. So that's where he's kind of suspicious from day one. You're also going to find Fast and Furious in Honduras, Sudan as well. But anyway, these topples with Muslim Brotherhood were fairly easy, and they went fairly smooth, and those were Panettas. But the reason why Timber Sycamore is a big deal is Assad has been in power a long time. He's got a massive army. And so you need to establish a base of operations with Timber Sycamore. And they needed those stingers because Assad has jets and helicopters, and there's a Russian base there. So this is going to be a much bigger deal than these other ones. So that's why Petraeus comes in to be running the CIA. And again, it all blows up when Stevens calls and says, hey, those stingers we're sending over to Jordan are going to ISIS. So he figures out the rat line. That ends his life. So, like I said before, you can do these with Muslim Brotherhood, and they went fairly easily, and that gave them a lot of confidence. Some of them paid bribes. They did protests in every country, but some paid bribes. Some just left the country immediately on the first death threat, and then it leaves these two. And that's why you have to go with a general in those two. You're going to find that each one of these despotic dictators all put their money in HSBC, Swiss private bank. And that's so you always keep track of the money. You don't just want their arms, you want their money as well. And you'll notice Mark Rich, Chiguri, Justra from the Uranium One deal, Epstein from the blackmail deal in New York and Florida, all use the same exact bank. So here's Soros. Soros is the information arm of this for all these topples. They even call it the Project for North Africa and Middle East. And then Zebig here, Brzezinski, is going to be your operational planner. He's been doing this ever since Afghanistan and way back in 1979 with Osama bin Laden. So he's been doing these topples a long time. You're going to find that Comey has this uneasy partnership, kind of cleaning up these messes. He's kind of trading power for not prosecuting. Like I said, this has been going on 30 years. Oil deals and arms deals. It was BCCI. When that got exposed by Giuliani, then they went to HSBC. You can see that there's been a close relationship with Kadzik. Everybody knows about this. Every once in a while, money gets paid out because they have to do something extraordinary, like surveillance in the U.S. They don't like that as much as when you have to do a direct cover-up, and you have to do several. Okay, day 43. Where's Eric Braverman? Well, today's going to be all about pipelines. You know that Neil Brown, that's all he really did for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee is figure where pipelines should go. This is Avi Braverman today in Athens talking about his pipeline, the Trans-Adriatic pipeline. Avi Braverman worked for 14 years for the World Bank, did a lot of loans for water pipelines and for the World Bank, and then a lot of oil pipelines came in near there or right on top of those water pipelines. Avi Braverman also made Mark Rich the first PhD, honorary PhD of his university here in Beersheba, where he founded the university. Mark Rich basically built the trans-Israeli pipeline. It was secret in 1968 because Egypt had closed off the Suez Canal. So he bought Iranian oil here for 12 and he sold Israeli oil there for 24. That's how Mark Rich became a billionaire and really saved Israel, really built the whole country from these oil revenues. So these stingers are key for clearing ground, especially if you're facing like an Egyptian Air Force or you're facing a Syrian Air Force or one of the more developed African countries like a Gaddafi Air Force. Okay, so that's why the stingers are so closely tied to pipelines. It's almost like they're inseparable. Wherever you see one, you see the other. This is your clearing device. We'll go to the next slide. This shoot down here of the MiG in March, just to prove that the ISIS does have those stingers. This is another oil deal that just happened. You've been hearing me say that there's going to be an oil pipeline coming through here. Well, lo and behold, today, the King of Morocco signed the deal. So there it is. So this whole $28 million bribe to Hillary was for legitimacy. And I guarantee you, Neil Brown planned it. It's going to go all the way through the top of Africa. And I'll just show you the pipeline that didn't work. Here's Neil's pipeline, the Trans-Adriatic pipeline and the Trans-Anatolian pipeline. Even if this doesn't happen, this goes all the way to Azerbaijan, so that still gives them a southern route. Why is that important? Because Bill Clinton's son-in-law has a huge hedge fund betting on it that it's going to happen. So you see how all these things are kind of coming together here. This is Seymour Hersh again, red line to rat line. The whole idea of why Qatar funded the weapons in Syria and Libya was so that they could topple here because of Assad's jets. They needed stingers, and then they were going to do a coup here. Timber sycamore is well known. The Green Berets here were actually talking about it openly. They were killed recently. And then Mazzetti also reports on this in the New York Times. So not fake news. This is what really happened. I won't go into all the politics, but the whole Muslim Brotherhood thing was just to knock out these dictators that were being like Assad. You know, we don't want the pipeline coming through here unless we get a lot of money. Best thing to do is do Muslim Brotherhood everywhere you can, and then the two problem countries left over, that's where you're going to need a Petraeus. So Brzezinski and George Soros, he's Mr. Stinger from going all the way back to Afghanistan days. Soros was the guy who was doing the information campaign to the Muslim Brotherhood, but you need Petraeus for the operational plans of Zero Footprint and Timber Sycamore. So they all used HSBC, as well as all the Mark Rich's friends used HSBC. Of course, when they did the settlement at the end, Comey always comes in at the end and goes, we got our piece too. So they negotiated quite a good deal for law enforcement on their $1.9 billion settlement for money laundering. But you're going to see this flip, all these are going to flip to our chosen dictator away from Muslim Brotherhood. Matter of fact, Egypt has already flipped to al-Sisi. So, Benghazi, just to prove the case, here's Hillary saying, use my Gmail, General Petraeus. The 30 of the emails were Benghazi. There's 1,000 total, so there's going to be a lot more going on here, especially a lot to do with King Abdullah, who's running the guns up to ISIS, and you're going to have a lot of Syria-Iraqi traffic there. This is the easy part was getting rid of Gaddafi. The hard part's going to be Assad because of the Russian base there. And they're not going to give that up too easily, and Assad's got an advanced air force, so that's why these 20,000 Stingers had to go. But you had about a 2 year or year and a half delay where there's kind of the sales window was open. So Chaguri here, the guy who did went all the way back to the 96 coup in Nigeria, the 93 coup and the 96 oil play, you're going to have him sell arms. And you're also going to have Joe Wilson on the next slide. So you're going to sell these things off as many as you can. Now there's 20,000 of these in the arsenal. There's only 2,000 recovered. So there's 18,000 sold somewhere. The used inventory or the unsold inventory is going to go here to Aman. You're going to find that George Soros is using World Bank money to actually finance that. There's a connection there to Avi Braverman. And here's Mazzetti saying, yeah, Jordanian officers are driving truckloads of weapons directly to ISIS. So this is just proving more the point. Braverman flags this $200K payout, and to Sid Blumenthal going, we're here in New York, Sid's in DC, why are we paying him $115,000 a year? What does he do? And then this $200,000 payment, they're looking through the books and say, what's this for? It says, services. So here he is starting the whole campaign off to topple Gaddafi. We'll have the general, this is actually after the Gaddafi's been toppled, but this is to take out the transitional government. We'll have Grange march on Tripoli. So the guy I mentioned, Joe Wilson, before, he's got a hedge fund called JARCH, which is kind of a play on the word march, like we topple governments and make investments, hedge fund investments on that. And his $200,000 payment to Blumenthal. You may remember Joe from Valerie Plame days when he was messing with the Bush's oil deal and then they retaliated on her. So here's Sid's emails. We know these happened. There was 180 emails. Ambassador Stevens didn't have the email, which leads me to believe he wasn't in on the deal, on the poison gas. He wasn't in on the stingers being sold to other countries. He might have known about the stingers going to Aman, but he thought they were all going there and not going to ISIS. And there's, of course, 25 emails just on Benghazi. So here's Chiguri, $4 billion that has been brokered so far. You can find out he's the guy who also financed the Turkish coup through a NATO general. He also pledged $1 billion to Hillary. So you know that there's a strong connection here. Frank Juster over here, if you read Clinton Cash, you can read all about all the mineral plays, the $145 million that Juster sent, so forth. And here's Joe Wilson. He's the guy who set up, basically partitioned Sudan so that South Sudan would have all the oil fields and supported the general there. So I'm guessing he sold some of the stingers. He sold some of the stingers. Then when the trading window closed, basically when they wanted to roll forward on Timber Sycamore. So that's why the Petraeus emails from the Paula Broadwell case are going to be so important, because in those 8 binders are those operational plans to topple every country. And in every one of those binders, it's going to say, here's where the arms cache is. It's important to get to the arms cache before they destroy it so that you can sell those arms, because that's just pure profit going back into the Clinton Foundation. It's not a commission on a broker deal. It's pure profit. So here's Andrew Stevens, Ambassador Stevens saying to Andrew Shapiro, hey, these stingers are going to ISIS that we're sending over there to Amman, Jordan on the C-130s. And then he only lives a few days after that, about a week. So to recap, Mark Rich and Bill Clinton have been in business a long time. This is a 30-year loop right here. Not McCabe wasn't involved, but Comey certainly was. It goes all the way back to Giuliani in 1983. He was selling arms, selling oil, smuggling arms. They basically just changed the bank that they laundered through from BCCI to HSBC, and then they brought the money in to the Clinton Foundation to launder the money for elections. And then, of course, we still have this. We don't have any of his emails. We don't have any of Huma's emails. We don't have any of Hillary's emails. They said they're going to need 5 years to process those, and then you've got this quid pro quo hanging over his head, and you got the $675,000 bribe hanging over his head. So anyway, in the emails, we need Petraeus's, we need Huma's. It's going to not only going to be the Stinger deal, but also the King of Morocco deal for the pipeline in western Morocco, and this Greek pipeline, as well as other deals. That's it for today. Okay, day 45, still no Eric Braverman. Eric Braverman's a World Bank kind of guy. He goes into countries and he does proposals for water, clean water, and so forth, and the infrastructure needed, the roads, the bridges, the railroads, and so forth. And he thought that's what the Clinton Foundation did. But he learned through his husband, who's an oil guy, that it's really about oil. And the other piece that he found out later was it's also about the arms. So I'm going to take apart the first arms deal that he's going to find out about later, which is the MO for Clinton Foundation is get the guns, pick a gang, and then in this case it was to take the stingers, sell the stingers, and sell the oil. So they had to know, somebody had to give them the information that there's 20,000 stingers here before Chris Stevens got here as the ambassador, okay? And then somebody has to give them the oil production, so forth, and the battle plan to protect these pipelines after they take over the country and pump the oil out, okay? So this is basically what Eric Braverman said when he went to the press: follow the money, and that's going to be the arms and the oil. So this is Mark Turi still missing. They got the guns from Turi. She picked the gang. The gang was Muslim Brotherhood, and they did get the 20,000 stingers, and here they are. There's a shoot down of a Chinook in 2011 and 12, and then a shoot down, there's many shoot downs of Russian jets and planes and helicopters, as well as Syrian. And that's the big danger in this kind of a play, is these can shoot down commercial airliners. So she played a very risky game here. So here's where Braverman learns that, you know, the great water projects and electrification projects that he's designed for the King of Morocco is really an oil play. It's when he gives the Clinton Foundation a $28 million bribe, and he realizes this is an arms deal and an oil deal. So his husband is the architect of this pipeline. It's going to be a gas pipeline as well as maybe an LNG port there, as well as an oil deal for drilling. We know that now because a couple of days ago they just announced a Morocco to Nigeria Trans-African pipeline. So I kind of had to wait for the news to kind of catch up here. So then he goes to, in March of this year, 2015, excuse me, he goes to Politico, tries to save himself and save his reputation because he knows that this is going to happen a little bit later that month in March, this meeting. So Clinton cash comes out in 2015, and now he starts realizing this has been a pattern with the Clintons going all the way back to Chaguri in Africa, where basically he stole, using an underground pipeline, he stole $4 billion from the Nigerians. The Nigerians thought they were getting all the revenue. All of the revenue was being bought by Mark Rich. That stolen oil was being bought by Mark Rich, and he was selling it on the spot market. He was convicted of bribery in 2000. You might remember Mark Rich got his pardon in 2001. So all those events are related. Who did Clinton fly with? He flew with Chaguri down to Nigeria, supposedly for the first time. I think it was probably for the 50th time on guess whose plane? Jeffrey Epstein's plane. He had a falling out of, the Nigerians tried to capture Chaguri after they figured out that he was using this secret pipeline to pipe all this oil out, which has been extended now, and now everyone knows about it. They were going to build a Trans-African pipeline this way. Well, guess what happened? Again, another gang, Boko Haram this time, bombed those oil fields. So they've taken the oil from the government of Nigeria. So they've just patched it up recently with their new install there. But this Trans-African pipeline goes all the way up from Nigeria, all the way up to Morocco, and then across Africa. So that's, if you ever have any question about why this happens, it's always oil. It's never, they did 28 different bombings, you know. So now, this is Fox 2015, now the Turi deal, this whole arms sale and then transfer to Syria, from Libya to Syria, becomes public. We know that now, this came out later, that Hillary told Petraeus, use my Gmail account, and we know that there's 30 Benghazi emails there. The reason why you had to know this is you have to know where those arms are, and you have to know what the operational plan is for taking them. You can't just say they're somewhere in Benghazi. You have to have very particular information about how you blow the bolts off when the SEAL team goes in, etc. It's very detailed that this had to be, you're going to find many, many operations, not just Benghazi, but there's 1,000 emails between them. When they did take over and they got the 20,000 stingers, now they have a window to sell them. And Chaguri, the guy on the previous slide or here, is your main guy. He's going to go to Boko Haram and all the different, you know, Hezbollah, Hamas, all the different groups he supports, and he's kind of the go-between between the tribes. But this happens. Stevens figures out, oops, the stingers are actually going to ISIS. Okay. Okay, they're supposed to be going to King Abdullah, but they're ending up in the hands of ISIS. So that happens, unfortunately. Christopher Stevens now, Braverman's figured that out. He doesn't know yet that the Soros, I don't think the world knows yet that those are World Bank loans, and that's going to really depress him when he figures that out. So moving forward in time, Braverman knew about this pipeline because his husband designed it, this Trans-Adriatic, Trans-Anatolian pipeline. But he didn't know this was the reason until Hersh came out in 2014. But he probably didn't believe this part about the sarin gas actually coming from Libya. But then all doubt is removed in May 2016 when this article is published in the New York Times saying, yeah, Hillary and McCain architected this with Petraeus. Petraeus is not named, but Hillary and McCain are. So this is just background. The pipeline here across Africa may or may not happen, but at least it goes to Morocco and then goes up through Spain, or there's a couple other Transmed pipelines there. That's why Tunisia was important to take over, because that's one of the Transmed pipelines. But you can see here HSBC in the middle of all this. And not only is it Chaguri's and Mark Rich's bank, but it's also Justra, the guy who did the Asia Uranium One deal, and it's also Epstein's, as well as all of the dictators, okay? And that's going to become important later when law enforcement gets their cut. Guess who the person who has to enforce the Clinton Foundation the last 15 years is? Lois Lerner, IRS. So she's the one who's been looking the other way with all the Clinton Foundation violations. So now in the summer, this summer, the WikiLeaks emails start coming. So more and more the piece of the puzzle comes in. Oh, it was Sid Blumenthal. He was the one who ordered the takeover of Tripoli. He did hire the general. You know, he did have hedge funds make a play for the, for the oil, as well as for other businesses that had lined up, for investment consortium. So George Capital specializes in sovereignty changes. This also, Braverman then had probably flagged this way before, this $200,000 payment to Sid Blumenthal that happened 2 years before he got there. So Sid Blumenthal becomes the architect of kind of, I'm not going to say bagman, but kind of the sales manager for not only putting together the fixer, putting together the pieces, the gang, the guns, and so forth, and then also managing the information about where to go, where to attack, and that sort of thing. You got Chaguri over here who these are the sales channels of where you're going to sell the arms now. Chaguri's going to sell some through his Mark Rich buddy over here. Blumenthal is going to sell some through Chaguri. He's also going to sell some through Justra. He's also going to sell some through Joe Wilson. The Petraeus emails are important for this reason, because this is going to be where are the arms, because there's going to be all kinds of assessments. These are the arms deals that are going through, so you want to intercept these arms deals so that you can do more Libyas. That's how the whole Libya play started to begin with, is intercepting arms deals. And then these operational plans, as I mentioned, are going to be important. Zero footprint, timber sycamore. These things are going to be detailed in the sense of, we're going to go attack the arms bunker at night. It should be done between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. It should be done with 3 SEAL teams. You should blow the bolts this way. That kind of level of information is what you're going to need if you're going to hire a private army. Remember, the CIA did not do this. This was a private army hired by the State Department. So the first time in, I think, history that the State Department's ever run a covert operation, okay? So you're going to see they were all employed at the Clinton Foundation at one time or another, these State Department folks. So this has been going on a long time, these secret pipelines, and the political side is you put in embargoes either for buying or selling oil, and then Mark Rich ships the oil. Chaguri's not on here, but you have to buy the oil somewhere. You have to take the oil somewhere, so that they just keep working it. Now, this is the cover-up side of the equation. Law enforcement knows this is going on. They see the money transfers. They've seen it for 30 years. This goes back to Rudy Giuliani. So you have to have not a compliant law enforcement, but a law enforcement willing to look the other way and become more powerful trade agents, trade increased power and increased number of agents for looking the other way. So there's a little power thing going on there. And then you have to have on the judicial side, you have to have people to block things on the judicial side. This is last year when they're doing the Huma server and the Hillary investigation, but 30 years. They've been working together 30 years. So finish this off. You got to have the Petraeus emails. You got to have the Huma emails. You got to go to the CIA interviews in the Turi case. You got to get all the Clinton Foundation detail about all the donations, because that's going to unlock all the arms deals, all the oil deals. That's it for today. Okay, day 46. Eric Braverman's still missing. He's supposed to teach today at Yale at 5 o'clock, so we'll see if that happens. The key question is, did the Clinton Foundation, are the donations actually stinger sales? And that may sound outrageous at first, but we know that they took the 20,000 stingers that Gaddafi had here. We know they took the oil, which is fine, but there's an inherent risk with these stingers. We know they did the gun running from Zero Footprint, the Mark Turi trial with the State Department. So we know that from last year. We know the State Department engaged Muslim Brotherhood, not only through all these pictures that were set up as a press event, but also through all the Huma emails that are going to be coming. We know that the stingers were sold to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and also UAE, and they ended up in the hands of rebels. So if you're willing to sell stingers to terrorists, would you also be willing to sell them to the Kingdom of Morocco, to the King of Morocco? It's not that big of a stretch. I'm engaging terrorists. I'm running guns to take the guns. I'm selling them to 3 different kingdoms in the Middle East already for terrorists. Why not directly? Now, the key question is, did Braverman figure that out? So here is that deal in Western Sahara. We know that there's a pipeline now because they just announced it. We know that the stingers enforce a no-fly zone along a gas pipeline. So was that the reason? We know Algeria has threatened to bomb this because they are contesting that pipeline. So did they sell those stingers to enforce a no-fly zone against Algeria? And who would know about that? Eric Braverman's husband. So Braverman does an audit called a law firm, Simpson Thatcher, very good law firm in New York. What they do is they flag bonuses. The first thing that auditor will do is in a real audit, and the Clinton Foundation's never been really audited, they'll flag big bonus payments. And that big bonus payment right there to Sid Blumenthal, $200,000, you can see, sorry about the zoom there, would be the first thing that you would see. Plus, when you don't know what somebody's doing in your organization, that also is a flag. And now we don't know about these 1,000 hidden donations. This is from Clinton Cash. But Eric Braverman could see those 1,000 donations. So he could easily see a quid pro quo if one was developing arms sale, donation, arms sale, donation. Plus, he's flagging all these payouts, these bonus payouts. What is Huma doing? What is Philippe doing? What is Cheryl Mills doing? They're at the State Department and they're at the Clinton Foundation at the same time. Why is Doug Band and Justin and flying around with Jeffrey Epstein and flying around with Bill Clinton? Why the Epstein? He knows all about Epstein's history with the Little St. James Island. So he has a lot of information that we don't have right now to put this situation together. Now we know that Sid Blumenthal, the evidence is he obviously did hire an army, and he went after the stingers. So what other information do we have to know that the stingers went to ISIS? Well, here's 3 months ago, Mazzetti from the New York Times saying that's exactly what happened. We have 1,000 emails between Petraeus and Hillary's Gmail. We know 30 of them have answered the request of Benghazi. So we know that this guy here, Chaguri, is a known arms dealer. He supplied Hamas, Hezbollah, Boko Haram. He's been a friend of Bill Clinton for 20 years. So we know there's an arms dealer in the picture. We know something went wrong in this arms deal. Either He found out, Stevens found out that they were going to ISIS, or he found out that they were going to other countries, or he found out about poison gas. Something happened. We know something happened bad. Normally you don't kill the people that are working for you. We know Soros has a base in Amman, Jordan. We know Marines were killed there. We know we have CIA agents saying that the Stingers were flown there. So lots of evidence. Here's Chiguri. We know he traded weapons for oil for weapons for the last 20 years with Mark Rich. He stole the Nigerian oil. He sent Hamas, Hezbollah, Boko Haram. We know he's committed $1 billion to the Clinton Foundation. We know he looted $4 billion. We know he was convicted of bribery for bribing generals. We know he also was riding on Jeff Epstein's plane. Okay? That was the Nigeria oil play, going all the way back 20 years. We know that this was the plan from Timber Sycamore because two different people have reported on it. Cy Hersh from the New York Times, who used to be with the New York Times. And we know that this is Mazzetti again reporting on it, that they wanted to put a pipeline through here. And topple here, coup here. We've got Marines being killed, and the Marines saying that we're training ISIS and they have Stingers. We have people making financial bets on pipelines going through here that Neil Brown designed. So lots of evidence of wrongdoing. This is the rat line from Al-Qaim to Aleppo. Another need for Stingers to enforce a no-fly zone. We know the Russians are bombing. We have reporters saying, hey, they're using Stingers. They're shooting. This is Serena Shim, great reporter, shooting down airplanes. We know that we Sotlov here about to get killed. We know he's saying, hey, what about this sarin gas? We know that the opposition party in Turkey is saying the same thing. We didn't use sarin gas. It came from Libya. So was the Arab Spring really this Arab Spring arms sale? We've got all these emails going back and forth, 1,000 of them. We've got all this information going back and forth to Muslim Brotherhood. We've got George Soros putting in a network of radio stations and websites and Facebook sites and so forth, promoting Muslim Brotherhood. We have Mr. Stinger himself involved in this company, setting this up, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who originally did the Stingers for Osama bin Laden, way back with the Mujahideen. He's involved. We have the same bank that all these despotic dictators are using, HSBC, and then all of the people I just mentioned, Justra, Chiguri, Rich, Epstein, all using the same bank and giving $81 million to the Clinton Foundation. So the key question is this basically just, arms bank, Hillary's arms bank? We have Lois Lerner in the last 15 years supposed to be watching over the Clinton Foundation. There's a cover up there. We have this HSBC big $2 billion payout, and with law enforcement getting a huge chunk. Sid's hiring the army. Chiguri's is trading oil for Stingers with Mark Rich. Justra's selling the Stingers in Asia. Joe Wilson's selling the Stingers to governments. So basically, he's doing the sort of like legit sales, and he's doing the illegit sales, and then he's got the Bill's saving Asia for him. This is why the Petraeus emails are so important, because those operational plans, those 8 binders, Zero Footprint was one of them, Timber Sycamore, it tells you where the arms are, how to get the arms, where exactly in Benghazi are they. They actually just left the door open in Benghazi. They didn't have to blow the bolts. But here's the key question. Is Hillary using this part of the State Department when these guys were there? This is the guy who was approving the sales in the Mark Turi case, as well as others. Are they stopping U.S. vendors and saying you can't sell, and then substituting Russian Stingers? That's treason. That is treason. So we need to see those emails from the sex case. These are the CENTCOM emails, even before he went to the CIA. We need to see these CIA emails as well. We know that when Stevens called Shapiro and said, hey, we got 400 Stingers on the C-130s that are going to ISIS, we know he died a week later. So this relationship, Bill Clinton to Mark Rich, 30 years. He was involved all the way back in 1987 in this triangle. So he's known about this a long time. They see the money. He's seen all these money transfers. They know all about it. And he's let him off 3 or 4 times now. 3 or 4 cover-ups now, going back to the Mark Rich pardon, but also IRS, Fast and Furious, which is just another arms deal. now we have all the coups, and now we have the 2 Huma server cases that he's in charge of. We've got the 675,000, but we also have 3 quid pro quos. He's been promoted 3 times, and he's also gotten more agents every time for his counterterrorism division. So this is massive and in terms of scope, but it's not made up. This is all history. I have a short, brief history of the Mark Rich on my channel that you can look at and see the 30-year history here. Now here's the emails. Here's more obstruction. Remember the 9 days they looked at 650,000 emails and said, no, there's nothing there, and now they need 5 years. So they analyzed them to see if they were classified in 9 days, and now they need 5 years. That's obstruction. They also passed another rule, so now they can get anybody's PC. So now they can do a dragnet search of everyone in the United States for any information related to this to cover it up. So these are the 650,000 emails that we need from Huma. We also need to see the Petraeus emails. We need to see the 14 different Gmails at the State Department. We need to see the 1,000 hidden donations, because those are the arms sales. That one, the oil deals. Every time you do an oil deal, you're going to have stingers to protect and create a no-fly corridor. That's why it's important to follow the oil as well. That's it for today. Day 47, still no Eric Braverman. He didn't show up to teach at Yale yesterday. Maybe he is going to show up today for his class. Nobody knows. One interesting thing happened is he's following a new person on Twitter. So somebody either got into his account, or maybe he is alive. Maybe he's following me. Who knows? Yesterday, I developed the idea of these stinger sales from the Libya actually being funneled back into the Clinton Foundation as donations to Eric Braverman. And the reason I say that is we have a government here that this is Algeria in the year before this stinger thing, that gives $500,000 for a $2.4 billion deal, which is a huge arms deal, and Hillary only gets $500,000 bribe for that. So I'm going to develop the logic of why you need to go do this in 2011, because this is $500 million worth of stingers here, and you've got anti-personnel mines and machine guns and ammunition and sarin gas. There's a whole the total value of this is probably more closer to $1 billion. Plus you've got $30 billion in assets, in frozen assets of Gaddafi, plus the oil production is about $34 billion a year. So toppling is much more efficient than speeches, and I'll show you the economics of the speeches. So just getting back to, would Hillary sell stingers? Well, she was actively engaged in gun running. That's the zero footprint. The Mark Turi, still missing. She was actively engaged with Huma and herself and the Muslim Brotherhood. Here she is with them on the day they toppled Gaddafi. So we know she did that. And then here she's selling not only the stingers to the Libyan rebels, but then she's also selling them to Syrian rebels. And we've had shoot downs in Syria, all over the world actually, in Afghanistan, and potentially Egypt with the Russian plane, and also in Libya itself. Now you know that this $28 million bribe here, what I'm positing is that that could have been stinger sales for this very reason. No amount of speeches is going to pay for. This is a much quicker way to get to the money she needs for the presidential election. So, and I just want to finish off that after this $28 million bribe, later that year, Raytheon gets a $157 million order to King of Morocco for this anti-tank weapon called a BGM-71. So he's obviously fearing a tank invasion from Algeria. Obviously, the stingers would help against Algeria's Air Force. Remember, they're competing for Western Sahara. So, real quickly, this is July of 2011. On the 14th, Sid Blumenthal says, hey, General Grange can he's with Osprey, he can take over Tripoli, okay? He's getting the operational information through this Tyrone Drumheller. He's dead now. But this this email between them says, here are the operational plans. And I mean, I've read these. These are very detailed operational plans of, the politics, agriculture, where the guns are, where the whole political layout, how to attack, etc. Anyway, here's the plans for Libya that he gives Sid Blumenthal. He also gives the plans for Sudan, which, remember, South Sudan is taken over as well. And then Maghreb, which is kind of a code word for, not really a code word, Algeria and Morocco. So you can see they're playing Algeria and Morocco against each other. Whoever comes up with, you're threatening Gaddafi with an overthrow, and now you go back to the other two guys right next door and say, do you want that to be you? So that's going to be, South Sudan's going to be Joe Wilson. And then a month later, after this email is sent, Gaddafi dies on October 12th, so about 3 months later. That's incorrect. So the very next day, July 15th, after that Sid Blumenthal email, Hillary says, hey, we should back this revolution, this transnational council. This is ISIS now. They're calling this ISIS now. There's $30 billion of these assets we should free up and give to the TNC. And then there's $3.5 billion in cash. Well, the reason is for going after the $30 billion is she only got $500,000 for this $2.4 million, $1 billion arms deal. At that team, Hillary's team estimated that it would mean she would need $3 billion for the election in 2016. If you only get $500,000 a speech, even though it's $500,000 an hour, you need to do 6,000 speeches to get to that $3 billion number. This economics isn't going to work. You're going to need to do topples like this. So she gets most of the cash. Then a week later, Mark Turi is arrested. That's the cover story, so where the arms came from. And now they released the cash about 4 months later. And those are mainly about a month after Gaddafi's death, mostly oil companies. But then a civil war immediately starts, so they don't have to pay out to the rebels. It's still going on today. So now they're putting in a UN government, and then it looks like the money will go to the UN government. The UN government will go to the World Bank, go to George Soros, and make loans then. So you can see here where the rebels, the moderate rebels, now became ISIS, and they're getting cut out of the deal. So this is the deal that breaks the back of Eric Braverman, why he leaves. This is the $28 million bribe. Remember, Morocco and Algeria are competing for this. This has been annexed. Just this year, the Ban Ki-moon said, Morocco annexed the Western Sahara. So it's not just me saying this. The $28 million Stinger deals makes sense for the same reason the topple makes sense. It's much quicker to make $28 million selling the Stingers than doing speeches. So not only does he need to enforce anti-tank weapons, but he needs to enforce a no-fly zone as well, and that's what the Stingers do. So you just follow the pipelines, basically, and that'll lead you right to the arms sales. So again, here's the Stingers going to Syria, but I also think that they're going to Morocco. I also think they're going to Sudan, and I also think they're going to Nigeria. And why do I say that? Hillary says, use my Gmail all the way back here in 2009 with Petraeus. And Petraeus is the guy who knows all about this for every country. Even though CENTCOM is over here more Afghanistan and these countries in here, Egypt, he knows about these as well and has friends that like Drumheller that can get him those operational plans. So we know that here's the New York Times saying that the Stingers are definitely going to Syria, and King Abdullah's men are taking them to ISIS. So Chaguri here is getting him to Boko Haram. He's getting him to Hezbollah, Hamas. It's a very dangerous game because these guys could shoot down Israeli jets. So 20-year friend of Bill. And then this stops the whole thing, obviously. And now we need to move these around. Some go to Albania. We've had reports some of these Stingers are in Central America, Mexico. So everybody knows about this. This was the plan for the Qataris. That's why they paid the money for Timber Sycamore. That's why they, to topple here. There's rumors that Chaguri, with a NATO general, bankrolled the coup in Turkey for $1 billion. So that is a story I'll develop a little bit later. But you'll see investments. Like I said, follow the pipeline. You'll see hedge funds. This is Bill's son-in-law, investing in pipelines. So Seymour Hersh, and this is Mazzetti, McCain, Hillary. Interesting, Turi is more of a McCain guy. They want to sell new stingers. Raytheon is based in Scottsdale, Arizona. And Hillary, though, that's like I said before, a very small commission. It's all pure profit if she sells those used Russian stingers. So here's the rat line in Syria. We had several reporters saying arms are coming from Turkey. Sarin gas is coming from Turkey. Here's Steven Sotloff, who was murdered for saying that. Hey, sarin gas, MSM, not noticing. Here's Sharina Shim saying, hey, they're using the UN World Health Organization trucks in blue bins, bringing the weapons in where food is supposed to be coming in. You're going to see this used time and time again where USAID, U.S. foreign aid, and also UN World Health Organization trucks are used over and over to move weapons. So this is the Nigerian situation. Boko Haram blocks the pipeline here so that Chiguri could build this secret pipeline, which now everybody knows about. So he's a $1 billion Clinton Foundation donor, and he was convicted in 2000 for looting $4 billion from the government of Nigeria. So it's just happening over and over. It's the same MO over and over. Take the oil, take the money, secretly ship the oil out, take the money. If there's an arms cache, sell the arms. The UN also buys back arms, but usually the dictators get a much better price, or the gangs get a much better price than the UN is willing to pay to recover the arms. So, and I'll just end on this one. This is just more proof that we were working with Muslim Brotherhood at every one of these topples that happened along the way. We're threatening or playing two countries against each other for the Western Sahara. You can't see Sudan here, but the same thing happened in Sudan. And all these transactions that are happening between the people that are actually doing the transactions are all HSBC, as well as all the dictators, HSBC. And the person who's supposed to be overlooking this, over here, Lois Lerner, for the last 15 years is looking the other way. And I have to say, I think Mr. Comey is looking the other way as well. So that'll be it for today. Oh, one last thing. The $30 billion, since there's been continual civil war since this topple for 5 years, most of this money is not going to be given out until Soros comes in. You're going to see Soros coming in, making proposals to the World Bank, and then getting infrastructure development for Libya, water pipelines and electrical infrastructure and so forth. That's it for today. Okay, day 48, still no Eric Braverman. Before I go into this and what happened yesterday with Tulsi Gabbard, I wanted to just cover the fact that I've researched the one person Eric Braverman added as a Twitter follower, or someone added it for him. Very interesting person. I don't know if you remember Amy Rayo. Amy Rayo was the famous person on the hidden camera from Project Veritas. She held a fundraiser at her home with Senator Feingold. And she was recorded saying that Hillary would use executive orders to shut down the Second Amendment, at least assault weapons first, for instance. So anyway, I thought that was interesting because she runs a company called Integrated Archive Solutions. And it just so happens George Soros has made a proposal for a refugee database for the 23 different countries in Europe to have one integrated database, and it's called an asylum database. And I believe he wants her to run it. Also, she does a lot of health integration for a lot of the health companies. So it'll be interesting. Some people also say she maintains Hillary's donor information. She was in the 2008 campaign as well as the 2016 campaign, a big donor. As you can see, she's the top contributor as far as the hard money contributor from California. She's on that top list. So just an interesting person to add. Some people also say that Hillary has her enemies list on that. So I think maybe that's why I got added. Who knows? But we'll go back to Tulsi Gabbard. Basically yesterday, and she's been making those rounds on the talk show circuit saying, hey, Hillary sold weapons to these guys in Libya and in Syria and all over the world, and ISIS is in 32 different countries, and it's really the Muslim Brotherhood. Tapper challenged her on that, and she said no, quoting some of the same sources I quote, Washington Post, New York Times, Wall Street Journal. The question is, were these Stinger sales actual donations to the Clinton Foundation? I just know he didn't know, and I'm going to show you how they kept it from him through Frank Giustra today. But you'll remember Benghazi 5 years ago. There was at least a $500 million cache of arms and Stingers, but Gaddafi also had a very extensive air force and all kinds of, tanks and et cetera. So, and you're going to find those Stingers all around the oil fields because they can be bombed. And so you want to create a no-fly zone around those oil fields. So we know the State Department ran this gun operation called Zero Footprint. We still haven't heard from Mark Turi. We know she and Huma communicated quite a bit, and Huma's relatives communicated quite a bit, getting the Brotherhood started in Egypt and then moving over to Libya and then moving to Syria. We know about all the helicopter shoot downs. We know that Hillary sold the kingdom of through the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, sold these weapons directly to the terrorists. So my question is, wouldn't she do the same thing when she took over these arms? Wouldn't she sell them to governments as well? I mean, if you're going to sell them to terrorists, you may as well sell them to governments. Here's after the King of Morocco, $28 million bribe. This Raytheon deal happened a few months later, the $157 million. This is an anti-tank weapon. Morocco is afraid that they'll be invaded from Algeria by a tank invasion for the occupying Western Sahara. So that's why that purchase occurred. So we talked about that, just an interesting sidelight. The way it works, Soros basically destabilizes. That's how he makes all of his money. And you can do that a couple of different ways, but you set up a hedge fund based on that, whatever destabilization you want to do. And then you can destabilize by just, like the Greek money supply, you can cut money supply, or you can impose austerity measures. And then if you short the currency will go down, and then you buy the currency when it's low, and then you put the controls back off and the money goes back up. You don't have to necessarily topple with an armed topple. You can also just do a protest topple like they did in Egypt, or you can do an economic topple like they're doing in Venezuela, where you inflate the currency, you bribe a couple of different government officials to spend the money that they're budgeted for on other things, and then they have to print more money to pay for social services. So you can do topples that way. Confessions of an Economic Hitman talks about how the World Bank does that. And then of course, there's an armed coup, which was happening in Libya. But, a good example of a hedge fund bet is here's the Greek hedge fund bet, and you run it through, Chelsea ran it through her husband. Or you can invest in monopolies. You can get a group of hedge funds. If you wipe out all the folks that own different phone companies, you can own the Mexican cell phone market. That's Carlos Slim, and then you can buy the New York Times to get favorable coverage. But basically the way it works is Giustra had this thing called this partnership, which is called the Giustra-Clinton something partnership. It says there, it's somewhere here, foundation partnership. And it's basically 1,100 of these top donors. I don't know if Amy Rayo is in this or not. I don't have that information yet. But basically, Nidus runs around to all those different 1,100 donors, and Tony Podesta is working the foreign market, but Nidus is working the U.S. market. And they make bets on, you want to get in on this Libyan oil play, and maybe there's 6 or 7 different companies in Libya that, you're going to break out as 6 different oil plays. Maybe there's a couple of transportation companies and, like airlines. So you line that up, and then you do the topple. If the topple doesn't work, then, kind of out the money. Like the Turkish coup didn't work, so the fund folds. So sometimes these things don't always work out. But what then you do is you push it through this thing called a pass-through. So you've got 1,100 names here, and in charity work and so forth, you have to name the people, and it has to be discoverable in an audit. But by putting it through this one, which is the CGFP, it hid those from Eric Braverman. Eric Braverman just saw it as one check coming from Frank Giustra, partnership. Okay. But what they really were all these partnerships for oil and mineral plays and these topples. So that's what's happening here, and that's why Braverman was fooled for a while. He wasn't really fooled. He did a Simpson-Thatcher audit, and he said, hey, we got to drill down. They call it running to ground. For a real financial audit, you don't just look at the pass-throughs and go, 8 foundations gave us $1 billion apiece. No, you run it to ground. You actually go to a name and an address for the board of directors, and they have to hold quarterly meetings, et cetera. And that's what they've never done for the Clinton Foundation. The DLA Piper audit that Comey's brother did not do this. Or if he did, it has not been reported in their financial statements. So here's what I call the dominoes. This was Arab Spring. These are all of Soros's dominoes. Still could be dominoes or pizza. Could be dominoes, could be toppling the country, or pizza could be just, doing an arms deal. But he's been doing this with Zbigniew Brzezinski since the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. This is not new. This is 30 plus years old, 35 years old now. But basically, you have to get guns in the hands of your people that are doing the toppling if you're going to go all the way to topple. And that's basically what Muslim Brotherhood is. And then you also need generals for the operational plans, like I mentioned before, and the intelligence of where the gun caches are and who are the political tribes and all that kind of stuff. But if you just follow the money with Soros's hedge funds, Justra's, Chaguri's, Epstein's, they're all in HSBC, the bank, and this is all these dictators also were in HSBC. And these people are top donors to the Clinton Foundation. So what you've got here is a very convenient way for someone to keep track of all the money that's coming through as far as commissions are concerned and so forth. And then, of course, if you want to become the FBI director, you might just say, look, we can play this two ways. I can say either that when you toppled here, you took the $30 billion from Libya, you laundered it through HSBC to all these different partnerships, or I can say it's $2 billion or $5 billion from Mexican drug lords. Your choice. So, just to review, Sid Blumenthal did hire a general. They did say take Tripoli to go after that last arms cache. He was getting information from Drumheller at the CIA, who's dead now, about toppling Libya, Algeria, Maghreb. You're going to find Sudan and other ones in there too. You can just name any country almost, and there's a topple plan for it. And Sid was a part owner in Osprey that did the topple. So. And this is the Libya topple. Here's the 20,000 stingers. They basically have, through Chaguri, a year and a half to sell those stingers before moving them over to Syria for the timber sycamore. So this is zero footprint, and this is timber sycamore. And there's all this evidence all along the way. The 30 Benghazi emails between Petraeus and Hillary. Use my Gmail, 1,000 emails here. And then you've got New York Times 3 months ago saying King Abdullah's officers are driving these directly to ISIS in the battlefield. And also you're going to find George Soros has actually bought the facility that's doing the storage here. And he's buying all the radio stations and all the websites and all that for Muslim Brotherhood and all that. That's his information campaign. So you follow the pipelines, and you'll always you'll find the arms, and when you find the arms, you'll find the deals. So this is Neil Brown, Eric Braverman's husband's pipeline. You're going to find a hedge fund associated with that. If the first one fails, you start another one. This is Seymour Hersh, red line to red line. Not only Stinger missiles that Hillary was sending, but she was also sending the sarin gas precursors. That's from the Porton Down testing. Obama had that verified that it came from Gaddafi's stores. And then, of course, you got timber sycamore with McCain and Hillary being the architects of it. And then there's casualties that happen. Every once in a while, somebody says, hey, we're training ISIS. Did you know that? And then they get shot. So the key way that they were hiding from Braverman again is this 1,100 hidden donors. What's in the emails? It's going to be Petraeus. These are humans' emails. It's going to be Petraeus's emails. It's going to be the State Department Gmails. There's 14 of those different accounts. We need to see all of those immediately. It's going to be Giustra. It's going to be Chaguri with all his oil deals. It's going to be arms deals, King of Morocco, etc., Middle East and North Africa. And there are just so many pictures of them, sporting those Stinger missiles. So here we go. What's happened with those 650,000 emails? Well, they should publish all the unclassified emails, and it is a felony violation to have a separate Gmail account. So those should be immediately released by the FBI. Of course, they're stonewalling, and he's getting promoted every time he does it. McCabe, and then at least release the classified metadata, the to, from, who, and date. But the FBI and State Department want 5 years. Have you ever heard this story before? They want 5 years before they can process the records, even though they did that miracle processing of the metadata in 9 days before the election. Rule 41, McCabe can go to his favorite judge in D.C. and get a warrant anywhere in the United States. They don't have to go to the district courts anymore. And then there's that $675,000 McAuliffe bribe. So this is not new. This has been going on 30 years. This goes back to 83 when Giuliani wrote up Rich on income tax evasion. He was the guy who investigated it 6 years after that and let him off the hook. He's the one who's stonewalling and trading more agents for, breaking up the investigation. He's the one who's trading, trying to close down investigations. He's from the FBI side. Kazik is trying to close the investigation down from the DOJ side. This goes back to Fast and Furious, et cetera, et cetera. So it's this constant loop. He's the one ordering surveillance on all his enemies. I don't know if you're getting that information or not. And I'll leave it there today. It's I ran a little bit long. Okay, day 49 right here. Still missing Eric Braverman. The question I'm going to ask today is, was the Clinton Foundation really just a regime change investor club? And I'll develop that idea. This is Tulsi Gabbard. She was the vice chairman of the DNC this year, a big Bernie supporter, representative from Hawaii, she still is in the Army. I think she's a major in the Army, served in Iraq. And basically, Jake Tapper was challenging her on this statement, which was, is the U.S. funding ISIS? And she said, no, I'm sorry. Yes, they are. There's New York Times, there's Wall Street Journal, there's Washington Post. So she'll be attacked pretty brutally here pretty quickly, I believe, in the press and so forth. But remember this, when Hillary went to go do this topple, these 20,000 stingers was the objective. And the reason why those are so important is so that then she could topple Syria. How do we know that? Zero footprint. We know Mark Turi is still missing. That was the gun run by the State Department to take Libya. And then we know she took Libya. Here she is meeting with the Muslim Brotherhood. And then we know the stingers went to Syria. So both in Libya and Syria, from Tim Sycamore, New York Times. She sold the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE all paid for these. So the question I asked yesterday is, if she's willing to sell the stingers to rebels, then why wouldn't she sell the stingers to all governments as well? So, and you can see here the King of Morocco got this deal for anti-tank weapons after they made that $28 million bribe yesterday. But today I want to go into just really clearly outlining what actually happened. You had the Secretary of State having a private citizen and employee of the Clinton Foundation organizing an overthrow of a foreign government by Gmail, okay? So here it is. We should, the idea of using private security experts to arm the opposition should be considered. That is a private individual now, not acting on behalf of the State Department, ordering another private individual who is an employee of the Clinton Foundation to overthrow a foreign government. Okay, that nullifies what they call the state secrets defense. This defense is used for national secrets so that, we don't lose our agents overseas, etc. But when you go outside and go to a private firm, you void the state secrets defense. They'll try to use that. We also have Petraeus sending Hillary 1,000 emails while he was CIA director, and also when he was at CENTCOM, which was the Central Command, which Syria is included in. So, and 30 of those emails answer the search term Benghazi. So we know that she's also engaging the CIA and the CENTCOM in a military coup. So my question would be then, why didn't Petraeus testify? Now knowing that there was communication between these two regarding Benghazi, why did his right-hand man, Morrell, testify in his place? So I think the Benghazi committee needs to call Petraeus. But here it is again. A couple months later, Sid is getting General Grange, getting his forces and a plan to take Tripoli. At this time, Gaddafi's not dead yet. So he says, hey, I own a part owner of a private company named Osprey, and General Grange has a plan. So he has the forces, and there is a plan. This plan comes from Tyler Drumheller, who's at the CIA. He ran the spy network in Europe for NATO. And those are in my links. You can see the plans for Libya, Algeria, Maghreb, Sudan. They took over the Sudan a little bit later with the same kind of plan. So the plan was effected. George Capital paid Blumenthal a nice handsome thing, $200,000 to the Clinton Foundation is going to pay Blumenthal for this plan. And it's going to end up, in only 3 months later, end up in the regime change of Gaddafi. Now, let's look exactly what they were going for. Braverman said, follow the money. And the money was not just arms sales. Gaddafi had $1.2 billion in gold, but he used his wife to kind of keep his cash. So she had $30 billion in cash. The Libyan people also had $30 billion. Most of this is going to be 6 oil companies and 1 airline. And then they also had $3.5 billion in cash and assets. You're going to find various reports also on secret accounts he had, which he had at least $65 billion as reported in 2010, but later people reported $265 billion. This is what they were going for, not just stinger sales, but this. So how do we get that money? So you go to your man, George Soros. What you do is you set up hedge funds, and you bet on destability. So you destabilize with either protests like they did in Europe, or you topple like they did in Libya. So you got to set up your insiders first. Your insiders are people in your close clique, if you will. This is Carlos Slim at the New York Times. He owns the cell phone monopoly of Mexico. And then you set up your daughter, and then you have a fall guy in case it ever gets discovered, her husband. So they have the Greek hedge fund. So you set up your hedge funds. Once you the insiders get taken care of, then you go to your network of 1,100 hidden donors. These are the ones that Clinton cash, where they won't release the names. This is the Frank Giustra partnerships. So you go to those donors, you take a Tom Nidus and you run them around to the 1,100 key people. These are going to be generals. These are going to be Hollywood folks. There's going to be people in New York. They're going to be people at CENTCOM. They're going to be people over in near Mar-a-Lago. And then what you do is you sell partnerships for these oil plays. So let's say there's 6 different oil companies. You can sell an oil play in one of the companies to one group and another one to another group, keep it all straight. Once you do that, and then the topple occurs, you launder the money. So you launder it through Clinton-Giustra Enterprise Partnership, and that way it comes over to Eric Braverman as just one lump sum of $145 million or $2 billion. This was the Uranium One deal for $145 million. They used that. This is a money laundering mechanism. You're going to find all this Libya money as they move it out slowly, because a lot of the assets are still frozen. They're going to be moving it through this partnership to Braverman. Okay. So here's the reason why Hillary did it. Here she, even before Gaddafi's deposed, she releases the money, the $30 billion. So those are the 6 oil companies I was telling you about. If you look at the overseas foreign asset control part of the State Department, it'll actually show you what those oil companies are and what the airline is. And then they want to go for this $3.5 billion right away, because this is going to pay for not only the Syria coup, but it's going to also pay for the Turkey coup as well. So the reason she did it basically is if you only get a $500,000 bribe, this is the Algeria deal, for a $2.4 billion oil deal, you're going to end up having to do 6,000 speeches to get to the goal of $3 billion needed for the 2016 election. Okay, so this is why the emails are so important, because all of these 14 emails from the State Department Gmail accounts are not state secrets. Once you go outside the state.gov email, It's no longer a state secret. It's part of an investigation and needs to be published. So all the unclassified emails need to be published immediately in plain text. Any of the classified ones need to be redacted. They can hold those back if they want to. But this is a violation of the Federal Records Act, all these Gmail accounts. So the State Department says they need 5 years to go through these. Well, actually, it's the FBI holding them back. The State Department is listening to whatever the FBI tells them to do, and even though they went through them in 9 days. So you got the $675,000 bribe there. You can Google Rule 41 to see what that is for expanded powers. But let's replay what actually happened. You got Soros basically kicking the deal off. Z-Big, you're going to need NATO to take out Libya or Syria. You're going to need NATO as well as Turkey. So that's why Z-Big is there. He's been doing this since '79 with Osama bin Laden. You're going to have to get arms to the Muslim Brotherhood in order to do this, to get arms to the rebels. And you have to get the plans as well, because without an operational plan, you don't know where the arms are located. So Gaddafi and Mubarak are just the first two dominoes to go in this picture. Assad will eventually go. They'll overthrow Algeria to make a lot of arms sales to them. They'll also overthrow Morocco. They just don't know it yet. But anyway, who are your players? They're all funneling. When they set these guys up, they have them all put their money in HSBC Bank in Geneva, Switzerland, the private bank. They won't release names, but now through disclosures, we know these guys all bank there. Mark Rich, Jaguri, Justra, Epstein. Of course, he was the one who did the settlement with the $2 billion settlement. So he has a lot of leverage on those folks. And here's Lerner looking the other way. She should be at IRS, should be managing the Clinton Foundation. She didn't. Where did I get this outrageous idea that Mark Rich, would take drug cartel money and buy Gaddafi oil with it, and then put it into a bank like BCCI 33 years ago, or later on after that bank got broken up, HSBC. Where would I get that outrageous thing? Where would I get the notion that he then, after the pardon, donated tens of millions of dollars from arms deals and oil deals? I got that from his own book. He said it in his own words, that this is the operation. So, a lot of people have taken umbrage to the fact that, well, how do you know it's cartel money? Well, the HSBC case, he said it's $2 billion. It was money from the cartels. So, so this uneasy partnership is what I call it. It's been going on for 30 years, toppling governments, taking the cartel money, putting it into buying oil, embargoed oil, and then investing it in other industries. So this, you can see from the Podesta emails that he mainly is talking to this 1,100 investor club all the time. And we can see from the emails as well, Podesta emails, that the DOJ, this is Kadzik, is constantly colluding to try to obstruct justice. We've got a lot of obstruction here with trying to break up the investigation, delay the investigation as well. So here's 3 months ago, Mazzetti saying right out, the stingers are being driven to ISIS directly by Jordanian officers. So here's the stingers. Some of them could have come from different parts of Libya, but then the 20,000 go here. Something happens, he either discovers the sarin gas or either discovers they're going to ISIS, one of the two. But that's when that happens. So this is Fox News from last summer. You got 1,000 emails again between these two here that need to come to light, at least the 30 on Benghazi. So who says that the last slide was all Oman, Jordan? Everything was in Oman, Jordan. That's where Soros set up his office for what he calls the project on North Africa and the Middle East. Why Oman, Jordan? Well, you got things like this, evidence from Marines dying saying, hey, we're training ISIS. So they came right out and said it. For Project Sycamore, they came out right out and said that we are training rebels for ISIS for Project Sycamore. That just happens to be on the Qatar to Bulgaria pipeline. You've also got Neil Brown, Eric Braverman's husband, with the Greek pipeline. You've got a George Soros hedge fund there with Chelsea's husband setting that up. Seymour Hersh reports this. And Mazzetti, again, in 2016, McCain's your other player. So what this Juicer Clinton Enterprise Partnership is with these 1,100 hidden donors is basically just a sovereignty change or a regime change. That's probably a better way to say it, investment club. And KKNR is just the public side of that same that same thing. They're just remarketing the information through KKNR, but this sovereignty change information. So the 658,000 emails are going to contain those Petraeus emails, the State Department emails, the Clinton Justra enterprise oil plays, mineral plays, Jaguari's pipeline deals. You're going to also have all the other arms deals to Middle East, North Africa. So we need all those. So I'm going to end it there because we're running a little long today, and I'll go into this more tomorrow.
Okay, day 50, still no Eric Braverman. I've called the Clinton Foundation sort of a regime change investors club. If you know when the regime changes are going to be, you can take advantage of it by positioning yourself with hedge funds and also by taking over oil assets, taking over weapons assets, and also taking over frozen assets. So all three of those happened here in this case with the Libya topple, and it was planned on for the Syria topple. And all this is kind of commissions, stockbroker type commissions going back to the Clinton Foundation. This is before Eric Braverman's here, but he's kind of brought in at the end to kind of launder the money unknowingly, unfortunately. This is the first topple where they get the guns. It's called Zero Footprint. David Petraeus does that. O-plan, it's called. These operational plans are called O-plans. You got to know where the guns are, and all the cash is all around the country in order to get them all. So that's going to be critical. The gang was obviously Muslim Brotherhood, not only from Hillary's direct interaction, but Huma and her family. And then get the stingers. They had to ground Gaddafi. They had to stop his air force to then beat him on the ground and then take those stingers and fly him to Syria, through Amman, Jordan. So you're starting to see the leading Democrats. This is the vice chairman of the DNC, Tulsi Gabbard, who's basically openly saying this now on CNN. So it's becoming fairly common knowledge now. The plan here is going after Gaddafi's assets, the ones that are known and the ones that are hidden. Remember, he's been making $35 billion a year for 40 years pumping oil. So there's a lot of money. Personal assets, 1.2 billion in gold, 30 billion in his wife's accounts. Libyan people also have 30 billion in frozen assets, and 3.5 billion of that is cash. So what we want to do is take the country, get the cash quickly, and then we'll find other ways of dealing with the property assets. Same thing with this. It's going to be a little bit more difficult because these bank assets are going to be frozen, but I'll show you how Soros gets those out. So Soros is going to set up these hedge funds. Guys like Jeffrey Epstein are going to be doing them. He's going to be doing flights around, picking up people, taking them to parties like he's always done, trying to get consortiums built, etc. Soros is going to run the protests. Gaddafi's going to overreact. He's going to crack down. And then we're going to say we got to go in and save the people from humanitarian disaster. We're going to topple the country. This is exactly the same plan that was outlined in the Podesta email for Albania. We're going to take care of our insider investors first, the inner circle with the hedge funds, Chelsea's husband, etc. Then we're going to have to bring in an exile. Now, he's got to be from Libya, so this doesn't look like a Western takeover of African assets. So this Kakia is actually a professor at University of Texas in Austin, but we're going to bring him back. We're going to make him look like he's the head of the government. We're going to establish his credibility through sending a special ambassador from the United States. That's going to be Chris Stevens. Then once we get that all set, we're going to go to our investor group, which is 1,100 hidden investors that are hidden through in the Clinton Foundation still today. This is from Clinton Cash. And then we're going to say, hey, let's invest in these oil plays, these Libya oil plays. So we get that set up. Then we do the topple, and then we're going to launder it through this Frank Justa enterprise. Eric Braverman's not going to be able to see who the individual donors are. He has some idea, but he doesn't know all of them. And that's probably where he figures out, hey, this is not what I thought it was. This is, he doesn't know about this upstream stuff. And gradually he learns who these investors are down here, but then he's going to learn about this stuff up here. So Hillary tells Sid Blumenthal, he's a Clinton Foundation employee. He's not an employee of the State Department. We should use a private security force to arm the opposition to topple Gaddafi. She's also emailing a general, Petraeus, 1,000 times while he's at CENTCOM and while he's in Afghanistan.
and 30 of the conversations are about Benghazi. We still don't have those emails. He didn't testify, so that doesn't look good. He sent a substitute to testify for him at Benghazi hearings. So here's Sid. He's a part owner of this company named Osprey. He's with this general, Grange. He said, we can send General Grange in with these forces and a plan to take Tripoli, Grange, Tripoli. So the plan comes from Drumheller. Drumheller is ex-CIA chief for NATO, and there's emails to this effect for this situation. Can you send me the Libya plan? Yes, here it is. So Kikia, who I mentioned yesterday, Drumheller and Grange are all in Libya in August of this year, 2 months before he's done, and that's to sell the oil leases. But he's going to need the assets to be unfrozen to sell the leases. We'll come back to that. So Libya, this part works pretty well. The zero footprint works pretty well. They get the stingers. They topple Gaddafi. Something happens along the way here. Stevens finds out that, these stingers are being flown to Jordan and they're going to ISIS. They're going to ISIS. This is New York Times 3 months ago. Or else he finds out about the poison gas. We don't really know. But this is operational plan. Timber Sycamore doesn't go so well. King Abdullah's officers here in Jordan are supposed to be driving these truckloads of stingers up there, but something happens, and that happens. So here's July 15th. One day after that email that Sid sent the letter about the general, Hillary has unfrozen the assets, and Kikia is TNC, basically. TNC is just this formed thing out of, basically, supposedly 30 people from around Libya, but it was basically all cooked up in the United States when he was in Texas. And he's being brought in as TNC now. So what they're going to do is they're going to unfreeze all the oil assets from the Libya nationalized oil company. They're going to unfree the central bank so they can print money, and they're going to free up the tankers. So he's going to get control of all that stuff with Sid in a partnership. And then the State Department and the Treasury Department lifts trading sanctions on these 6 oil companies. That allows the Libya oil company, which these two guys now control, to sign leases with these oil companies. It's basically the 6 richest families in Libya. So they need the oil to lease in order to drill, so they're forced to work through these two guys. And if you want to read about all this is the offshore asset control that the State Department has. You're going to see the same thing. The same thing was planned for Syria and Turkey. And anytime there's frozen assets, you got to look for this type of a kickback bribery scheme. So here's the tale of 2 pipelines. This is the first pipeline going from Qatar. That's why Qatar paid for the Timber Sycamore. The topple here didn't work, obviously, and the coup here was even worse. The other pipeline is Eric Braverman's husband's pet pipeline to Greece. That's why you have the Greek hedge fund with Chelsea's husband. That obviously didn't work either with the coup. Here's just more evidence saying, Green Berets are saying, hey, we're training ISIS, and the project operation name is Timber Sycamore. So the key question is, where did the money go? Where did the $256 billion go? A lot of people say there was a lot of cash, gold, and diamonds. He was hoarding it because he was afraid that he would get toppled. That's easy. The cash, gold, and diamonds, that just goes straight to the Clinton Foundation. That's not a hard one. But these other assets that are kind of tied up, what you do is you sneak them out gradually over time, and you launder them through things like the Open Society Foundation. And you then have a civil war for 4 or 5 years, is what we've got going on here now. So they can't worry about where the money is and where the accounts are. You keep this war going until you can get all the money out. Then you let a provisional government take over, and they go, whoops, the money's gone. So it's basically just kind of one of those things where you put a pinhole in the bottom of the egg and let the egg drain out, you leave the shell. So all your players here, Mark Rich admits this is exactly what he does. He buys the oil, from Libya. And all these Chiguri, all these guys, they're all banking at HSBC. And when we set these dictators up, we make sure they bank at HSBC so we can always track the money. So you've seen Mubarak and Ben Ali here in Tunis get thrown out, got their money taken away from them, then Gaddafi, and then the plan was to do Assad as well. And my prediction is, after we sell some arms and let Morocco complete the oil pipeline, we're going to flip him too. So this loop here that I'm talking about, Mark Rich openly admits this, and he talks about this in his book. I take cartel money, I buy oil with it, I put it in BCCI and HSBC later on, and then I donate tens of millions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation from the oil and arms deals. So, and he took over the case from Rudy Giuliani and had it for 6 years, and they settled, and then they settled on the pardon, and now we settled again. And now we have this going on, which is he's got the Huma case and the Hillary case, and he's getting bribes, and he's obstructing, he's dividing the case up and walling it off, and DOJ trying to stop the case, just like he tried to stop the Fast and Furious case and the IRS case. So, and he's Podesta's ordering surveillance on people. And you can see from the Podesta emails, his total focus is on these 1,100 investors. Bill and his friends are worried about their little inner circle, but Podesta's worried about a wider circle of people, that 1,100. So, this is all going to be in Huma's emails. This is the treasure trove, as Trump said. There's the 14 email accounts from the State Department. There's the Petraeus emails, all these emails for all these deals. There's going to be more Blumenthal deals. FBI wants 5 years to look at them, even though they looked at them in 9 days and analyzed them in 9 days before the election. Not good. You keep on expanding their powers. Now they only have to go to one judge in D.C. to get a warrant for anywhere in the United States for any electronic device. So they had that before, but now it's legal. So this is Justra again. What's in the emails is just a repeat, but the 1,000 donors, Petraeus emails, it's going to be this enterprise partnership. That's going to be where the oil plays and mineral plays are. You're going to have Chiguri and Nigeria, the Sahara pipeline I mentioned, and the Greek pipeline. All these deals in Middle East and North Africa, like the King of Morocco. So just keep following the money, arms and oil. And this is where I'm saying they might just be like Gaddafi, just sell him as many arms for as long as we can and just keep trading arms for oil. It's great for the American arms industry. Keep getting the oil. We know where he's putting his money, and as soon as he starts getting uppity, we dump him. And we take his money, we go seize the assets. So, they live a good high life for a long time, but, we want them to commit crimes for us, basically. We want them to annex the Western Sahara, put a pipeline through it, let us get all the money, trade for arms, and then dump them at the end. That's all for today. Okay, day 51, still no Eric Braverman. We haven't heard from Neil Brown or Mark Turi either. Going back to when Hillary left the State Department, you really needed to break the Clinton Foundation into two people. She was basically trafficking in regime change information, and you really needed to split the Clinton Foundation in the middle, with arms and oil deals being kind of hidden from Braverman, and then Braverman doing the rest of the foundation work. And that's the Neil Brown, Eric Braverman kind of marriage there. So to look at the things before it was split is very telling on what might have happened to Eric Braverman and these arms and oil deals. There was basically 4 deals in this play between Libya and Syria. The first step was these Stinger missiles, these 20,000 Stinger missiles, which are about at a $20,000 valuation. That's only $400 million, but there was a program in Afghanistan in 2005 where they were paying CIA was offering up to $70,000. So if Chris Stevens was sent here, the ambassador, to buy back those weapons, which he was, they could have had a program like that in place. Now he only got 2,000 out of the 20,000, so we don't know if they were waiting for a better price. We do know in 1993, the buyback program, then Hillary went back to this Congress and got more money, and some generals say up to $200,000 for the Stingers, which would make this number soar. So that's the first thing, is to get the Stinger missiles. And there's also $3.5 billion in cash in Libyan assets that are frozen that you can go get. So that was step one. All you had to do was basically go from Sirte over here to Benghazi to get all the oil fields That really doesn't help you, though, if Gaddafi still has this air force. So they needed to ground Gaddafi's air force, and he could still bomb your pipelines. So step 2 was really bringing in Petraeus to topple Gaddafi. That's where you're kind of need a general, because you're going air force against, Stinger missiles with NATO. So step 3 was we'll take those Stinger missiles and then send them on to Syria and take Assad's oil and gas, as well as build a pipeline. So there's an extra benefit there. And then we can even do another pipeline if we do a Turkey coup. So the operational plans Petraeus gave these was zero footprint. The second, we don't know the toppling of Assad. We don't know what that plan name is yet. But then we know the third plan name, operation name, which was Timber Sycamore. So here's step 1. Hillary emailing Sid, who's a Clinton Foundation employee, not a State Department employee. This operation was done by the Clinton Foundation, not the State Department. We should use private security experts, blah, blah, blah. Also, David Petraeus was a general at the time when they started emailing right at the start of her term. And so that's where your operational plans are coming from. 30 of those 1,000 emails do answer the name Benghazi. Here's poor Mike Morrell. Petraeus kind of always shoves him in front of the firing squad anytime he has to testify, or they backtrack him and say he was the acting director when Petraeus needs to kind of shelter himself. So here's step 1. That went well. They got the 20,000 stingers. Step 2 was to topple Gaddafi. You didn't have to topple Gaddafi to do that. You could just let him hang out over here and then just shoot the stingers over here, and then have King Abdullah drive him off to ISIS. But it starts with Soros. Soros has all these fake HR organizations, human rights organizations, and basically they call it waving the bloody flag. And you get somebody of either an exile or a local to wave the bloody flag, and then that causes NATO to come in, or the U.S. to come in to topple the regime. This was the guy who did it in Libya. He even brags about it now, how he made up the stuff. Here's the guy they're going to get in Syria. Doesn't even live there. He lives in London, in the country, in Coventry, but hasn't been there in 15 years. But anyway, that's the guy who you're going to see do it for Syria. So that's kind of how that works. Here's step 1 is fulfilled. Basically, the day they control CERT, Hillary gives $3.5 billion in cash to the exile I was talking about, Kakia. Also now he has the rights, because they turn over the bank, the National Oil Company, and the tankers to him. He has the rights to make oil deals now. So he makes oil deals with Sid. Sid's in country now. It'll be August when Sid's doing the deals. But Sid is going to, Hillary also lifts the foreign asset control off the 6 oil companies, allowing those oil companies to sign leases. And then they'll also start making the deal about the $30 billion in assets that are frozen for Gaddafi. So step 1 fulfilled. Very good job. Now we're going to move on to step 2, which is taking Gaddafi. This is Sid Blumenthal and General Grange's company, Osprey. Here's the email. We're going to get the forces. We're going to get the plan. We're going to take Tripoli. That means get Gaddafi. So there's the plan, the forces, which is Grange. A lot of Petraeus help here, by the way. Not taking out a modern Air Force with a couple of guys with AR-15s. And then the plan comes from Tyler Drumheller, who's dead now. Blumenthal says, "Can you send me the Libya plan?" Drumheller says, "Here it is." So Drumheller, Kakia, Grange, Shearer, who's a longtime Clinton Foundation employee, are all in Libya, August 2011. So step 2 is fulfilled. That was easy. Getting the gold is easy. Cash is easy. We found his wife's assets where he was hiding $30 billion. So we got all that money. That's great. But now you have a problem with Gaddafi's hidden assets. Remember, he was doing $30 billion a year for 40 years. So he's got between $65 billion and $265. This number keeps growing. So what do? You have George Soros set up these foundation companies, and hedge funds, etc. And you basically go to Gaddafi's family, the people who have this, and you approach them with an exile and you say, hey, I think we can get you a little bit of your money back, maybe 10 cents on the dollar, okay? And you get the family members, you divide the family members up, you get them to agree to get access to this money. And then so you have to give up 10 cents on the dollar, but basically that's how you launder it out. You take care of your insiders first. In this case, Chelsea. You always have a fall guy in case things go wrong, which is his husband. Then for that 90%, now you can play with that 90% of those companies. And so that's where you go to the 1,100 donors over here and you offer them equity plays, private equity firms, and so forth. You can just see that Podesta just focuses on those 1,100 all the time. And then when they make profits, you launder the commissions, basically brokerage commissions, back through the Justra partnership. This is where the 1,100 hidden donors are. So if we see those, we'll see all the people in their network. You can guess a lot of them already, but that's where Braverman is walled off from this. He just sees it as one big contribution from Justra. So where did the Gaddafi's $256 billion go? A lot of it goes into open society, and then they create new organizations like Move On and Greenpeace and different ones to create more instability to make more money. I mean, that's where a lot of it goes. Gold, cash, and diamonds, anything liquid, art goes straight in there. But you can see when they set up these dictators, they're always having them put the money in HSBC. All these dictators down here, before they got toppled, all used HSBC. That's going to make it easy for FBI to get their cut. It's going to make it easy for Lois Lerner to claim ignorance because it was a private bank where they couldn't see the owners. But these are all just really Soros's dominoes. So let's go back to that, to the story. Step one happens, great. Step two, Gaddafi toppled, great. We did the fake human rights thing, that worked great. We waved the bloody flag. Oops, step 2.5 is what happened. Christopher Stevens figures out probably that they're sending sarin gas. Maybe he knew that, I doubt it. He did send it. It was sent. So I think this is what happens. And a CIA guy tells him, and the CIA guy is also killed in Benghazi. And the reason why you photograph somebody being brutally murdered like this and tortured is not because you want to punish that guy more. It's to get all the other CIA guys and keep their silence on this. So anyway, there's King Abdullah. You're going to find that this facility here is also paid for by Soros, and all the people that are doing the driving and they're all getting paid through some kind of usually a World Health Fund or some type of aid organization. So step 2.5, the aftermath is Obama finds out from the port and down testing, the gas testing, that the gas didn't come from Russia, didn't come from Syria, it came from Libya. So now he knows that they're running game on him. So Petraeus, they let him go on a sex scandal thing. They let him go gracefully to hide those emails for setting up Benghazi. And step one and step two, Hillary goes out in March, sometime the next year. Morell is acting, but basically Obama's getting rid of all those three. Now, funny thing is, Soros still wants to go ahead with the topple Assad and the NATO topple. So the advantage here is, this Qatar to Bulgaria pipeline, and also this Greek pipeline that I was telling you about. The Greek pipeline is invested by Bill Clinton and Mezvinsky, Chelsea's husband. This is Eagle Vale hedge fund. Its headquarters in the Cayman Islands. So we go to our guy. We go to our Syrian Observatory of Human Rights, and he's going to wave the bloody flag for Syria. Well, it turns out he hasn't been to Syria in 15 years. He usually goes to oil conferences in Kazakhstan and places along this pipeline. The real reporters, like Eva Bartlett, who was there last week, say that's actually not what's happening. There's not all these human rights abuses. What's happening is ISIS is forcing the people to stay in floors above them, and their bunkers are down below. They come out, shoot their weapons, go back underneath. If somebody tries to leave, they shoot them. So the civilians that were killed today are probably civilians trying to flee, and ISIS shot them. Check out Eva Bartlett for some real truth. So anyway, Seymour Hersh, Red Line to Rat Line, very famous article, you should read it. And then also Mazzetti does Timber Sycamore. I'm going a little long today, but it's worth it. So like I mentioned, Mark Rich is the guy who said, I took cartel money, I bought Gaddafi oil, I put it in BCCI, and then when they broke that up at HSBC, and then I donated tens of millions of dollars to the Clinton Foundation. I didn't make this up. Mark Rich said it. He's his lawyer that got him off. He's the lawyer that arranged for his $1 million pardon. He's the guy who let him off about 3 times now. Comey's let Rich go about 3 times. He's the guy who's done the quid pro quo for more agents. He's the guy who's done obstruction to get promotions. He's the guy who took the bribe to break up and wall off the Clinton Foundation, the 4 different Clinton Foundation investigations. And here's Podesta ordering email and surveillance on everybody who's Clinton's enemies. So this is a very uneasy partnership that's been going on for about at least 20 years since Bill Clinton took the presidency. So, how do I know that? Well, here's all these Gmail accounts that are being suppressed, even the ones that are not classified. The FBI is saying they need 5 years to process them. You've got bribes. You've got more surveillance being asked for. So increased powers. Every time they do one of these things or one of these things, they get more power or they get more enforcement for looking the other way. So in the 650,000 emails, it's going to be this regime change investment club, which became basically KKNR Global Institute. It's basically reselling the insider information here to publicly kind of cleanse it and sell it publicly to investment firms and private equity. And you're going to see all the Chiguri pipeline deals. You're going to see all the oil and mining plays, and you just keep following the money. And the last slide I'll just say is I think this is the next Gaddafi. They're going to let him put the pipeline in here all the way to Nigeria. They're going to let him kill everybody in the Western Sahara and then move down. And once the pipeline's done and he's got about $100 billion in the bank, I think it's curtains for him too. So that's it for today. Hi, day 52. Still no Eric Braverman, no Neil Brown or Mark Turi either. Today I just wanted to cover why these 2 guys needed to even be brought into the Clinton Foundation to begin with. And basically it was kind of to launder or create a structure where she could still do arms deals after she left the State Department. She wanted to do all 4 of these steps, which is take over the stingers in Libya with step 1, sell these stingers back to the U.S. government in a buyback program with the CIA, use the other stingers to topple Syria. The second step here was use a private army to topple Gaddafi to get the oil. Step 4 was going to be topple Syria. You got Assad's oil and then pipeline, and then step 4 here was topple Turkey so that you get that pipeline. So there's 2 pipeline deals and then 2 topples here. But what happened was this step 2.5 came in, which was Chris Stevens discovered the Sarin gas going from Libya to Syria. He called about it, and then that caused that whole situation, his murder. Obama gets rid of Hillary and David Petraeus and Morell. And so now you need to somehow bring that into the Clinton Foundation, not being the Secretary of State anymore. So what you do is you split it down the middle. You have the oil and the arms deals go through this side, Clinton Global Initiative, which is going to be KKNR Global Institute. And then you have the regular charitable work or quote unquote humanitarian work come through Eric Braverman. And that's basically what happened in here. And I'll show how they managed to do step 4 and step 3 and step 4, attempt those, even though Hillary was no longer in the State Department. So here's step 1, Petraeus, worked great, 0 footprint, they got the stingers. Step 2, Petraeus, Odyssey Dawn was the plan, and there's probably several other operational plans beneath Odyssey Dawn. Odyssey Dawn could be an odyssey from Libya all the way to Turkey. It could be this. We just don't know. And then step 3 is where, like I mentioned, we had trouble. So here's Hillary kicking it off. Step 1, hey Sid, hire me a private army. We know that's true because there's all these emails between Petraeus and Hillary, and we know 30 of them answer the search term Benghazi. Step 2 was great, hire a private general, General Grange, get the forces set up. Here's the email, get the plan set up from Blumenthal. So your forces are General Grange. Your plan is Tyler Drumheller from the CIA. He was the CIA chief in Europe for NATO. And that worked great. They all met in August, and they got him. So that worked great. So in the information side of the campaign, not the military side, George Soros kicks off what we call the bloody flag. He's going to do that again for Syria. So in Libya, this guy even says he made it all up. But we're going to kick off the bloody flag saying, hey, here's all these human rights violations, and then that's going to get NATO to come in and bomb and so forth. So we need to get NATO involved in both of these because both of these countries have air forces. Like I said, both of those went fairly well. Step one is fulfilled. Sid flies to the country, brings in an exile from the University of Texas. They do all the oil deals. They free up all the oil companies to trade. This is OFAC, you can read it all. So that worked great. Step two was great. Liquidate all of Gaddafi's assets, transfer the Clinton Foundation, no problem. Great. The hidden assets that Gaddafi had, remember, he's making $30 billion a year for 40 years in his oil trade, and he's putting it all around all different kinds of accounts. That's where we're going to need to set up, and I'll go to the next slide to explain this, but that's where we're going to need to set up foundations and do some kind of complicated money laundering. We're also going to need to set up an investment network. So we're going to go to our 1,100 donors to the Clinton Foundation to set that network up. And then we're going to pass it through Clinton Justra Enterprise Partnership so Braverman can't see who the donors are and he can't really see where the money's coming from. So that's going to be our pass-through. So step 2.5 happens. 1, 2 go great, bloody flag, great. But step 2.5 occurs where we're going to send these stingers to Amman, Jordan, and then step 3 is going to be, ISIS taking over Syria. But that happens. So that's going to create Petraeus leaving the CIA, Hillary leaving the State Department, so forth. So he was successful. Petraeus was successful in getting this part of the plan done, though. Even if you don't get the pipeline, the plan is to use ISIS to topple here and a coup here. Even if you don't get that pipeline and completely control Syria, the oil is out in eastern Syria. There's some off the Golan Heights here as well, down by Israel. But you can still truck it with these 25-gallon, carriers, and that's what ISIS is still doing today. So I'm not saying Petraeus was completely unsuccessful in this. They just didn't get the rights to the pipeline. Assad didn't want to do the pipeline. And this pipeline is currently being built, and my prediction is the IMF will collapse the Greek economy, the government will reform, basically so they don't have to pay for the pipeline. They get the pipeline done on debt, and then they collapse the currency and then reconstitute the currency. You're going to find Justra is involved, and this is the hedge fund. You're going to find, in the Cayman Islands, you're going to find Chelsea's husband involved as the kind of the pass-through. So this is all, this red line to red line is all Seymour Hersh. He's the one who proves that sarin gas is found, and the precursors were from Libya. And Obama gets British intelligence to do this testing at Porton Down, and he proves it. So that's why all these folks leave. But the plan is still on. We're going to still try it. We're going to still topple Assad, and we're going to topple Erdogan. It's just going to have more of a NATO flavor now. The problem is journalists like this, Ava Bartlett, who say, ISIS isn't really, protecting the people. As a matter of fact, they're using them as human shields, and if they try to leave, they shoot them. So the people, the civilians are above the floors, and in the basement is ISIS. So, and she exposes frauds like this. This is a Soros human rights organization, supposedly. He's a guy who hasn't been to Syria in 15 years. And he lives in England, and he goes to oil conferences in Kazakhstan, so along this pipeline. So that's the kind of throws a wrench into it. This is the slide that say, how do you do the $256 billion? Well, you launder it through these open society foundations. So you MoveOn.org and all the different destabilizing organizations that Soros owns. Now, again, the gold, cash, and diamonds, that's easy. You just straight to HSBC. But you got one guy watching over it, because this is kind of that uneasy partnership. I'm watching what you're doing. I could collapse this at any time. So remember that next time the FBI director position comes open, okay? Otherwise, I cracked down. So this is Soros's dominoes is what I call them. These dictators don't seem to realize they are being used to pump some oil profits, and then when the timing is right, and then buy arms, but when the timing is right, they get toppled. Maybe that's what dominoes means. You know, pizza could be arms sales, or do we want to play dominoes? Dominoes is toppling. So what you had was topples here and just pizza here. So, like I said, Mark Rich is the one who said this, not me. I took cartel money. I bought Gaddafi oil with it. I put it in BCCI. They closed that down. They closed it down, but didn't only fine me. Didn't do any jail time. And then I put it in HSBC, and then I donated tens of millions of dollars in kickbacks to the Clinton Foundation for giving me pardons and protecting me. So we got cover-ups here, unbelievably still on the case for Huma's server and Hillary's server. Unbelievably still on the case after $675,000 bribe and the quid pro quo email. Still ordering surveillance on people, Podesta. So this Podesta is kind of he kind of was the replacement for Vince Foster. Vince Foster used to be that guy with the Arkansas State Police, you know, kind of ordering people around and doing nasty things, and now Podesta's that guy. So what behavior demonstrates that? Well, the FBI still hasn't released those 14 Gmail accounts. They haven't talked about they haven't given the Chaffetz Commission the FBI file yet, or the two 302s that Jason Chaffetz has asked for. So they're ignoring a subpoena from Congress. They haven't shown us any of these unclassified emails from Huma's server, which are illegal. State Department should not be using Gmail accounts. That's a felony, Federal Records Act. They haven't. You remember when Comey came out and said, here are the metadata from Hillary's server? We haven't heard the metadata from Huma's server. So, and then they want 5 years to process the records, all the time asking for more police powers. So this is kind of a quid pro quo again for trying to shut the Huma investigation down. So Frank Giustra is your pass-through. That Clinton-Giustra Enterprise Partnership is the 1,100 donation pass-through, and these are going to be the types of things that you're going to find on that server. So, and then I'm predicting he's the next Gaddafi. They're going to use him to pump oil for a while. They're going to develop Western Sahara. This whole $28 million bribe from the King of Morocco was about electrifying this strip in Sahara. You're going to find GE turbines, electrification going in. You're going to find a World Bank loan. You're going to find a gas pipeline. You're going to find offshore oil. You're going to find an LNG plant right down here. That's it for today.